The room was small and dark, a single sliver of moonlight slicing through the tiny window. Elizabeth's fingers flew across the old keyboard, her eyes glued to the flickering screen. A wall of code stared back at her, and a fresh wave of frustration washed over her. "Come on," she muttered, her voice barely a whisper in the silent room. The backspace key was shot, along with a few others. It had been acting up for weeks. She leaned back in the creaky wooden chair, letting out a sigh that was pure exhaustion. Her hands ached from trying to jury-rig a fix, but the computer, just like everything else in her life, refused to cooperate. Suddenly, Elizabeth went rigid. A bottle shattered downstairs. The sound, sharp and violent, echoed through the small house, and her heart slammed against her ribs. An uncontrollable tremor started in her hands as she rushed to shut down the computer. Panic clawed at her throat. She scrambled for the old bed, diving under the threadbare blanket. She squeezed her eyes shut. Please, not again. Tears burned at the corners of her eyes as she yanked the blanket over her head, a flimsy shield against the noises from below. Her mind raced, and every creak of the floorboards twisted the knot of terror in her stomach. Trembling under the covers, Elizabeth prayed for the night to just end, dreading what was coming first. The jingle of keys at her door sent a spike of pure, ice-cold terror through her. Each metallic click of the lock sounded like a hammer blow in the quiet. Her breath hitched. The door groaned open, its old hinges protesting. She curled into a tighter ball, her heart pounding so hard she was sure it would burst right out of her chest. The sour stench of cheap booze flooded the room, mingling with the damp, musty air. Her uncle stumbled inside. Elizabeth's shaking intensified, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the blanket. She could hear his unsteady steps approaching, each one making the floorboards creak beneath his weight. His shadow fell over her, a hulking shape against the faint moonlight. He mumbled something incoherent, his words thick and slurred. The clink of a bottle being set on the nightstand made her flinch. She squeezed her eyes shut even tighter, praying he wouldn't see the frantic trembling of her body beneath the covers. But she could feel his stare on her, heavy and menacing, as if he could see right through the thin fabric. The weight of his presence was suffocating. She could barely draw a breath, her chest rising and falling in shallow, panicked spurts. Her mind screamed at her to stay perfectly still, to disappear, even as she knew the blanket was no protection from the nightmare standing inches away. Elizabeth's entire body was stiff with fear. She bit down on her lip to keep from crying out, the coppery taste of blood filling her mouth. The silence stretched, thick and unbearable, until finally, after what felt like an eternity, her uncle let out a low, ugly laugh. Her heart plunged as his rough hand grabbed the blanket and yanked it down. Elizabeth's eyes flew open, wide with raw terror. She stared up at him, paralyzed. The sight of his bloodshot eyes and the twisted grin plastered on his face made her stomach heave. She was trapped. There was no escape. There was only the darkness and the horrifying certainty of what was coming next. Her uncle leaned over her, his breath hot and reeking of alcohol. "You ain't going anywhere, girl," he sneered, his voice a low slur. His hand shot out, and his rough fingers dug into her arm, making her wince in pain. "Let go of me!" Elizabeth's voice trembled as she struggled, her heart hammering against her ribs. She tried to push him off, but his grip only tightened, his other hand slamming down on her shoulder to pin her to the mattress. "Stop fighting," he growled, his gaze dark and predatory. "You know how this goes." Panic flooded her. She squirmed beneath his crushing weight, her mind frantically searching for a way out as his hand started moving toward her throat. "No, please," she cried, her voice a desperate, strangled whisper. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he pressed down, stealing the air from her lungs. "You're mine, Elizabeth. Nobody's coming to save you." But as her terrified eyes darted around the room, she saw it. The glass bottle he'd carelessly left on the nightstand. The moonlight glinted off the dark green surface, and in that split second, instinct took over. With a surge of pure adrenaline, Elizabeth's free hand shot out, her fingers wrapping around the bottle's cold neck. Her uncle, lost in his own sick triumph, didn't notice. As he leaned in, Elizabeth swung with every ounce of strength she had. The bottle shattered against his temple with a sickening crack. A shocked grunt escaped him. His grip loosened instantly as he staggered back, a dark stream of blood trickling down his face. He tried to speak. "You little..." But the words died in his throat. The blow had landed harder than either of them could have imagined. His eyes glazed over, a strange mix of fury and confusion as he swayed on his feet. Elizabeth scrambled off the bed, her heart racing as she watched him. "Stay away from me!" she screamed, brandishing the jagged neck of the broken bottle like a dagger. He took one more lurching step toward her before his legs gave out. He collapsed to the floor with a heavy, final thud. Unconscious. Elizabeth stood there, panting, the broken bottle still clenched in her trembling hand. Her breath came in ragged, burning gasps as she stared down at her uncle's motionless form. The room was deathly silent, the only sound the frantic drumming of her own heart in her ears. Tears blurred her vision, a flood of fear, relief, and profound shock. I fought back. The thought was a cold, sharp jolt. She had actually fought back against the man who had tormented her for so long. But the terror remained, a dark shadow clinging to her. She let the broken bottle fall from her numb fingers, where it clattered against the wooden floor. Backing away slowly, she knew she couldn't stay here. She had to get out, before he woke up, before he could finish what he started. Without a second thought, Elizabeth turned and bolted from the room, her entire being focused on a single, desperate word. Escape. Elizabeth burst out of the house, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she flew down the dirt path. The chilly night air stung her cheeks, but the fear propelling her forward burned hotter. Her mind was a frantic blur, focused on one thing, getting as far away as possible. She couldn't stop. She wouldn't. She could still feel the phantom crawl of her uncle's fingers on her arm, and she knew she had to disappear before he stirred. She ran, not caring about the destination, only the distance. But just as a sliver of hope began to bloom in her chest, a dark SUV squealed to a stop, cutting her off. The headlights were blinding, forcing her to skid to a halt. Ice-cold panic seized her as the passenger door swung open. Before she could even process turning back, more SUVs materialized out of the darkness, boxing her in, sealing every escape route. She was trapped. Several large men in sharp black suits spilled out, their faces like stone masks. "Get away from me!" Elizabeth screamed, her voice cracking. She darted sideways, but one of the men caught her arm, his grip like a steel trap. "Don't fight," he ordered, his voice flat and cold. "Let me go!" Elizabeth thrashed, trying to wrench herself free, but his grip only tightened. Two more men closed in. She lashed out with a kick, connecting solidly with one of their shins, but it barely made him flinch. They were too strong, too prepared. One of the men reached into his coat and pulled out a strip of black cloth. Her breath hitched. A fresh wave of terror crashed over her as she realized what it was. "No, please, don't do this," she begged, her voice shredding into a desperate plea. He ignored her, expertly tying the blindfold over her eyes. The world plunged into suffocating blackness, and her fear erupted into raw panic. Blind and helpless, All she could do was fight and pray for a miracle that wasn't coming. "Let me go!" she shrieked again, kicking blindly as they lifted her off her feet and shoved her into the back of an SUV. The door slammed shut with a deafening finality. She felt hands pinning her against the leather seat as the engine roared to life and the vehicle lurched forward. The ride was a chaotic blur. Every pothole and sharp turn sent a nauseating jolt through her body. She had no idea where they were taking her, and the men's unnerving silence stretched her nerves thin. Her mind spun, conjuring up one horrific possibility after another. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, her voice trembling. But the question was swallowed by the steady hum of the engine and the frantic drum of her own heart. As the miles passed, her fear began to curdle into a slow-burning anger, and she continued to struggle against the unyielding hands that held her down. Trapped in the suffocating darkness of the blindfold, the past began to bleed into the present. The sheer terror of her situation was overwhelming, but her mind sought refuge in a time when life was simple, when it was filled with love. A ghost of a memory surfaced, her father's laugh, deep and booming, as he tossed her high into the air. She could almost feel the weightless flight, the safety of his strong hands catching her. Those moments were saturated with a warmth and joy that felt like a different lifetime compared to the cold dread she was drowning in now. Then came her grandmother's voice, a soft, papery whisper, spinning tales of valiant knights and impossible kingdoms. Those stories were her first escape, lighting up her imagination and filling her with a sense of wonder, reminding her of a world where she felt cherished and safe. Then the world shattered. A single, screeching moment of twisted metal and silence that stole them both when she was just 6. The loss had left a gaping hole in her life, and her uncle, her new guardian, had filled it not with comfort, but with a creeping, constant fear. The warmth was replaced by his heavy footsteps, his drunken rages, and the unnerving way his eyes would linger on her. Her uncle's cruelty was a suffocating fog. In response, her bedroom became a fortress. Online school was a shield. The local library, run by a woman with kind eyes and a quiet smile, was her only sanctuary. The free books she got from there offered brief moments of peace, a respite from her grim reality. Her real escape, though, was the glowing screen of her laptop. Hacking and coding became her secret rebellion. In the intricate dance of code and firewalls, she found a semblance of control, a small pocket of power in a powerless existence. Tonight, blindfolded and captive, the chasm between her past and present had never felt wider. The sweet, aching memories of her father and grandmother were a brutal reminder of all she had lost. The love they'd given her felt like a fairy tale compared to the nightmare she was living. The memory of her uncle breaking into her room, of him finding the spare key she thought she'd hidden so well, filled her with a fresh wave of helplessness. The thought of being dragged from her fortress and thrown into this terrifying unknown was almost too much to bear. But even in this abyss, the flashes of her past, the love, the stories, the code, were faint flickers of light, reminding her of the person she was beneath the fear. The SUV screeched to a halt, yanking Elizabeth from the haze of memory and sending a fresh spike of adrenaline through her. The engine cut out. She could hear muffled voices outside, but the blindfold held her captive in the dark. Without warning, the door was ripped open. Rough hands clamped onto her arms, hauling her out into the cold night air. The sudden shift made her heart hammer against her ribs. She stumbled, her sneakers scraping against gravel as she was dragged forward, her own hands flailing uselessly in the dark. "Wait, where are you taking me?" she cried out, her voice cracking with panic. But no one answered. Their grip was like iron, their movements quick and professional. She tried to twist away, but the hands held her fast, giving her no chance to escape. A rush of new sounds overwhelmed her. The crunch of gravel underfoot, the distant hum of machinery, and a low murmur of voices. In the darkness, Every sound was magnified, ratcheting up her anxiety. They moved quickly, her feet stumbling over uneven ground. The cold night air now smelled of industrial cleaner and freshly cut grass, a sign they were somewhere new. Elizabeth felt the rough wood of a door or gate brush against her skin as they shoved her through, and a fresh wave of dread washed over her. "Please, just tell me what's going on," she begged, but they ignored her, keeping up their relentless pace as they led her through a series of turns and steps that made her head spin. Finally, they stopped, forcing her down onto what felt like a soft couch. The blindfold was still tight, leaving her in complete darkness. She was breathing in short, shallow gasps, her chest heaving. The rough handling, the strange new place, it all left her feeling utterly helpless and terrified. "Oh, my baby's grown up so much," a woman's mature voice echoed through the room, its tone soft but sickeningly fake. Elizabeth froze, her heart still racing as she tried to process the words. "Remove the blindfold," the woman ordered calmly, her tone firm but dripping with false sweetness. Elizabeth flinched as a hand yanked the blindfold from her eyes, the fabric scraping her skin. She blinked rapidly, her vision adjusting to the sudden light. Her breathing was shallow, her whole body tense, coiled and ready for anything. Every nerve was on high alert. She slowly lifted her gaze, trying to take in her surroundings, and it landed on a middle-aged woman standing a few feet away. The woman wore an elegant floor-length dress that shimmered in the soft light. A necklace of glittering stones hung around her neck with matching earrings. Everything looked impossibly expensive. Her expression was calm and put together, her sharp features highlighted by a light layer of makeup. Her dark brown hair was stick straight, falling perfectly past her shoulders. She held an expensive phone, tapping it casually, as if Elizabeth's presence was the most normal thing in the world. Elizabeth's throat tightened, her pulse quickening as she stared at the woman. She looked refined, elegant, but there was a coldness in her eyes, something calculating behind that placid expression. Elizabeth wanted to speak, to ask who she was and why she'd been brought here, but the words were stuck in her throat. "Not bad. Not bad at all," the woman muttered to herself, her sharp eyes scanning Elizabeth from head to toe. She took her time, looking her over as if sizing up a piece of property. Elizabeth sat frozen, her long, thick brown hair tumbling over her shoulders. Her face was small and delicate, with fair skin, full pink lips that trembled slightly, and large, deer-like eyes wide with fear and confusion. She was petite, but her features were striking, a combination that seemed to hold the woman's attention. "Listen, Elizabeth," the woman began, her lips curling into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. There was something creepy in her tone, something calculating beneath the gentle act. "I am your mother, Jennifer." Elizabeth went rigid. The air caught in her throat. Mother? The word was a slap in the face. Her mother was dead. She had never even met her. Her father and grandmother were the only family she had ever known. This woman, this stranger, was lying. "No way! No, you're lying!" Elizabeth shouted, her voice shaking but laced with defiance. She scrambled back, her heart pounding as fear morphed into anger. "You're a kidnapper!" Jennifer's smile faltered for a split second, a flash of annoyance tightening her expression. But she quickly composed herself, the mask of warmth snapping back into place, though her eyes were now hard. Now, Elizabeth," Jennifer cooed, her voice as sweet as poison. "I know this must be confusing for you, but I promise I'm not your enemy." Elizabeth's pulse hammered. She watched the woman's mask crack. The coldness behind that elegant facade was impossible to miss now. Even as Jennifer forced a calm expression, Elizabeth could see the hard lines in her face, the way her smile fought to stay in place. There was no love here, no connection, only control. And Elizabeth could feel it in her bones. "My baby, let me hug you," Jennifer suddenly cried, her voice cracking as crocodile tears welled in her eyes. "It's your father's fault we were separated the moment you were born." Her voice trembled, and before Elizabeth could react, Jennifer sank down beside her on the couch, her arms reaching out. Tears began to streak her perfectly made-up face as she flawlessly played the part of a heartbroken mother. Elizabeth's instincts screamed. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she instinctively shrank away from the woman, from Jennifer, who was suddenly too close, her presence suffocating. She shoved her away with small hands, a firm, desperate push. Her entire body coiled like a spring. "No!" Elizabeth's voice cracked, but her eyes, wide with a potent mix of fear and distrust, never left Jennifer's face. She scrambled backward on the couch, pressing herself into the corner, trying to melt into the cushions to put space between them. Jennifer's tears were just water. They didn't feel real. None of this felt real. "Oh, baby," Jennifer sobbed, her voice thick with phony grief. "Your father must have filled your head with such awful lies about me, about how I abandoned you. But that's not what happened." "No. It was your father and his little tramp who stole you from me." The tears streamed down her cheeks, but all Elizabeth felt was a cold knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Something was very wrong. Elizabeth's gaze darted around the room, her expression shifting from fear to dazed confusion. The small living room was shabby and smelled of dust, like a place that had been forgotten for years. The gray couch she was on was surprisingly soft, a strange contrast to the hard mattress of her bed back home. And then she saw them. Men. Bodyguards in dark suits, guns holstered at their hips, their cold eyes sweeping the room with unnerving stillness. Her heart didn't just sink. It plummeted. She was trapped. "Don't lie to me," Elizabeth whispered, her voice hoarse but fierce. "My father never said a word about my mother. You're not her." Jennifer's face went rigid. Never even mentioned her. The thought was a splash of acid. That pathetic fool. Her mask of sorrow cracked, and for a split second, something cold and reptilian stared out of her eyes. In a flash, the facade shattered completely. Anger blazed in Jennifer's eyes as she lunged forward, grabbing Elizabeth's chin. Her grip was brutal, her fingers digging into her jaw as she yanked Elizabeth's face up to meet hers. Elizabeth's heart pounded violently, but she refused to look away, meeting Jennifer's hateful stare head-on. "Listen to me, little girl," Jennifer hissed, her voice dripping pure venom. "I am your mother, Jennifer, and if I didn't have a use for you, I wouldn't have bothered dragging trash like you all the way out here." Her grip tightened, a sharp spike of pain shooting through Elizabeth's jaw. My precious Stacy decided to run off with some deadbeat wannabe, and now we have a contract with Mr. Morelli. We can't afford him finding out, so you're going to play along. When I bring you home, you're going to marry him. Got it? And if you so much as breathe a word of this to anyone... She let a cruel smirk twist her lips. "Well, I hear your uncle is a real piece of work. I'm sure he'd be grateful if I sent a little cash his way to settle things with you." "You're disgusting!" Elizabeth cried out, but the words were choked by the raw fear clawing its way up her throat. Her heart galloped, sheer terror finally washing over her. "Oh, we wouldn't want that to happen, would we?" Jennifer cooed, the sound sickeningly sweet. She tilted her head, her eyes glinting with malice, and gave a casual flick of her fingers to one of the guards. He stepped forward with a shopping bag and handed it over. Jennifer snatched it and tossed it onto the floor at Elizabeth's feet. "Here," she said, all traces of gentleness gone from her voice. "Put this on. Make yourself look presentable." Her lips curled into a dangerous smile. "And remember, not a word of our little secret to my husband. You'd better be on your best behavior, sweetie. Don't even think about trying to run." Jennifer leaned in, her voice dropping to a menacing whisper that sent a chill down Elizabeth's spine. "Because my men are everywhere." "Go change. In that room," Jennifer ordered, her voice sharp as glass. She stood and took a step back, creating a deliberate distance. Turning to one of her men, she held out a hand. He gave her a pack of tissues, and she proceeded to wipe her hands and face with a look of profound disgust, as if touching Elizabeth had contaminated her. Frozen in place, Elizabeth's mind raced, a frantic blur of panic. This was a nightmare spiraling out of control, and she was utterly helpless. All she wanted was a plan, a way out, any way to fight back. "Go!" Jennifer's shout was so sharp it made Elizabeth flinch. Acting on pure instinct, she grabbed the bag and scurried toward the room Jennifer had pointed to. She could feel the weight of 4 pairs of eyes on her back, the bodyguards tracking her every step. They followed her right up to the bedroom door and stopped, their faces grim and unmoving. Elizabeth risked a glance back at their stony expressions before she slipped inside and shut the door. The click of the lock sealing her in echoed in the small, dim space. She leaned her back against the door, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps as the full weight of her situation crashed down on her. She had to change, but her mind was consumed with a desperate, frantic search for an escape route, for anyone she could call for help. Elizabeth's eyes dimmed with despair. The police. The thought flickered and died just as quickly. Without a phone, without any way to contact the outside world, she was completely alone. Desperate, she began to tear the room apart, looking for anything, a phone, a weapon, a weakness. The room was small and Spartan, a bed, a single nightstand, and a door to a bathroom in the corner. No windows. A quick, frantic search turned up nothing. "Are you done in there?" Jennifer's voice sliced through the door, and Elizabeth's eyes widened in alarm. She stumbled back toward the entrance, dropping the dress on the floor. "Not yet," she called out, fighting to keep the tremor from her voice. Her heart hammering, she ducked into the bathroom. She turned on the shower, hissing as the icy water hit her skin. Fresh, angry marks from her uncle's last visit crisscrossed her back, and old, faded scars marred her legs. Ignoring the biting sting, she focused only on getting clean. There was no towel. She used her own dirty clothes to scrub herself dry, wiping away as much of the cold dampness as she could. Finally, she picked up the dress. It was a simple white thing, the hemline barely reaching her knees. As she pulled it on, the cheap fabric clung uncomfortably to her still damp skin. The fit was all wrong, too tight in some places, too loose in others, and it did little to hide the map of her injuries. But she had no choice. Elizabeth's steps faltered as she left the room, her mind racing for a way out. Her eyes darted around the hallway, but before any plan could take shape, Jennifer's voice cut through her thoughts like a shard of glass. "Don't waste your energy thinking about escaping, sweetheart," Jennifer said coolly, rising from the sofa. Her face was a mask of indifference, her words completely empty of warmth. "And be on your best behavior for my husband. You have a wedding tomorrow." Elizabeth froze, her heart seizing. A wedding? Her eyes blew wide with terror, and the blood drained from her face. All she could picture was a life like the one she'd just escaped, married off to some cruel, old man like her uncle, who would control her and treat her like she was nothing. The thought alone made her knees feel like they were about to give out. Her whole body started to tremble as her breath came in short, ragged gasps. She couldn't get any air. It felt like her chest was caving in. Panic clawed at her throat, a tidal wave of fear that drowned out everything else. "Ma'am, I think she's having a panic attack," one of the men in black suits said, his voice tight with concern. He took a half step forward, looking unsure of what to do. Jennifer rolled her eyes, annoyed. God, I hate the drama. So weak. So pathetic. She let out a long, put-upon sigh, as if Elizabeth's suffering was just an inconvenient delay. "Go get the syringe and put her out. Her whining is getting on my nerves." The man hesitated, his gaze flicking to Elizabeth, clearly uncomfortable with the order. "Did you hear me?" Jennifer snapped, her voice cracking like a whip. "Go! Now!" The man flinched and hurried from the room. He returned a moment later with a syringe. Elizabeth's wide, panicked eyes locked onto the needle, her breath catching in her throat. Tears welled as she shook her head, a silent, desperate plea. But there was no mercy to be found. As the man advanced, her survival instincts kicked into high gear. Elizabeth stumbled backward, trying to create distance, but there was nowhere to go. Her vision blurred through a film of tears. "Please," she whispered brokenly. "Don't." Jennifer just smirked, crossing her arms as she watched with cold amusement. "Don't make this harder than it has to be, sweetheart. Just take a little nap," she cooed, her voice sickeningly sweet and dripping with malice. Elizabeth's heart hammered against her ribs as the man closed in, syringe ready. Every muscle in her body screamed, and the room began to spin. A while later, Elizabeth drifted back to consciousness slowly, her body sinking into the plush mattress beneath her. Her head was heavy, a groggy haze still clinging to her, but the sound of someone crying pulled her back to the harsh reality she was trapped in. "Sawyer!" Jennifer sobbed dramatically from the edge of the bed. Her face was buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking. "Oh, honey, I finally find my daughter after all this time, and look at her. Just look at the state she's in. I told you my ex-husband was abusive, but I never imagined he'd be this cruel to our Beth. I can't breathe. I feel like such a failure as a mother. Why didn't I take her with me when I left?" she wailed. The sound grated on Elizabeth's ears. The words were supposed to be sympathetic, but all she heard was the lie in every sob. She kept her eyes closed, not ready to let them know she was awake. Standing beside Jennifer was a man with his arms wrapped around her in a show of comfort. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with long hair pulled back in a bun that highlighted his sharp, mature features. A gold chain rested on his collarbones, and tattoos snaked up his arms and onto the back of his neck, peeking out from under his perfectly tailored suit. This had to be Sawyer, Jennifer's husband. He was strikingly handsome for his age, radiating an aura of both control and danger. "Don't cry, Jenny. I know it hurts. Hey, it's okay," Sawyer soothed, his voice a deep, calming rumble. He rubbed her back with a tenderness that, to Elizabeth, felt completely staged. Sawyer wasn't just some businessman. He was the head of the New York City Mafia. While not the most powerful man in the underworld, he was a long way from weak. He'd been running his criminal empire for over 2 decades, balancing legitimate businesses with his much shadier dealings. For years, he'd lived the life of a playboy, but he finally settled down with Jennifer, who he saw as a woman who was both strong and fragile, someone who needed saving from an abusive ex. He'd married her, and they had built a life together. They had a daughter, Stacy, who they pampered and spoiled. She was their pride and joy until a major problem cropped up in their business. A massive loss had plunged them into debt, and in his desperation to save their empire, Sawyer turned to Mr. Morelli, a powerful figure looking for a wife from a respectable family. But there was a catch. In the world of the mafia, daughters were a rare commodity. Most families prized sons who could take over the business, which made an eligible woman like Stacy incredibly valuable. Morelli agreed to loan them the money, but the plan fell apart when their beloved Stacy ran off with her college boyfriend, leaving Sawyer and Jennifer in a bind. And that's where Elizabeth came in. She was the backup plan, the girl they would force to marry Mr. Morelli to save themselves. "Honey, I just can't believe he died and sold my baby to his nasty cousin," Jennifer cried, her voice thick with fake despair. A tremor ran through Elizabeth's body. It was not from fear this time, but pure, unadulterated rage. How dare she? Her father was the only person who had ever really, truly loved her. And Jennifer was just standing there, spinning lies, twisting everything for her own sick game. Elizabeth couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to scream, to shatter something against the wall, anything to make Jennifer shut her poisonous mouth. Her father wasn't the monster Jennifer painted him as. He'd protected her, loved her. He'd given up everything to keep her safe. Memories flooded her. Laughter, warmth, the feeling of his hand in hers. And now this woman, this stranger who called herself a mother, was trying to burn it all to the ground with her words. Elizabeth's fists clenched so tight her nails bit into her palms. She fought to keep the rage from boiling over. She couldn't let them see, couldn't give them the satisfaction of knowing they'd gotten to her. But every nerve ending screamed at her to defend him, to protect his memory. Her breath came in ragged bursts, her chest heaving. She leveled a glare at Jennifer, her brown eyes blazing. "You're lying," Elizabeth snapped, shoving herself up from the bed. Her normally soft brown eyes were sharp now, fierce with a fire Jennifer had never seen. "Don't you say one more word about my father. You hear me? Or I swear, you'll regret it." Her voice was strong, but a tremor of rage ran through it. "I will tear your life apart piece by piece until there's nothing left. No one talks about my father or my grandma like that." A flicker of irritation crossed Jennifer's face. She clearly wasn't used to being challenged, especially not by the girl she considered a pawn. The soft, maternal mask dissolved, replaced by a cold glare. "Is that any way to talk to your mother?" Sawyer said, his voice laced with ice. He stepped up beside Jennifer, his arm wrapping around her shoulders in a show of solidarity. His eyes narrowed. "Is that what your precious father taught you? No respect?" Elizabeth's fists clenched again. She glared at them both, her voice stripped of all fear. "I don't have to tell you a damn thing my father taught me," she shot back. "But I'll tell you what he didn't do. He didn't lie. He didn't manipulate people. And he sure as hell never would have sold his own daughter out like you two are doing right now." Jennifer let out a theatrical gasp, her hand flying to her chest. "Elizabeth, stop it!" she cried, her voice dripping with false hurt. "Sawyer is your father now. We are your family. We all know what kind of man your father really was," she added, letting out a long, put-on sigh. Her voice dropped to that sickly sweet, guilt-inducing tone she'd perfected. "And we know the truth about your uncle, what he did to you." Her eyes locked on Elizabeth's, watching like a hawk for any flicker of emotion. "You don't have to pretend anymore, sweetie. You're safe now. I'll never let him touch you again." Elizabeth flinched. It was barely perceptible, but it was there. The mention of her uncle was a shard of ice in her veins, and Jennifer saw it. A triumphant smirk nearly broke through her mask of concern before she wrestled it back into place. "You see?" Jennifer whispered, closing the distance between them. "You can hate me all you want, but I'm still your mother, and I'm trying to protect you." She straightened up, her tone shifting from soft to steely. "But you have to do this for us. You have to marry Mr. Morelli. Your sister took off, and we can't let this family's reputation be dragged through the mud." Sawyer stepped forward, a slick, salesman's smile plastered on his face. "Don't worry about a thing, Elizabeth. Mr. Morelli is a rich man, respected, powerful. He'll take care of you. You'll live like a queen, never have to worry about money again." Elizabeth's heart wasn't pounding with comfort. It was hammering with dread. They were backing her into a corner, wrapping the proposition in pretty words to make it sound like a gift. But all she felt were invisible chains tightening around her wrists. "So you'll marry him, won't you?" Jennifer asked softly, crouching to meet Elizabeth's gaze. "We'll protect you from your uncle. You won't have to live in fear anymore." But Jennifer's voice no longer sounded human. It was thick and distorted, like it was being dragged through molasses. Every word stretched into a slow-motion echo, dark and heavy, pulling her down into the nightmare. "Your uncle." The words hit her like a physical blow. Elizabeth's chest seized, her breath catching in her throat. Just the name held that much power over her. Flashes of shattered glass, drunken shouts, and cruel, hateful eyes burned behind her eyelids. She couldn't go back there. Never again. She swallowed hard, her lips parting. Her gaze went distant, her body rigid with a paralyzing mix of fear and confusion. After a long moment, she managed a slow, jerky nod. Jennifer's sweet smile returned, already satisfied with the silent surrender. But Sawyer stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Words," he said, his eyes locking onto hers with a quiet, unmistakable warning. "I want to hear you say it." Elizabeth's throat felt like it was closing up, but she forced the word out before it could choke her. "Yes," she whispered, the sound so faint it was almost lost in the air. Jennifer beamed, her plan falling perfectly into place. Sawyer gave a curt, satisfied nod. But inside, Elizabeth was shattering. Her voice had said yes, but every part of her soul was screaming no. "Don't say a word unless I tell you to. Not until this wedding is over," Jennifer whispered, her voice like honey laced with venom. She stood behind Elizabeth, smiling at the girl's reflection in the mirror, as if admiring a masterpiece she was about to unveil. Elizabeth sat frozen, her fingers clenched so tightly in her lap they ached. She stared back at her own reflection. She looked like a doll. Her long, thick brown hair had been brushed to a high shine and twisted into an intricate knot. Her big brown eyes, framed by soft lashes, gazed straight ahead, hollow and lifeless. Her lips were painted a stark, vivid red that made the pale blush on her cheeks look ghostly. The makeup was flawless, but it couldn't mask the absolute void in her eyes. She wore a breathtaking white dress, with lace that trailed down her arms and a train that brushed the floor like mist. To anyone else, she was the picture of a radiant bride. Elizabeth just felt like a prisoner wrapped in silk. There was no light in her eyes, no joy, just a crushing silence and the quiet weight of defeat. Jennifer straightened, adjusting the delicate sleeves of her own expensive dress. She gave Elizabeth's reflection one last look, a smile that was all mechanics and no warmth. She touched up her lipstick, her own reflection that of a doting mother. Elizabeth knew better now. Behind the soft voice and designer perfume, there was only ice. Turning to one of the men standing guard by the door, Jennifer said smoothly, "When I give the signal, bring her to the hall. Don't let her run. And make sure she's smiling." The man gave a curt nod. He was silent, dressed in black like the others, the unmistakable outline of a gun under his jacket. He didn't spare Elizabeth a glance before slipping out to get into position. Elizabeth remained on the velvet chair, the wedding dress suddenly feeling like a lead weight. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but her face was a mask of calm. Too calm. It looked like she'd accepted her fate, but inside, something was beginning to crack. The silence in the room was deafening, like the air holding its breath before a storm. Then, a sharp knock. "It's time," the guard said, stepping back inside. Elizabeth rose slowly, her legs trembling beneath the layers of her gown. 2 armed men fell in behind her while another led the way. It felt less like a bride walking to the altar and more like a convict being led to the gallows. The hallway was dim, lined with more stone-faced guards. She could feel their eyes on her, but no one spoke. She was a vision in white, but it didn't feel like purity. It felt like surrender. When they reached the grand double doors at the end of the hall, the lead guard pulled them open. Blinding, golden light flooded her vision as the massive hall appeared before her. It was an opulent space with gleaming marble floors, rich velvet carpets, and glittering chandeliers. Every seat was filled with people in dark, tailored suits and expensive gowns. But no one was smiling. No one clapped. They were all cut from the same cloth. Mobsters, criminals, the powerful, and the feared. And every single one of them knew what this wedding really was. Elizabeth walked forward, her hands trembling as her heels clicked softly on the marble. Whispers rippled through the crowd, but no one met her gaze. The guards flanked her, their presence a silent command to keep moving. And then she saw him. Standing at the end of the aisle, before an altar draped in white roses and twisted gold, was the groom. Her groom. Mr. Morelli. Lorenzo Morelli. He was tall, well over 6 feet. His black suit tailored so perfectly it looked like a second skin. The buttons gleamed subtly in the light. His skin was pale against the dark fabric. His jawline so sharp it looked like it had been carved from granite. His face was a blank slate, unreadable, emotionless, almost robotic. But it was his eyes that made the air freeze in her lungs. They were the eyes of a man who wouldn't blink while pulling a trigger. Eyes that had seen death and delivered it. Yet, under that terrifying stillness, she sensed something else, something caged and simmering. Raw power, pure danger. His eyes locked onto hers, and though he didn't move a muscle, the very air around her seemed to thicken and grow heavy. Her steps faltered. A guard behind her gave a slight nudge, forcing her forward. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but she knew it was useless. Jennifer's warning echoed in her head. Her men were everywhere. She was led right up to Lorenzo. He didn't glance at the crowd and didn't seem to notice her dress. He didn't offer a smile. He just stared, his expression as still as a death mask. Elizabeth stood before him, her heart pounding so violently she was sure he could hear it. She was close enough now to see the impossibly sharp lines of his face, the way the suit stretched across his broad shoulders. He was sin poured into silk, strong, untouchable, the very image of power. And he was terrifying. Lorenzo didn't speak. He just watched her, his head tilted slightly as if studying a strange new acquisition. Elizabeth clenched her fists at her sides. She was standing on the edge of a cliff, about to fall into something so deep she could never hope to escape. The ceremony unfolded like a silent movie, beautiful, perfect, and completely cold. Vows were exchanged, but Elizabeth could barely hear her own voice over the blood roaring in her ears. Her small hands trembled in Lorenzo's as the priest declared them husband and wife. The room didn't erupt in applause. There was no joyful cheer, just an eerie, weighted silence that spoke of power and expectation. Elizabeth could feel hundreds of eyes on her, pressing down like a physical weight. Then came the moment. "You may now kiss the bride," the priest said, his voice sounding distant. Her breath hitched. Elizabeth's wide, terrified eyes lifted to meet Lorenzo's. Her face was pale and still, but raw fear flickered in her gaze. She'd never really been kissed before. And now, in front of 100 dangerous strangers, she was about to be kissed by a man whose face was stone, whose eyes held nothing. She braced herself. Lorenzo didn't smile. He didn't utter a word. He simply stepped closer. Elizabeth's body went rigid as he leaned in. His hand came up, his touch surprisingly gentle as he brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek. Her lips trembled as he drew nearer, his breath warm and steady against her skin, giving nothing away. But instead of claiming her mouth, he shifted. He kissed the very corner of her lips. It was barely a touch, the faint, sterile press of his skin against hers. Quick, cool, and completely impersonal. And then he pulled back. The crowd remained silent. Elizabeth stood frozen, her lips slightly parted in shock, her cheeks burning. The kiss, if it could even be called that, was cold and empty. It wasn't an act of affection, it was the closing of a deal. Lorenzo turned to the crowd and gave a single, decisive nod. The priest announced them one last time, and the guards immediately moved to escort them away. Elizabeth lowered her eyes, her heart aching with a strange mix of relief and confusion. Her first kiss, her wedding day. It was all just a beautifully wrapped nightmare. "She's not Stacy." A voice sliced through the hall from the side, sharp, amused, and practically dripping with mockery. A man stepped out from the shadows, howling with laughter. He said, "I can't believe this. The most dangerous man in the city, fooled by a little switcheroo?" He clutched his stomach, doubling over as his laughter thundered through the grand hall. A wave of gasps and frantic whispers swept through the crowd. Heads snapped around. Eyes widened. Jennifer's face twisted, the polite mask she'd worn all day not just cracking, but shattering. Her hands balled into fists, her jaw tight as she glared at the laughing man. She knew exactly what kind of storm was about to break over their heads. Lorenzo Morelli didn't forgive betrayal. He erased it. Sawyer, who had been a pillar of calm through the whole ceremony, was now ghostly pale. A single bead of sweat slid down his temple as he reached out, his grip on Jennifer's arm a silent, desperate warning. Lorenzo turned his head, slow and deliberate. His icy eyes locked onto the intruder, and though his expression was carved from stone, the very air in the room grew heavy, hard to breathe. Danger pulsed in the sudden, suffocating silence. Then a second voice jumped in. "Oh, you really thought you could pull one over on my brother?" Every head turned again as another man sauntered in through a side door, radiating a wild, carefree energy. His light pink hair was a messy work of art, and his leather jacket was plastered with pins and patches, sleeves rolled to the elbows. His ripped black jeans showed just enough skin to make the old-school dons raise an eyebrow, and his ring-covered hands gave a playful little wave. "What a show. Jennifer, Sawyer," he said, a wide, mocking grin stretching his face. "My brother knew the second your precious daughter Stacy bolted." Jaden, Lorenzo's younger brother. The two of them were night and day. Where Lorenzo was silent, cold, and calculating, Jaden was all fire and flash, reckless on the outside, but razor-sharp underneath. As Jaden let out another loud laugh, several heads of other families leaned in to whisper, clearly enjoying the drama. Elizabeth, trapped in the center of it all, stood frozen. But her eyes were not on the terrified faces of her supposed parents or the cold fury of her new husband. They'd drifted to Jaden. Pink hair? Her lips parted in faint surprise. She liked it. Even in this terrifying moment, her gaze lingered on the bright, rebellious color. She'd always dreamed of dyeing her hair, maybe a soft pastel or something bold and loud like that. But her uncle would have thrown a fit. A small, almost guilty thought fluttered through her mind. She wondered what color would look good on her. Lorenzo, who had been a statue in the chaos, felt his gaze shift. He was not looking at Jennifer. He was not looking at Sawyer, or even his brother. He was watching her. And what he saw made his brow furrow. The whole room was buzzing with tension, but she was just lost in her own little world. Her expression was soft, completely out of place here. Her big brown eyes were not filled with the terror from before. They were fixed on Jaden. Not with alarm, but with curiosity. No. She was staring at his ridiculous, candy-pink hair, her lips slightly pursed and her cheeks puffed out, adrift in some deep, innocent thought. She looked like a bunny. A tiny, wide-eyed bunny dropped into a pit of wolves. What really pissed him off, though, were the questions that barged into his own head. Why was she thinking about hair dye right now? Did she really want to put that stupid color on her own head? And why, out of everything happening, was he focused on that? Her hair was already soft, pretty. A long, rich brown that did not need a single thing changed. The thought hit him with the force of a slap. He blinked. Then he immediately looked away, his jaw clenching. This was not the time for distractions. He had real problems to deal with. Jennifer, Sawyer, lies, and betrayal. And yet, for one infuriating second, that bunny had stolen his focus. Enzo, please, we're so sorry, Jennifer suddenly cried out, stumbling forward. Her perfect makeup was starting to streak with sweat and fear. I swear, I didn't even know Stacy had a boyfriend until she ran off. We were betrayed, too. But we fixed it, right? We gave you our other daughter instead. She's young. She's pure. Elizabeth slowly turned her head, a quiet disgust twisting her features as she stared at the woman claiming to be her mother. Her daughter? This woman was a stranger. She'd never held her, never hugged her. Now she was tossing around words like pure, as if she were selling an object, not a person. I don't like her, Elizabeth thought, the feeling sharp and certain. I'll never like her. Please, forgive us, Sawyer added, his voice low, trying to sound reasonable. This was for the good of the family, the business. We meant no disrespect. For a long moment, Lorenzo was silent. Then he smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was that smile, the one that made hardened criminals feel the floor drop out from under them. The one he saved for right before he tore a man's world apart. Jennifer and Sawyer visibly sagged with relief, their faces brightening. Oh, thank God, Jennifer breathed. But, Lorenzo said, his voice smooth as silk but sharp as a razor, our deal is void. The air in the room snapped taut. Jennifer went pale. What? Lorenzo's smile never faltered. I agreed to that loan on one condition. My marriage to Stacy. His voice grew colder as his gaze drifted to Elizabeth. And I can see with my own two eyes that this young woman is clearly not Stacy. All eyes snapped to Elizabeth, who just stood there stiffly in her wedding dress, her wide brown eyes taking it all in. She looked completely overwhelmed, caught between the hope of being free and the fear of what came next. Lorenzo's gaze flicked back to her face. She was staring at his brother again. Still. And not with the horror or fear a sane person should have. She was still looking at Jaden's ridiculous pink hair like it was the most fascinating thing she'd ever seen. Lorenzo's jaw twitched. She really was a child. Soft. A daydreamer. The type who'd get distracted by a shiny sticker or a cloud shaped like an animal. And now, she was his wife. He didn't like childish things. He did not tolerate them. And somehow, he had just married the most wide-eyed, starry-eyed girl he'd ever met. Lorenzo blinked again, let out a slow, deep sigh through his nose, and turned back to the stunned couple. "Well," he said flatly, "looks like you'll have to find another way to pay your debts." Jennifer's mouth fell open, her eyes wild with desperation. But Lorenzo had already turned away. He slid a hand into his pocket, his voice dropping cold and final. "Take your lies. Take your broken deal. But the girl stays." Jennifer nodded, forcing a smile to hide the panic rising in her throat. Good, he's letting us go, she thought, her lips stretched into a tight, brittle line. He might have put the deal on ice for now, but with Elizabeth in his clutches, Jennifer knew she'd find a way to get her money. She always did. That girl is soft. I can still control her. One way or another, we'll get what we're owed. Meanwhile, Lorenzo's gaze snapped to Elizabeth, and the air around them went heavy and still. "Follow me," he said, his deep voice slicing through the silence of the grand wedding hall. Elizabeth blinked up at him, startled. Her brown eyes, already wide, stretched even wider as his piercing gray gaze locked onto hers, cold and demanding. She gave a quick, jerky nod, her lips slightly parted as her heart kicked into a frantic rhythm. Without another word, he turned and strode down the hall, his steps long and confident. Elizabeth tried to follow. She really did, but her short legs couldn't keep up. Her heels tapped a frantic rhythm on the marble floor as she practically ran, the heavy layers of her wedding dress tangling around her ankles. She tried to match his pace, but he was already several yards ahead, his tall frame moving like a panther, fluid, powerful, and impossibly fast. Her breath hitched as she stumbled, nearly tripping over the hem of her own gown. Lorenzo paused. He didn't turn around at first, but she could feel a wave of raw impatience rolling off him in the tense set of his shoulders. Then, he finally glanced back. His eyes narrowed. She was so small. Her steps were hurried but covered almost no ground. How can anyone move that slow? He thought, watching her take small, panting breaths, just trying to catch up. A muscle in his jaw twitched. Without a word, he pivoted and walked back toward her. Elizabeth blinked, confused. "Wait!" Before she could finish, he grabbed her by the waist, scooped her up in one seamless motion, and threw her over his shoulder. Scattered gasps echoed through the hall. Even Jaden let out a low whistle, a grin spreading across his face. "Well, that's one way to carry the bride," he muttered. "What? Hey!" Elizabeth squeaked, her legs kicking out in shock. Her hands flew to the back of Lorenzo's jacket, her cheek mashed against the expensive fabric. "Stop moving," he commanded coolly, not even breaking stride as he continued on as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Heat flooded her cheeks. Her legs dangled uselessly, her dress bunching up under his iron grip. She risked a peek and saw a sea of mobsters watching her, their expressions a mix of raw amusement and sheer confusion. But Lorenzo's face was a mask, his eyes locked straight ahead. His grip was firm, as if she were just another problem to be handled. She had no choice but to go limp as he carried her out of the hall like a frightened rabbit tucked under the arm of a wolf. Outside, a stunning black sedan was waiting at the foot of the steps. It was all sleek lines, polished chrome, and windows so dark they drank the evening light. It looked like something out of a movie. Fast, beautiful, and completely untouchable. The kind of car that purred with a low hum that promised raw power. Lorenzo descended the steps without a word, Elizabeth still slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The moment they reached the car, a suited driver bowed his head respectfully and pulled the rear door open. Without hesitation, Lorenzo shifted her weight and deposited her in the back seat with the detached efficiency of someone handling a package, not a person. The leather seat was cool and buttery against her skin as she sank into it, her skirt still poofed out around her. She blinked up at him, her heart racing. But Lorenzo didn't even look at her. He slid in beside her with that same silent grace, crossing his long legs. His posture was relaxed, yet he radiated absolute control. He draped one arm along the back of the seat behind her, his other hand already pulling a slim black tablet from his inner jacket pocket. The door shut with a heavy, final thud, sealing them in a soundproof bubble. He was already focused on the glowing screen. No glance, no acknowledgement. His sharp jawline, the relaxed set of his brow, the quiet tension in his fingers as they swiped across the screen. He was a statue carved from ice and shadow. Handsome, intimidating, and completely oblivious to the girl sitting right next to him. Elizabeth sat frozen, unsure what to do or say. Her pulse was thundering in her ears, but after a moment, her eyes began to wander around the car's interior, and her natural curiosity took over. It was so beautiful. She glanced around, her eyes wide with quiet awe. The interior was wrapped in soft black leather, traced with delicate silver stitching. There were gleaming gold accents on the console, an illuminated control panel, and a ceiling dotted with tiny lights that glittered like a private constellation. The air smelled of new leather and a hint of expensive cologne, clean, sharp, and powerful. She'd never been in a car like this, not even close. Her fingers ghosted over the controls on the door, her eyes full of wonder as she took in the sleek buttons and touchscreen. For a second, she forgot all about the cold man beside her, lost in the lights, the luxury, and the smoothness of the seat beneath her. Lorenzo didn't notice, or at least, he pretended not to. He kept tapping on his tablet, his expression unreadable, utterly silent. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw her small hand reach out, her touch hesitant, full of wonder. Her fascination with the car slowly gave way to a dawning reality. Her gaze drifted from the glittering lights to the man beside her. Her husband. She had been expecting someone else, an older man. Someone like her uncle, gruff, sweaty, and dangerous in a grimy, leering way. She had braced herself for yellow teeth, cloying cologne, maybe even a cruel laugh. But instead, her eyes widened, a flicker of something soft and unexpected, a sparkle, lighting them from within. He was so handsome. Lorenzo sat beside her, looking like he'd be equally at home on a magazine cover or at the head of a crime family. His black suit fit his broad shoulders perfectly. His shirt was crisp, and while his hair was a little messy from the long day, it was still somehow perfect. His profile was sharp, like it was carved from marble, cold and emotionless, but impossibly attractive. Her gaze drifted lower, and that's when she saw his hands. He held the tablet in one hand, his other typing across the screen. His fingers were long and strong, with veins tracing paths across the backs of his hands and up his forearms. Every movement was fluid, quick, and deliberate. His nails were clean, perfectly trimmed. For some reason, she couldn't tear her eyes away. He just radiated power. It wasn't just his title or the guards or the cold way he handled everyone. It was in the way he moved, with a calm confidence, like nothing on earth could possibly shake him. Wow, she thought. a warmth creeping into her cheeks as her eyes lit with an innocent admiration. It was the first time she'd really looked at him, not with fear or out of obligation, but with a quiet curiosity. She wasn't in love, not even close, but the dreamer in her couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of it all. Marrying a total stranger, only to discover he looked like a dark prince in a bespoke suit. Lorenzo could feel it, that soft, lingering stare. He didn't have to look to know the little bunny beside him was watching him again. This time, though, it wasn't fear or panic in her gaze. It was curiosity. His fingers stilled on the tablet as he finally cut his eyes toward her. Her gaze was fixed on his hands. He almost couldn't believe it. She looked completely lost in thought, her lips parted slightly, her eyes following the motion of his fingers as if she were mesmerized. A muscle in his jaw twitched. With a short, quiet sigh, he snapped his gaze forward, his voice a low command. "Stop it." Elizabeth blinked, startled out of her trance. She tilted her head, her soft brown eyes wide and guileless. "What?" Lorenzo didn't answer right away. His jaw was tight as he turned back to his tablet, feigning focus. But inside, he was completely thrown. Why was she staring at his hands like they were performing some kind of magic trick? Why did she look so fascinated? And worst of all, why did it bother him so much that she looked kind of cute doing it? "I'm sorry," Elizabeth said quickly, shrinking back a little. Then, with a small gasp, her eyes went wide. "Oh my gosh, I don't even know your name," she blurted out, her voice soft but audibly distressed. "I'm so sorry, sir. What's your name?" Lorenzo's fingers froze on the screen. His stone-cold expression cracked, just for a second, but it was enough. He slowly turned his head, his gray eyes narrowing in sheer disbelief. She didn't know his name? Her own husband's name? He was Lorenzo Morelli, the man who ran half of New York City's underworld. The man whose face was splashed across magazines under headlines like "The Young Billionaire CEO." Every rumor in the city was whispered about him. And this little bunny beside him, the girl he had just married, was blinking up at him, genuinely clueless. And she'd just called him sir. He stared at her for a full 5 seconds. "Are you serious?" he asked, his voice flat. Elizabeth nodded, twisting her fingers in her lap. "Yes?" Lorenzo blinked once. This was his wife, and she didn't know his name. He leaned his head back against the leather seat, exhaling like a man being personally targeted by fate. "Lorenzo," he finally bit out, his eyes still narrowed on her. "Oh," Elizabeth whispered, as if he'd just revealed the name of a rare jewel. "That's a really cool name, sir. I mean, Lorenzo. Sorry." Lorenzo stared at the ceiling of the car, silently asking the universe what he'd done to deserve this. Childish, distracted, and now completely clueless. Only she would dare. Lorenzo sat in silence, still holding the tablet, though the glowing text on the screen had long since gone blurry. His sharp gaze was fixed on the innocent creature beside him. She was now humming softly to herself and looking out the window, as if she hadn't just shattered the most fundamental rule of his world. She had called him Lorenzo, not Mr. Morelli. Just Lorenzo, like it was the most normal thing in the world. No one did that. Not his men, not his rivals, not even his closest associates. His name was spoken with caution, with respect, with fear. And yet, this bunny-faced girl with wide eyes and soft cheeks said it so casually, so warmly, that it echoed in his head long after she'd turned away. Lorenzo. Coming from her, it sounded like something else entirely. He should have corrected her. He should have told her to address him properly, that there were rules, that even as his wife, she didn't have the right to be so familiar. But he didn't. Instead, he just sat there, arms crossed and jaw tight, glaring out the window as if it were the sky's fault. The black car rolled to a slow stop before an ornate iron gate, which slid open with a silent mechanical hum. Elizabeth, still peering out the window, held her breath as they passed through. It was night, but the darkness didn't hide the estate's beauty. It enhanced it. Soft landscape lighting cast a gentle golden glow along the edges of the long, stone-paved driveway. Tall trees flanked the road, their trunks subtly uplit, casting long, dramatic shadows. The lights weren't harsh, but warm and elegant, strategically placed to make everything feel magical, not gaudy. The moment they rounded the first bend, Elizabeth's eyes widened. A sprawling garden stretched out before them, glowing under the low lights. Rows of flowers swayed in the night breeze, their blooms like splashes of moonlight in shades of amber and white. The flower beds were perfectly manicured, and the grass looked as soft as velvet. It felt like driving into a dream. And then she saw the villa. Lorenzo's private mansion rose from the hill like a modern palace. Painted a deep forest green, it almost blended into the night, but the soft lighting that traced its powerful lines made it glow with a quiet authority. Golden light poured from arched windows, and the entire structure felt both rich and serene, the kind of home where a powerful man ruled in silence. Nothing was loud or flashy. Everything whispered wealth, control, and elegance. The car glided to a stop at the bottom of the wide stone steps, and a valet in a crisp black suit was there in an instant, pulling the door open. Lorenzo stepped out first, smoothing the front of his jacket, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. The soft light caught the silver of his cufflinks, making them gleam. Elizabeth hesitated. The garden, the lights, the gentle night air, it was all too beautiful to belong to the same man who'd stared at her with cold, machine-like eyes and slung her over his shoulder without a second thought. "Are you planning to sleep in the car?" he asked dryly, not even glancing her way. She flinched, quickly fumbling with the door handle and scrambling out. A cool breeze brushed against her skin, and she instinctively looked up. Lanterns hung from the trees, glowing like soft, low-hanging stars. Her gaze drifted across the illuminated path, the swaying flowers, and the silent house that stood waiting like a well-kept secret. It was beautiful, almost painfully so. Lorenzo strode up the steps and through the front doors without a single glance back. They swung open for him as if the house itself were bending to his will. Elizabeth's eyes widened. "Wait!" she called out, her voice barely a whisper against the evening breeze. She scrambled to gather the heavy folds of her wedding dress and hurried after him. He didn't stop, didn't even turn his head. Of course, he hadn't heard her. Her voice felt as small as she did. A wave of panic hit her. What if he left her out here? She picked up her pace, her shoes pattering against the stone as she broke into a run. And just as she reached the doorway, he stopped. Just like that. No warning. She didn't have time to react. She slammed right into his broad back with a soft thump. She gasped, stumbling back as her forehead smacked right between his shoulder blades. She winced, rubbing the spot as her eyes instantly welled with tears from the sharp sting. Her nose scrunched, and her bottom lip trembled. She didn't let the tears fall, but they shimmered in her eyes as she blinked rapidly, trying to play it off. Lorenzo slowly turned his head, his expression a flat mix of annoyance and disbelief. She looked up at him with wide, watery brown eyes, still clutching the fabric of her wrinkled dress, her lips pressed into a small pout of pain. She looked like a kitten that had just walked headfirst into a wall. "It's like walking with a ghost," he muttered under his breath. And with that, he turned and kept moving. Elizabeth stood there for another second, still rubbing her forehead. "Not my fault you stop on a dime," she whispered to herself, pouting before she hurried inside after him. The valet's expression remained neutral as he closed the heavy doors behind them. So this was the woman the boss had married. She was different from the rumors. Innocent. Guess you can't believe everything you hear. He'd been expecting someone spoiled, or worse, manipulative. But the girl he'd just seen looked like something out of a fairy tale. Small, startled, and impossibly soft around the edges. Her expression held no defiance, just wide-eyed confusion. Rumors, he thought, as the lock clicked shut. Elizabeth stepped inside, and her jaw went slack. The sheer luxury of the villa made her eyes go wide with awe. The ceilings soared. The floors were polished marble, traced with intricate gold inlays. Everything sparkled, from the crystal chandeliers to the curtains that seemed spun from starlight. This place is 1,000 times bigger than my apartment, she thought, utterly overwhelmed. The thought sent her spiraling back to the tiny, dim house she'd grown up in, with its creaking floorboards and the single, flickering bulb in the hall. This felt like a dream she'd never even known how to want. But as she ventured deeper inside, she noticed something else. Maids and guards were everywhere. They were all sneaking glances at her, trying to look busy, but their curiosity was obvious. Their eyes followed her every move, making her feel like some strange creature on display. Elizabeth ducked her head, cheeks burning, and clutched the front of her dress. Were they judging me? Do I look out of place? Is my hair a mess? Before she could spiral any further, the hushed whispers died. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Lorenzo had stopped. He turned his head slightly, and a single, sharp glare swept over the staff, cold as a winter storm. Immediately, they all snapped back to their tasks. Heads down, steps quickened. No more stairs. "Follow me," Lorenzo said without looking at her. Elizabeth flinched, then nodded quickly, gathering her skirt to hurry after him. He took the wide staircase 2 steps at a time, his long legs eating up the distance effortlessly. She practically had to run to keep up, terrified of tripping over her dress again. At the top of the stairs, he led her into a study. The walls were paneled in dark wood, the lighting was warm, and heavy velvet curtains framed the windows. It was spacious and immaculate, with the faint scent of sandalwood hanging in the air. He turned to face her once she was inside, blinking once as he took her in, staring at everything like a lost kitten. His voice dropped, becoming deeper, more serious. "Since you are my wife, I am responsible for you," he said. "However, there are rules." Elizabeth nodded immediately, her expression clear and calm. A place to sleep and food to eat. That was all she needed. She could handle anything else. More importantly, her uncle wasn't here. She could finally sleep without one ear open. No more shouting, no more busted locks, no more feeling his eyes on her. The thought alone made her lips curve into a soft, relieved smile. Lorenzo's eyes narrowed. Was she smiling? He frowned. What part of "there are rules" had made her look so damn relieved? "Answer me," he said flatly. She blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. "Use your words." "Yes," she said, her back straightening. "Good," he said, turning to the desk and opening a drawer. He pulled out a stapled packet of documents and held it out to her. Elizabeth blinked at it, confused. "What's this?" "Read it." She took the papers and began to read, her lips moving silently with the words. After a moment, her eyes widened slightly. It was a contract, a very detailed contract. They would act as husband and wife in public. In private, they were to live as strangers. She would be provided with a place to live, food, clothing, and a small monthly allowance. She was forbidden from pursuing any romantic relationships. She was forbidden from entering the 3rd floor under any circumstances. It was his private space, and she was not to leave the mansion without his permission and an escort. Elizabeth's eyebrows rose slowly. This wasn't a marriage. It was a business deal. She bit her lip. I guess that's fair, she thought. It's not like this is real. Still, she couldn't help but whisper, not even a peek at the third floor? Lorenzo's gaze was sharp enough to cut. She nodded quickly. I was just asking. Sir? A soft voice broke the silence as the door creaked open. A young maid stood there, half hidden behind the doorframe, her hands twisting nervously as she peeked in. The second she saw Lorenzo, her eyes went wide, and she dropped her gaze to the floor. Lorenzo's head snapped in her direction, his expression instantly turning to ice. His stare was so sharp and cold that it felt like it sucked the air right out of the room. Speak. His voice was low, but it had a dangerous rumble that made the maid flinch. She swallowed hard, forcing the words out in a shaky whisper. Ma'am is here. The moment she said it, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Lorenzo's whole posture went rigid. His face didn't change, but his actions screamed urgency. In one swift movement, he snatched the contract from Elizabeth's hands, folded it with sharp precision, and slid it into the desk drawer. The soft click of the lock sounded like a gunshot in the silent room. The maid gave a quick, jerky bow and fled, her frantic footsteps swallowed by the sound of a voice barking orders from downstairs. Elizabeth sat frozen for a second, her eyes darting from the empty doorway to Lorenzo. She wondered if that was his mother. But the real shock wasn't who was here, it was him. Lorenzo Morelli, the cold, untouchable mafia boss, had panicked. There was no actual fear on his face, but the sudden rush, the coiled tension in his movements, it was a tell she couldn't ignore. Her lips parted in disbelief, wondering if he was afraid of his mom. Lorenzo turned to her, his sharp gaze zeroing in on her. My mother is here, he said, his tone tight. In front of her, we act like a couple. Elizabeth just blinked. Oh, okay, she nodded slowly, still trying to process his bizarre behavior. Let's go, he said curtly, stepping closer. Before she could react, his hand shot out and closed around hers. Her eyes widened. He was holding her hand. When they'd first walked into the house, he hadn't even waited for her, hadn't so much as glanced back. He'd barely acknowledged her existence. But now he was holding her hand like they were some blissfully happy couple. She frowned, glancing down at their intertwined fingers. It was so fake, she thought bluntly, but she didn't pull away. If anything, her expression settled into mild annoyance, her lips pressing into a thin line as she let him lead her along. She was being dragged through a mansion by the most powerful, and apparently mother-fearing, man in the entire city. Elizabeth wondered silently what kind of woman could possibly scare someone like him. Elizabeth walked carefully beside Lorenzo as they went down the grand staircase. Her hand was still in his, but her fingers had gone numb. As they reached the bottom step, her eyes lifted, and she froze. Sitting like a queen in the middle of the living room was a woman so elegant, she looked like she'd stepped right out of a painting. She had flawless skin, perfectly arched brows, and deep blue eyes that glittered like ice. Her lips were painted a bold, precise red. She wore an expensive blue dress that hugged her figure, her ankles crossed as if she owned the world. Her attention was fixed on her long, almond-shaped nails, which were painted a pearly white, as if everything else was beneath her notice. She didn't even look up as they approached. Elizabeth swallowed hard. That was his mother, she realized in shock. No wonder the staff whispered. No wonder Lorenzo tensed up. The woman was stunning, cold, and had a more commanding presence sitting still than anyone Elizabeth had ever met. Mother, Lorenzo said as they came closer, his voice calm. Don't talk to me. The woman didn't even glance at him. Why didn't you tell me you were getting married? She snapped, her voice clipped and refined. Even her anger sounded elegant. And you married Stacy? Have you lost your mind? I've looked into her. Do you know how vicious that girl is? Lorenzo sighed softly. He wasn't afraid of her, Elizabeth realized then. It was the quiet resignation of someone who knew that reasoning with her was a lost cause. "She's not Stacy," he said, his voice a little lower. That finally got her attention. She looked up. Slowly, Laura's head turned, her gaze sliding past her son to land directly on Elizabeth. Her blue eyes studied Elizabeth for what felt like a full minute. Unblinking, unreadable. There was no warmth, no smile, no hint of an expression. It felt like being X-rayed. Elizabeth's shoulders stiffened. Her breath caught in her throat. She tried to look calm, but she could feel her fingers trembling in Lorenzo's grip. Now she understood why he was so on edge. Laura Morelli didn't need to shout to make people feel small. "Come here," Laura said, her voice flat. Elizabeth hesitated, but Lorenzo's hand squeezed hers gently, urging her forward. She took one shaky step, then another, until she was standing right in front of the elegant woman's chair. Laura finally tilted her chin up, her eyes narrowing just slightly. "What's your name?" she asked, her tone as cool as marble. "I'm Elizabeth," she stammered. The name hung in the air for a second. Laura leaned back slowly in her seat, making a non-committal sound. Her gaze never left Elizabeth's face. "Why did you marry her?" Laura asked sharply, her question aimed at Lorenzo, but her eyes were still locked on Elizabeth. Her voice was calm, too calm, but her stare was so powerful, so piercing. Elizabeth felt like she was slowly melting into a puddle on the expensive marble floor. Lorenzo didn't flinch. "I love her," he said smoothly. Elizabeth's eyes snapped wide. His voice was steady, confident. "Stacy ran away from the wedding. That's when I realized Beth is the one for me." Elizabeth felt like she'd just been hit by a pillow full of bricks. Heat flooded her face, and her hands clenched the fabric of her dress. She didn't dare look at Laura, wondering why he would say something like that in front of his mother, and in front of her. She stared at the floor as if it held all the answers. She thought she was going to die. But all Laura did was give that same non-committal hum. Then, without missing a beat, she turned her full attention back to Elizabeth. "So, Elizabeth, do you know what my son likes?" Elizabeth's heart stopped. Her mind went completely blank. She wondered what he liked. She didn't even know his name was Lorenzo until a few hours ago. How would she know what this mafia prince ate for breakfast? Panic swelled in her chest, but she stretched her lips into a small, trembling smile. Inside, her thoughts were screaming. Shouldn't Laura know what her son liked? She raised him. She tried to speak, but all that came out was a quiet, breathy, "Yeah." Laura's eyebrow arched, her stare intensifying. Elizabeth was about 5 seconds from faking a faint when she whispered, He likes the quiet?" Lorenzo turned his head toward her, blinking slowly. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched. Laura, however, remained a perfectly unreadable statue. Elizabeth just stood there, her cheeks burning, positive she'd just said the absolute worst thing possible. "Good," Laura said, her voice finally warming a fraction as she rose and crossed her arms. A glint of satisfaction flashed in her sharp blue eyes. Elizabeth blinked, stunned. She wondered if she had just survived that. She stood frozen, her lips parted in shock, her eyes somehow even wider. The frantic pounding in her chest finally began to slow. She wondered if she was alive. Laura gave a small, approving nod. "Good. I like her." Lorenzo, who had been holding his breath, let out a silent sigh of relief. His mother, impossible to please and even more impossible to argue with,
was finally satisfied. Laura stepped closer and circled Elizabeth, examining her like a prize. Lovely features, polite, an innocent air about her. She'll look good next to my vampire of a son. Lorenzo shot her a dark look for the jab, but Laura ignored him completely. Her lips curved into a placid smile. Now that I have a new daughter-in-law, I'll be staying for a few days to get to know her. She elegantly raised a hand and snapped her fingers once. A maid appeared instantly in the hallway. "Bring my luggage in," Laura commanded, her tone as regal as a queen addressing her court. She turned back to Elizabeth, that same smile fixed in place. "I hope you don't mind, dear." Her voice was soft, almost gentle, but the steel beneath it made it clear this was not a request. Elizabeth quickly shook her head, her nerves rattling. "No, of course not. I don't mind at all," she managed, trying to keep her voice from shaking. Honestly, she felt a little better. Surprised, sure, but Laura didn't seem as cruel as she'd feared. As long as there was no yelling or impossible rules, she could handle this. Besides, the woman was beautiful. Her perfume was rich, and her nails were flawless. Meanwhile, a muscle in Lorenzo's jaw jumped. His mother was moving in? For a few days? To bond with her new daughter-in-law? He wondered if he was the one who married Elizabeth, or if his mother was. He clamped his jaw shut, hiding his irritation behind a blank mask. He wasn't afraid of his mother. Not exactly. But even the strongest men in the Morelli family knew better than to cross Laura. His own father would agree with her before she even finished a sentence. And now, she was here. To spend time with his wife. Lorenzo sighed internally. It was fine, he told himself. He didn't care. He didn't even like Elizabeth. She was just some wide-eyed girl with bunny cheeks and a head in the clouds who hadn't known his name until their wedding day. What was a few days of his mother's meddling? He'd survive. It was just a contract marriage, after all. But as they reached the second-floor landing, things took another turn. "Is Elizabeth staying on the second floor?" Laura's voice called out from behind them. They both froze mid-step. Lorenzo turned his head just enough to answer. "Yes," he said, his voice clipped and final. He should have known better. Laura's heels clicked on the marble as she caught up, her beautiful face pinched with disapproval. "You're married now, Lorenzo," she said coolly. "Stop acting like some territorial bachelor." Lorenzo's expression didn't change, but the nerve in his jaw twitched again. Laura's gaze shifted to Elizabeth, who was frozen in place with wide, saucer-like eyes. "It's time you learned to share your space with your wife," Laura continued, smoothing her hands over her elegant blue dress. "Take her to your bedroom." She said it so sweetly, so effortlessly. Then came the threat, wrapped so beautifully in grace and poise that it was more terrifying than any shout. "If I find out Elizabeth is sleeping anywhere but your room," Laura said, offering a gracious smile, "I will ensure you are unable to walk out of this house on your own." She gave her son one last, satisfied nod and swept past them, her long earrings swaying as she headed toward her own suite at the end of the hall. Silence crashed down. Elizabeth stood there like a porcelain doll, her eyes comically wide. "His room?" she screamed in her head. Did she have to sleep in his room? With him? She didn't dare breathe the thought out loud. Her legs felt like they might give out from under her. Lorenzo looked down at her, his face a stony mask, but the fury burning in his eyes promised murder the second his mother was gone. Without a word, he turned and started walking up the stairs to the third floor. Elizabeth blinked, stranded at the foot of the staircase. Wait, the third floor? She thought. Wasn't that the off-limits area from the contract? She looked down at her hands,
her fingers twisting together as her mind raced. She wondered if she should follow him. He hadn't said anything. Was this a test? Was she going to get in trouble? Her gaze flickered back up the stairs, still hesitating. His voice, deep and laced with undisguised annoyance, echoed down. "Well, are you waiting for a written invitation?" She flinched. "No," she stammered, hiking up her dress and scrambling after him, her feet tapping nervously on the steps. "I'm coming!" The third floor was different. The moment she stepped onto the landing, she felt the shift. It was quiet. Too quiet. The air was cooler here, the lights dimmer. Everything was sleek and expensive, with walls of dark wood, recessed lighting that cast a soft glow, and a long hallway that seemed to stretch into shadow. There were no family photos, no warmth, just polished elegance. It felt like Lorenzo himself. He led her without a word to the far end of the floor and pushed open a heavy, dark wooden door. Elizabeth stepped inside, and her breath hitched. His room was huge, bigger than she could have ever imagined. The floors were black marble streaked with deep gray veins, and the towering windows were swallowed by long, thick curtains. The walls were a rich charcoal, touched with subtle gold accents. In the center of the room sat a massive bed with black sheets, a dark frame, and matching pillows. One side of the room was taken up by a sleek glass desk topped with expensive electronics. The other had a built-in shelf lined with dark-spined books, a few neatly arranged objects, and one locked drawer. It was cold, minimalist, elegant, and it was so him. She stepped in slowly, wrapping her arms around herself. Her voice was barely a whisper. "This is your room?" Lorenzo finally turned to look at her. "No," he said flatly. He slipped off his suit jacket and draped it over the back of a stylish chair. His voice was bone dry, his face impossible to read as he glanced around the space. "This is my brother's room." Elizabeth blinked. "What?" He didn't look at her as he undid his cuffs, his voice completely empty. "I took it while he was away. He's not getting it back." Elizabeth hesitated in the doorway, confused for a beat, then gave a slow, small nod. "Oh," she whispered, her gaze dropping to the floor. "Okay." And just like that, she bought it. Why wouldn't she? His tone was so matter-of-fact. He hadn't even blinked. And the room did seem a little too dramatic, a little too mysterious for Lorenzo. Surely a man that terrifying didn't need a room that looked like it was ripped from a Gothic novel. Maybe his real room is even darker, she thought, completely sold on his story. She quietly stepped all the way inside, her eyes now filled with a new kind of wonder. In her mind, this was now his brother's room. Lorenzo was speechless. He wondered if she had actually believed that. He'd said it offhandedly, expecting her to at least question it, to raise an eyebrow, maybe even shoot him a dirty look. But no. Elizabeth had just nodded, her eyes wide and guileless, as if it all made perfect sense. Was she really that naive? Or was she playing him? He couldn't tell. And honestly, he wasn't about to waste the energy trying to figure it out. With a silent sigh, he turned and walked to his wardrobe, pulling it open to grab a change of clothes. Behind him, Elizabeth was still rooted to the spot. She perched stiffly on the edge of the expensive leather sofa, her hands clasped in her lap like they didn't know what else to do. Her eyes darted nervously around before falling to the floor again. She looked completely out of place against the room's sleek, dark elegance. So small. So uncertain. She'd never been in a man's room before, let alone a man like him. Let alone her husband. While she sat there, locked in a quiet battle with her own awkwardness, Lorenzo disappeared into the bathroom. The sound of the shower running was the only thing that broke the silence. And she just sat there, motionless, feeling like a guest in someone else's life. A few minutes later, the bathroom door clicked open,
and Lorenzo stepped out. His dark hair was damp against his forehead as he scrubbed at it with a black towel, his movements smooth and automatic. He'd changed into a fitted black t-shirt and sweatpants. It was a simple outfit, but on him, it was somehow even more intimidating. His gray eyes landed on her instantly. Still sitting there, still not changed, still staring at her own hands like they held the secrets of the universe. He frowned. "You're not changing?" he asked, a sharp edge of annoyance in his voice. Elizabeth jumped, startled. Her whole body flinched before she looked up at him, her eyes wide and panicked. Lorenzo paused. She was so easily spooked, so quiet, so soft, like a little rabbit. A very lost, confused little rabbit. She stammered, shrinking under his gaze. He sighed. "Use your words," he said flatly, rubbing the towel along the back of his neck. "I don't have any clothes," she finally whispered, her eyes falling back to the floor. She looked like a kid being scolded, her voice barely audible as a blush crept up her cheeks. Lorenzo froze. He just stared at her for a second. Of course, she didn't. Jennifer had thrown her into this marriage with nothing but a designer dress and a signed contract.
Shaking his head slightly, he walked back to the wardrobe and pulled out a soft, oversized black t-shirt and a pair of lounge shorts. Without a word, he tossed them to her. She fumbled to catch them, pressing the fabric to her chest as she looked up at him, her eyes full of surprise. "Here," he said, "wear this for tonight. I'll have someone bring you proper clothes tomorrow." "Thank you," she mumbled. He didn't answer. He just turned away and shut the curtains with a sharp tug, muttering under his breath, "One night and she's already making a mess of things." Elizabeth quietly slipped into the bathroom, her heart still hammering in her chest. She quickly changed into the clothes Lorenzo had given her. The shirt fell past her knees like a dress, and she had to cinch the waistband of the shorts tight to keep them from sliding off her hips. She looked at herself in the mirror, nervously tugging at the long sleeves. "They smell like him," she thought, her cheeks growing warm. When she stepped out, the room was dim and quiet, except for a low, sharp voice drifting in from the balcony. Lorenzo was outside, one hand braced on the railing, the other gripping his phone so tightly his knuckles were white. His voice was a controlled rumble of anger. Even though she couldn't make out the words, the tension in his body was screaming. His shoulders were rigid, his jaw clenched tight. His broad frame was silhouetted by the moonlight, with shadows clinging to him like a second skin. Elizabeth froze, holding her breath. She didn't dare make a sound. Quietly, she tiptoed to the far end of the sofa and curled up on the cushions like a kitten, making herself as small as possible. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew one thing for sure. When he got like that, the best thing to do was disappear. As she sat there wrapped in his clothes, the sleeves falling past her hands, the hem of the shirt brushing her bare knees, her hair still a little messy, she looked tiny, fragile, and strangely, it softened the cold edges of the room just by her being there. She curled into the corner of the couch, watching him silently through the glass door. Scary, she thought. She hugged her knees closer. After hanging up the phone, Lorenzo walked back into the room, his face a thundercloud. His jaw was clenched, his steps deliberate, but his fury was impossible to miss. And there she was, curled up on the corner of the sofa like a small animal, her eyes half closed and her arms wrapped around her knees. She was swallowed by his clothes, which he'd pulled around her like a blanket. "You can sleep in the bed," he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Elizabeth blinked, her big brown eyes widening as she sat up. "No, I can sleep on the sofa," she said quickly, clutching a cushion to her chest like a life raft. It's honestly more comfortable than my old bed, and it's plenty big enough for me. Lorenzo's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening. He didn't like being disobeyed, especially by someone who now shares his house, his room. I said, he repeated, his voice firmer, you sleep in the bed. But Elizabeth just gave her head a stubborn shake and suddenly flopped back onto the sofa, stretching her arms and legs out like a sleepy cat. I've claimed it, she announced with a smug look, batting her big eyes up at him. The sofa has my scent now. You can't sleep here. To prove her point, she even rubbed her sleeve against the cushion, looking ridiculously proud of herself. Lorenzo just stared, speechless. This was the girl he'd married? This tiny, sleepy rabbit drowning in his t-shirt, claiming territory like a 5-year-old with her favorite pillow? He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling his brain cells die one by one. Without another word, he snatched an extra blanket from the closet and tossed it to her. It landed softly on her legs. Then, not bothering to look at her again, he stalked over to the massive king-sized bed, cranked the AC down. He liked it cold and killed the lights. The room fell silent, but sleep wouldn't come. He lay on his back, staring into the darkness, listening to the soft, steady rhythm of her breathing from across the room. It wasn't just her presence keeping him awake. It was her nerve, claiming the sofa, curling up like she owned the damn place. She was even letting out a soft little whistle with every breath, a sound that broadcast just how unbothered she was by the entire situation. Doesn't she even get that it's her wedding night? Lorenzo closed his eyes and took a deep, steadying breath, trying to calm the storm raging in his head. She was clueless, utterly innocent, and completely unfazed that she was sleeping in the same room as a damn mob boss. He, on the other hand, was awake for a very long time. Any news about Stacy? Jennifer asked, her voice crackling with impatience as she turned to her husband. Sawyer sat on the edge of their bed, his face tense and cold, his usual cool demeanor replaced with a grim frown. His phone lay in his hand, the screen dark. Not yet, he replied, his jaw tight. My guys haven't tracked her down. Jennifer let out a frustrated sigh and began to pace. She looked genuinely upset, but an old, familiar anger simmered just beneath the surface. That girl! We spoiled her rotten. And look what it got us, a rebellious brat with zero sense of responsibility. She rubbed her forehead as if she could physically will away the chaos Stacy had caused. Sawyer leaned back with a sigh, folding his arms. Relax. It's just some stupid crush. That boy she ran off with? She'll get bored. You know Stacy. As long as something's exciting, she's all in. The second it gets dull, she drops it like a hot rock. Jennifer paused, her lips twitching into a dry smile. Yeah, you're right. She turned back to him, her eyes gleaming with a strange mix of pride and annoyance. Well, who do you think she takes after? Sawyer chuckled under his breath, shaking his head. Jennifer slowly sat down beside him, her expression carefully schooling into one of practiced concern. When Stacy comes back, she said softly, folding her hands in her lap, we'll set things right. Sawyer glanced at her and nodded slowly. We'll have Elizabeth step aside. She was only ever a placeholder. It was always meant to be Stacy. Jennifer sighed, looking down as if she pitied the girl. The poor thing, so sweet and innocent, caught up in something way over her head. She looked up at Sawyer, a small smile touching her lips. We'll take care of her, of course. Find her a nice, simple man to marry. Someone gentle. She can have a happy life with someone like that. Sawyer's lips curved into a smirk. That'll be easy. She doesn't seem like the type to make waves. Jennifer nodded, her tone warm and almost motherly. She'll understand. I'll be very gentle when I explain it to her. She's not built for a man like Lorenzo. That world would eat her alive. Stacy, on the other hand, was born for it. She's bold, smart, and can handle pressure, Sawyer added. She can stand shoulder to shoulder with a man like Lorenzo and not even flinch. Jennifer smiled, tilting her head slightly. So when Stacy comes home, we'll handle the transition delicately. Elizabeth will step aside quietly, and we'll steer her toward a simpler, more peaceful life. And Lorenzo? Sawyer asked. Jennifer's smile never wavered. He'll see reason. Lorenzo is a practical man. Once we lay it out for him, he'll have to agree that Stacy is the more suitable match. Sawyer leaned back, crossing his arms. You're good at this. Jennifer let out a light laugh. I'm a mother, Sawyer. I know what's best for both my girls. But behind the soft voice and gentle words, her eyes held a glint of cold calculation. Because even when she was playing the part of the loving mother, Jennifer was always 3 steps ahead. Elizabeth slowly blinked her eyes open, the soft morning light filtering through the heavy curtains. For a moment, she just lay there, her thoughts still fuzzy with sleep. The room was filled with a heavy, sterile silence, not the warm, familiar quiet of her own home. And then, it all came rushing back. This wasn't her room. She sat up with a jolt, a shiver running right through her. The air was freezing. Her teeth started to chatter as she hugged the blanket tightly around herself, her eyes wide. The AC was blasting icy air through the already cold room. It was so cold. She dove back under the covers, wrapping herself up like a burrito. Back at her old house, her tiny room didn't have an air conditioner at all. She was used to sweaty nights and noisy fans. This was a rich person kind of cold, the kind that felt like being dropped into a freezer wearing nothing but summer pajamas. She peeked cautiously over the blanket. Lorenzo wasn't in bed anymore. His side was empty, the sheets so neat it was like he hadn't even moved all night. Typical, she thought. Elizabeth pulled the blanket up to her nose and mumbled, "Is this what rich people call comfortable?" She sighed, letting her eyes close for a moment. Okay, new plan. Next time, she was sleeping in socks. Or 2 blankets. Or maybe she'd just sneak the AC remote when no one was looking. She didn't even like this room. Everything was so dark, cold, and sharp-edged, like a villain's lair from a spy movie. The heavy curtains, the marble floors, the black, expensive furniture. It felt more like a showroom than a place to rest. She still couldn't figure out why Lorenzo had forbidden her from coming in here in the first place. Maybe he just didn't want anyone messing up his villain headquarters. But the real problem right now? She was cocooned in a thick blanket like a stuffed caterpillar, her nose barely peeking out. It's so cold, she thought miserably. Why do rich people want to live in refrigerators? Her body refused to move. The cold had turned her into a bear trying to hibernate. Don't be lazy, Beth, a sweet voice sang in her head, complete with imaginary fluttering angel wings. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. It's a brand new day. But before she could respond, another voice echoed, smug and dramatic. Sleep in, her inner devil purred, tiny horns practically glowing. You don't have to cook for that evil uncle anymore. Enjoy the silence. No shouting, no broken bottles. Just sleep. Let the cold take you. Her angel side huffed. What if your first husband asks you to cook? A good wife should be preparing breakfast. The devilish side interrupted with a snort. First husband? What do you mean, first husband? She only has one. The one who's scary and emotionless, and probably sleeps with his eyes open. Still counts, the angel whispered. Elizabeth groaned, burying her face deeper under the blanket as both voices started bickering inside her head. Not this again. She rubbed her temples through the thick comforter. Please stop, she whispered into her blanket cave. It's way too early for a full-on mental war. And with that, she rolled back into a ball, trying to hide from her responsibilities, the cold, and her own overactive imagination. Finally, after battling her inner angel and devil and losing 10 minutes of her life to absolutely nothing, Elizabeth huffed and threw the covers off. Her bare feet hit the freezing floor, and a fresh shiver shot up her spine. She grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around herself like a cape, waddling toward the bathroom. But she stopped dead halfway there. Wait, I don't have any clothes. She looked down at herself, still swimming in Lorenzo's oversized t-shirt and shorts. A blush crept up her cheeks as she imagined showing up at breakfast like this. Then something caught her eye. A medium-sized shopping bag sat neatly on the table by the wall. She hadn't noticed it before. Curious, she padded over to it and peeked inside. On top lay a small, folded note. She picked it up and read, "Clothes are prepared for you. Wear them and come downstairs for breakfast." Her lips twitched into a small smile. Oh, that's cute, she thought. She hadn't expected that. A cold, scary husband who left little morning notes? She kinda liked it. Even if he couldn't say it to her face, the gesture was thoughtful. Inside the bag, she found a neatly folded white dress. Simple but elegant. It had soft sleeves, a modest neckline, and a flowy skirt that looked to be perfectly her size. The fabric felt light and expensive, and it didn't show much skin, which made her feel more comfortable. But when she reached deeper into the bag, her face flushed hot. Underwear? She thought. There were delicate, clean, new undergarments, also neatly folded. She blushed furiously, clutching the dress to her chest like a shield. Okay, he really does think of everything, she thought, completely flustered. Clutching the outfit, she hurried toward the bathroom to freshen up, her heart beating a little faster than before. Maybe today wouldn't be so bad after all. When Elizabeth slipped into the white dress and adjusted the soft fabric over her shoulders, she stood quietly in front of the full-length mirror. The reflection that looked back at her made her pause. She looked pretty, like a quiet little fairy who'd gotten lost in a castle far too big for her. The dress fit perfectly, as if it had been chosen with care. The sleeves were delicate, the skirt flowed gently around her knees, and the neckline was just enough to look elegant and clean. Her long brown hair framed her face naturally, and her skin, bare of any makeup, seemed to glow in the morning light. She didn't wear makeup, not because she disliked it, but because she had no idea how. No one had ever taught her, and it wasn't like there was any in the room, anyway. Still, she didn't feel any less beautiful for it. She stood there for a long moment, just staring at herself. What started as a glance turned into a solid minute, then two, her eyes drinking in the quiet image. She looked like someone else. She looked like herself. The version of herself she hadn't seen in years. After her father passed away, no one had ever bought her new clothes. Everything she wore was old, secondhand, or patched together by her own trembling hands late at night. Oversized shirts, frayed hems, cheap, scratchy fabric. The only truly new thing she'd worn were yesterday's wedding dress, and this one. Her fingers gently smoothed the front of the dress, her eyes softening. "Thank you," she whispered in her heart. Maybe to the dress, maybe to Lorenzo, maybe to her father, who had always wanted her to feel like a princess. She smiled faintly, a soft gloss in her eyes, and then turned away from the mirror. Time to go downstairs. Elizabeth's fingers skimmed the cool railing of the grand staircase as she made her way down. The crisp white of her dress a stark contrast in the morning light. Sunlight spilled through massive windows, casting a soft glow across the polished floors. She nervously clutched a fistful of her skirt, her steps tentative as she headed for the dining area. When she stepped through the archway, she froze. There, At the head of a long, elegant dining table sat Laura. She looked as poised as ever in a silk blouse and pearl earrings, sipping her coffee with quiet confidence. Her posture, her expression, every graceful movement seemed to whisper royalty. And beside her was Lorenzo. He sat rigidly in his chair, a single finger tapping a restless rhythm against the tabletop. His face was a familiar, emotionless mask, but the hard set of his eyes said it all. He did not want to be here. Elizabeth forced a shy smile, trying to calm the frantic fluttering in her stomach. "Good morning," she managed, her voice barely a whisper. Laura glanced up, offering a curt nod. "Good morning," she said, her voice smooth as cream. Lorenzo just dipped his chin, his gaze fixed somewhere over her shoulder. Just then, maids filed in, placing silver-domed platters on the table. As the lids were lifted, the air filled with the scent of a warm, rich breakfast: golden toast, fluffy eggs, fresh fruit, roasted tomatoes, stacks of soft pancakes, and warm, buttery pastries. Elizabeth's eyes widened. All of this for breakfast? Her mouth watered, but a second thought seized her, cold and sharp. How could I possibly eat all of this? Her stomach clenched into a tight knot. She wasn't built for feasts like this. Back home, a meal was a few bites of whatever was available, if she was lucky. Some days, it was just scraps, or a piece of stale bread soaked in water to make it go down easier. Her body had learned to survive on next to nothing. Now, faced with an endless spread, her hands began to tremble. She slid into a chair, trying to make as little noise as possible. Laura and Lorenzo had already started eating, both moving with a flawless, silent grace. Not the scrape of a fork, not the clink of a cup, not a breath out of place. They looked like a king and queen presiding over their court, and she felt like a stray who'd wandered in from the street. "Eat," Laura said suddenly, her calm eyes flicking to Elizabeth. Elizabeth jumped. "Yes." She picked up her fork and took the smallest possible bite of toast. Her heart plummeted. Why was that so loud? She chewed with painstaking slowness, praying the next bite wouldn't sound like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. But no matter how delicate she tried to be, every sound felt magnified, echoing in the perfect stillness. Why is it so quiet in here? Lorenzo said nothing, but she felt his gaze flicker toward her for a split second. Laura remained perfectly composed, giving no sign she'd heard a thing. Elizabeth took another tiny bite. "God, why am I like this?" she wailed internally as heat flooded her cheeks. She tried, she really did, to chew quieter, but it was like her own jaw was betraying her, turning every tiny movement into a symphony of noise. She darted a nervous glance at the two of them, who ate as if they were being filmed for a high-end commercial. So much for being some fairy tale princess, she thought bitterly. She was a stray dog who'd wandered into a palace. After breakfast, Lorenzo was on his feet in one sharp motion, already straightening his cuffs and adjusting the watch on his wrist, ready to bolt. But before he could take a single step out of the dining room... "Wait!" Laura's voice cut through the air. Calm, but firm. Lorenzo stopped mid-stride, turning his head just enough to show his irritation. Elizabeth, still rooted to her chair, looked up, curious. Her own thoughts had drifted. She was wondering where that pink-haired brother of his had gone. He was funny. The absurd image of Lorenzo, stoic, stone-faced Lorenzo, with a shock of pink hair flashed through her mind. Before she could stifle it, a small giggle escaped her lips. Lorenzo's jaw twitched. A sharp, irritated glance shot from the corner of his eye. Laura, however, kept her gaze locked on her son. "What is it, Mother?" Lorenzo asked, his voice tight with impatience. "I'm late." "You just got married," Laura stated, crossing her arms elegantly. "And you're already running back to the office? What about a honeymoon? You're not taking her anywhere?" She arched a perfect brow. "Do you love her or not?" Lorenzo froze. The question, asked right in front of Elizabeth, who was now trying to suppress another giggle, made his blood pressure spike. He gritted his teeth and shot his mother a look that could kill before forcing out a single, clipped word. "Yes." It sounded more like a threat than a confession. Laura's lips curved into a smirk. "Good. Then pick a destination. What's the point of all that money if you never let yourself live a little?" She then turned to Elizabeth, her tone shifting to one of gentle warmth. "Since he's off to work, would you like to go shopping with me, dear?" Elizabeth blinked, caught off guard. Her eyes widened, and for a second, she just stared. Shopping? With her? Like in the movies? She instinctively looked to Lorenzo for permission. To her surprise, he gave a short, almost imperceptible nod. She turned back to Laura and nodded quickly. "Yes." "Good," Laura said, smiling. Lorenzo reached into his wallet and pulled out a sleek black card. It looked expensive just sitting in his hand. He walked over and held it out to Elizabeth. "Use it," he said, his tone flat and unreadable. "The PIN is 00090. And with that, he turned and was gone, not sparing her a second glance. Elizabeth stared down at the card as if it were a key to another universe. "Wait, I don't need this," she stammered, but he was already out of earshot. Laura let out a low, musical laugh beside her. "Don't you worry about that, dear. He has more than enough. You could shop from sunup to sundown, and that card wouldn't even blink." With a graceful turn, she headed for the staircase. "I'll just be a moment. Get ready to go." Elizabeth sank into the plush white sofa, the card cool against her palm. She just stared at it. So black, so sleek. It felt heavy with a power she'd never known. Maybe she could just buy one little thing. She smiled to herself, a real, private smile. There was something she had always wanted. Maybe, just maybe, she could finally get it today. She'd pay him back, of course. She'd find a way. After all, she was very, very good at hacking. And with that thought, a genuine spark of excitement lit up in her eyes. Elizabeth rode quietly in the back seat of the sleek black car, sitting beside a woman who looked elegant even in silence. Laura radiated an air of calm control, her posture perfect, her expression unreadable. She was a woman of few words, asking only a couple of polite questions on the drive over. "What do you do in your free time?" she asked, her voice smooth but distant. Elizabeth clasped her hands in her lap, offering a soft smile. I like to sketch. Mostly faces and little things from my imagination." Laura gave a single, deliberate nod. "That's nice." She didn't press for more, and Elizabeth knew to keep her answers short and sweet. She didn't mention the hacking. Not a single word. That part of her life was locked down tight. A secret weapon she couldn't afford to show anyone. It wasn't because she was ashamed. Far from it. But people like Laura? They asked too little and noticed way too much. Laura then inquired about her education. "I graduated high school," Elizabeth said honestly, keeping her eyes down. "I haven't gone to college yet." "And your age?" 19. A beat of silence hung in the air. For just a split second, something flickered in Laura's eyes. A subtle glint that Elizabeth couldn't quite place, somewhere between realization and calculation. but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, her expression smoothing back into its usual graceful calm. The rest of the ride was quiet. When they arrived at the mall, Elizabeth's eyes went wide as saucers. It was massive, like something ripped from the pages of a fairy tale she'd have to read in secret. Gleaming glass storefronts, sprawling golden entryways, and mannequins draped in gowns so beautiful they didn't look real. Soft music drifted from expensive stores with elaborate displays. Guards in sharp black suits led them through a private entrance as if they were royalty. For Laura, this was just another Tuesday. For Elizabeth, it was a waking dream. She felt like she'd stepped into a movie. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she walked carefully, trying to take it all in. Once upon a time, she used to walk past malls just to peek through the windows, staring at dresses she could never afford and letting herself imagine, just for a second, what it would be like to wear one. It wasn't that she couldn't make money. A few keystrokes were all it would take. But her uncle had watched her like a hawk. Even drunk, he'd check her browser history, her bank account, her emails. He never let her go out without a good reason, never let her dress nicely, and sure as hell never let her keep her own money. And now, here she was, walking beside a woman who could probably buy one of these stores on a whim. Freedom, Elizabeth thought, a tiny smile touching her lips. This is what it feels like. Laura moved gracefully through the grand marble hallways, the soft click of her heels echoing on the polished floors. Elizabeth followed behind her like a small, quiet shadow. They entered an elegant boutique, the kind of place where the mannequins looked like princesses and the price tags on the dresses were higher than anything Elizabeth had ever seen. Her heart raced just standing inside. She barely dared to breathe, let alone touch anything, keeping her hands clutched tightly in front of her. When a sales associate approached, Laura spoke in that same calm, smooth voice. "Bring us a selection in her size." Within minutes, an attendant returned with an armful of luxurious dresses. The fabrics were things Elizabeth had only seen in magazines: soft pastels, flowing silks, and delicate embroidery that shimmered under the boutique's soft lighting. Panic flared in Elizabeth's chest. "Oh, I really don't need anything," she said quickly, shaking her head and taking a half step back. "I already have clothes." Laura didn't even seem to hear her. She simply nodded to the attendant. "Pack these." And just like that, 3 beautiful dresses were whisked away, paid for without a second thought. Next up were shoes, elegant sandals, soft leather flats, delicate heels. Again, Elizabeth tried to refuse, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Honestly, I'm okay. I'm fine." But Laura just gave a single, silent gesture to the clerk. The shoes were packed. After that, they stopped by a skincare boutique, its shelves lined with expensive creams in glowing glass bottles. Elizabeth was completely overwhelmed. These were items of pure luxury, things she'd never even dreamed of touching. By the end of it, a small team of guards trailed behind them, their arms loaded with shopping bags. Laura hadn't said much the entire time. She was calm, silent, graceful. But Elizabeth was starting to sense something else radiating from her. It wasn't just some cold sense of duty. It wasn't just an obligation she was fulfilling. It was a quiet, steady warmth. A kind of warmth Elizabeth hadn't felt in years, not even in small doses. Not since her father and grandmother were alive. She clutched a shopping bag to her chest, walking silently beside Laura, her heart swelling with an emotion she couldn't name. Maybe this woman wasn't the most openly affectionate person. Maybe her words weren't always kind. But her actions? They made Elizabeth feel something she hadn't felt in a long time. Even if it was just for this one afternoon, Elizabeth promised herself she would treasure it. As they walked past another row of glittering stores, Laura's calm voice cut through the air. "Is there anything else you'd like?" she asked, her tone as smooth and even as always. Elizabeth opened her mouth to answer, but before she could, Laura's phone buzzed sharply in her purse. She pulled it out gracefully, her brow furrowing slightly as she checked the screen. "Yes," Laura said into the phone, her tone shifting. "All business now." "Okay." Her posture tensed as she listened. After a few moments, she ended the call and turned to Elizabeth, her movements fluid as she tucked the phone back into her bag. "Something urgent came up," she said. "I have to leave now, dear, but you can keep shopping." She gave a small nod toward the black card in Elizabeth's hand. "Use his card, okay?" Elizabeth quickly shook her head, her hands fluttering nervously. "Oh, that's okay, ma'am. You should go. I don't need anything else." The words had barely left her mouth when she saw a slight change in Laura's expression. A tiny frown creased her brow, barely noticeable, but enough to make Elizabeth's heart jump into her throat. "Oh God, did I say something wrong?" She panicked internally. But Laura only stepped closer, her sharp blue eyes softening just a fraction. "Not ma'am," she said, her voice firm but not unkind. "Call me Mom." Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat. Before she could form a single thought, let alone a response, Laura turned on her heel with that same quiet elegance. Two guards fell into step behind her, her heels clicking against the marble floor as she disappeared into the crowd. Elizabeth just stood there, frozen, the shopping bags clutched to her chest. Her wide brown eyes stared at Laura's retreating figure. A strange, dizzying warmth bloomed deep inside her, a feeling so foreign it almost made her sway. She remained there for a long moment, blinking in a daze, before slowly dropping her gaze to the gleaming black credit card in her hand. Lorenzo's card. The bodyguards followed silently behind her, their presence a quiet shield as Elizabeth walked through the halls of the mall. But she was not looking at the jewelry stores anymore. The expensive dresses and glowing cosmetics did not catch her eye. Her feet carried her straight into an exclusive computer and electronics store. The moment she stepped inside, something in her shifted. Her wide, innocent brown eyes sharpened. The soft, shy aura she normally wore evaporated like mist in the sun. Instead, her eyes gleamed bright, focused, and filled with the quiet confidence that only comes from true expertise. It was the look of someone who had just stepped into a world where they belonged. The entire store was sleek and high-end, lined with glowing screens, powerful processors, and top-of-the-line tech. Only the best. The kind of place where most people did not even dare to walk in. The salespeople noticed her immediately. A small, pretty girl in a flawless designer white dress, flanked by serious-looking bodyguards and holding a black card. The kind of card they only saw in the hands of billionaires and royalty. Their eyes widened for a split second before they schooled their features into professional smiles. One young salesman approached her, nervously straightening his tie and putting on his most flattering grin. "Good afternoon, miss. How can we help you today?" he asked with a slight bow. Elizabeth looked up at him, her back straight, her chin lifted just a fraction. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unmistakable authority. "I'm looking for a high-performance laptop," she said clearly. "Something built for intense programming, multi-layered encryption, and security bypass simulations. It needs a top-tier processor, maximum RAM upgradability, a powerful discrete graphics card, and a heavy-duty cooling system. I also need to customize the internal security layers and have full admin access to the BIOS." The salesman blinked, stunned. This delicate-looking girl had just reeled off specs faster and with more precision than half their corporate clients. "Oh, yes, of course. Please, come this way, miss," he stammered, quickly leading her to a private back office where they kept the most exclusive models, usually reserved for tech giants, security firms, or the rare CEO who actually knew what they were buying. Elizabeth followed, her steps steady, her eyes scanning the models on display with a practiced, professional gaze. As they showed her the best options, she did not hesitate. She requested customizations, hardened security architecture, double-layer encryption, ghost browsing protocols, anti-tracking shields, and specialized hacking tools installed but hidden inside a basic system profile to avoid detection. She even asked for an unregistered serial code. The sales team's polite smiles became looks of genuine respect. This was not some rich man's clueless daughter. This girl knew exactly what she wanted and exactly what she was doing. By the time they were done, Elizabeth had spec'd out the perfect machine. She handed over the black card with a polite nod, her heart beating steadily as a small smile curved her lips. This was her world. Here, she was not a helpless bride or a girl being forced into a marriage. Here, she was Elizabeth, confident, quiet, brilliant. And no one, not even Lorenzo Morelli, had any idea just how dangerous she could be. However, as the transaction was being finalized, Elizabeth's smile faded when the staff politely informed her, "Miss, the custom build will take about 3 days to complete. Once it's ready, we'll deliver it directly to your residence." Elizabeth froze. A knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. She had no idea if she was even allowed to give out Lorenzo's address to strangers. Would he be angry? Would Laura and the head housekeeper mind? Her hands started twisting the fabric of her dress. She did not want to cause any trouble, not when she had just found a fragile sense of peace in her life. "Is there any way I could get it today?" she asked, her voice soft but firm. The salesman gave her an apologetic look. "I'm very sorry, miss. The customization is complex. It's just not possible to get all the setups and installations done in under an hour." Elizabeth bit her lip, thinking fast. Then her eyes lit up. "What if I help?" she offered, tilting her head slightly, her voice calm but brimming with that quiet confidence again. The staff blinked at her, exchanging skeptical glances. How could this girl, who looked like a doll in a white dress, possibly help build a machine that took their senior engineers hours to configure? But before they could protest, Elizabeth had already stepped behind the counter where a dismantled laptop lay open for repairs. With a few deft movements, she pulled her hair into a loose bun and carefully pushed the sleeves of her dress up her arms before kneeling by the workstation. "Just give me access to the base software layers," she said sweetly. "I'll handle the rest." The senior technician, his curiosity winning out over his doubt, handed her a shop laptop. "Be careful with it," he warned. In seconds, Elizabeth's fingers were flying across the keys. She blew past the system's factory restrictions, rewrote the internal encryption mapping, and layered in custom security protocols. She installed hidden applications, all without using an external drive. She modified the BIOS, cloaked the hardware serial number, and even manually tweaked the cooling system's fan curve for silent running. The staff members gathered behind her, their jaws slowly dropping. "She's faster than our senior engineer," someone whispered in awe. "She's not just fast," another added, their voice hushed. "She's brilliant." Elizabeth calmly finished her work, locking the system with a custom security key. Then she stood, gently dusted off her dress, and smiled. "All done. It's ready now." The entire team just stared at her, looking like they'd just found a flawless diamond on the sidewalk. One of the technicians finally cleared his throat. "Miss, if you don't mind me asking, are you with some kind of cybersecurity agency?" Elizabeth tilted her head, her expression pure innocence. "No," she said with a soft smile. "I just like computers." They couldn't wrap their heads around it. She was wealthy, beautiful, polite, and handled high-level encryption like it was as easy as brushing her hair. They quickly and carefully packed her new custom laptop, throwing in a few extra accessories on the house as a thank you. The bodyguards, who had been standing by silently all this time, had watched the entire scene unfold. At first, they'd assumed it was just another shopping trip, another bored, rich wife buying herself a shiny new toy. They had believed, like everyone else, that their boss, Lorenzo Morelli, had been forced to marry a weak, sheltered girl, a naive kid who would not last a week in their brutal world. Now, as they carried her bags and the brand new laptop, they stared at Elizabeth in stunned silence, trading wide-eyed glances. They were beginning to understand just how wrong they were. Worlds away from shiny luxury malls and innocent smiles, Lorenzo stood in the cold, dim basement of an abandoned warehouse. His jaw was tight, his sharp gray eyes staring down at the man tied to the chair in front of him. The man's lip was split, and the floor beneath him was marred by a dark stain. The air was thick with the metallic tang of iron, sweat, and fear. Dressed in a dark dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up and black gloves covering his powerful hands, Lorenzo looked like a devil carved from the shadows. Dark specks dotted his cuffs, but he didn't seem to notice. If anything, it only made him look more dangerous. Cold, silent, deadly. The man on the chair whimpered, trembling. "Please, boss, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to." Lorenzo tilted his head, his voice a smooth, quiet. "A mistake," he repeated, his lips pulling into a sharp, humorless smile. "You call selling my company's secrets to my rivals a mistake?" The man shook his head wildly. "I needed the money. My family." Lorenzo cut him off, his tone low and slicing. "Your family won't need anything when you're 6 feet under." The man's breathing turned ragged, his eyes darting toward the exit as if he could somehow make a run for it. Lorenzo stepped closer, the sound of his boots echoing in the suffocating silence. He crouched to the man's eye level, his gloved hand shooting out to grab the man's chin, forcing his gaze up. "I can forgive mistakes," Lorenzo said, his voice dropping to an almost gentle whisper. "But betrayal?" His eyes went dark, shifting into something far more terrifying than simple anger. The man sobbed, tears carving paths through the grime on his face. "I'll fix it. I'll do anything." Lorenzo leaned in, his breath cold against the man's skin. "You already did," he whispered. Straightening up, he methodically adjusted the fit of one of his dark gloves. And actions have consequences. He gave a single, sharp nod to the shadowy figure standing behind him. Without a word, the figure moved forward. Lorenzo didn't spare the traitor another glance, already turning to wipe his gloves clean with graceful, precise movements. The implication didn't bother him. Lies did. Disloyalty did. As he walked away, he was already closing the chapter. No mercy for traitors. That was the law in Lorenzo Morelli's world, and he enforced it personally. With blood, if necessary. By the time he reached his car, Lorenzo was immaculate, now dressed in a fresh dark shirt tucked perfectly into tailored black pants. A black luxury watch gleamed under the car's soft interior lights, the metal cool against his wrist. He slid into the black leather back seat with an effortless grace, his posture radiating quiet power as he crossed one leg over the other, like a king in his private court. The driver started the engine, and the world outside vanished behind deeply tinted windows. Lorenzo pulled out his tablet. The slim device flickered to life, and he began scrolling through reports, business expansions, confidential updates, investment portfolios. His sharp eyes moved quickly, catching details faster than any assistant. Everything was under control. His phone vibrated on the seat beside him. Lorenzo didn't look right away. He finished the line he was reading before calmly reaching for the sleek black phone. He picked it up, his brow furrowing slightly at the notification flashing across the screen. Transaction alert. Amount: $83,700 debited from your account. Merchant: high-end electronics. Lorenzo's finger froze over the screen. His eyes narrowed. $83,700 for a laptop. For a second, he just stared at the glowing text. He hadn't bought anything today. He was miles from any store. And then it hit him. His jaw tensed. He leaned back into the leather, tossing his tablet onto the empty seat with more force than necessary. That little bunny. She bought a laptop. A laptop that costs nearly as much as a new sports car. Lorenzo closed his eyes and took a slow breath, his fingers tapping a sharp rhythm against the armrest. He tried to suppress the strange cocktail of irritation, disbelief, and something dangerously close to curiosity bubbling up inside him. What on earth did she buy? A laptop that could hack NASA? The corner of his mouth twitched, but it wasn't a smile. He was definitely going to ask her about it tonight, and she'd better have a very good explanation. Elizabeth, however, had no idea what was waiting for her back at the villa. Right now, she was in her own little bubble of happiness, lost in a stuffed toy shop that felt like it was pulled straight from a childhood dream. Behind her, her stone-faced bodyguards followed along, likely regretting every choice that had led them to this moment. They were men used to blood, guns, and dark warehouses, not aisles overflowing with teddy bears, bunnies, and pastel unicorns. Big, towering men in black suits and sunglasses, standing stiffly among colorful shelves of plushies. The sight was so jarring that it sent a few toddlers into tears. One mom whispered nervously to her 5-year-old, pulling him closer. "Hush, they're not kidnappers." The guards glanced at each other, a flicker of awkwardness passing between them. One of them thought with dry irony that their usual assignments involved people who were far less cooperative, and certainly not children. Still, they stood there, loyal and silent, while Elizabeth bounced from shelf to shelf, her eyes shining. Her cheeks were flushed a soft pink, glowing with excitement as she admired the rows of plush toys. There were teddy bears in every size, soft crocodiles with floppy legs, bright plush dragons, and chubby penguins wearing tiny hats. A sweet-faced sales assistant with warm eyes noticed her awe. "See anything you like, miss?" Elizabeth turned, her brown eyes sparkling. "Can I just look around for a minute?" she asked politely. "Of course," the salesgirl beamed. And with that, Elizabeth wandered deeper into the shop, gently touching the toys and admiring each one like it was a precious treasure. Elizabeth's heart gave a small, painful squeeze. "When I was little, I had 6 stuffed animals. Papa bought them for me," she remembered. But after Papa and Grandma were gone, her chest tightened. Her uncle had burned them. Every single one. She blinked hard, forcing back the tears. She thought, "Not today. Today is a happy day." Stopping by a shelf packed with colorful crocodile plushies, she picked one up and hugged it to her chest. It was soft, squishy. It smelled faintly of new fabric and safety. She smiled, a little sadly, and whispered, "Sorry, little guy. I'll come back for you." She set the crocodile back down, giving its nose a gentle pat. After all, she was free now. She had a black card in her purse and a shiny new laptop. And soon, she'd be earning her own money. "I'll pay my husband back with interest," she thought with a cheeky grin, her heart bubbling with hope.
maybe today, she could finally buy a dream or two for herself. Elizabeth wandered through the shop a little longer, her eyes sparkling like a kid's in a candy store. She paused in front of a tall shelf where a big, fluffy unicorn plushie sat. Its mane was a rainbow of pastels. Its horn glittered, and tiny stars were stitched onto its belly. Her eyes went wide. "Oh my God," she breathed. It was so cute. She snatched it off the shelf and hugged it tight, burying her face in its soft neck. It was like hugging a cloud dipped in sugar. Then, just below it, she spotted something even more magical. A soft pink strawberry bunny plushie with long, floppy ears and sleepy embroidered eyes. It had a little zipper that let it fold up into a strawberry-shaped pillow. Elizabeth gasped. "You can transform?" she whispered to the bunny, as if it were alive. That settled it. These two were coming home with her. She carried them to the counter, her arms full, and her smile shy but thrilled. The friendly salesgirl was completely charmed by her pure joy. "They're perfect choices," the girl said, carefully wrapping them in pastel pink bags tied with bows. Elizabeth paid with the card Lorenzo had given her, already planning how she'd pay back every single cent. With interest. And maybe some homemade cookies. Once the bags were ready, Elizabeth turned and handed them to one of the guards. He blinked, then took them without a word. And there he stood, 6 feet of solid muscle, dressed in all black, with sunglasses still on indoors, holding a giant unicorn and a squishy strawberry bunny pillow with a completely deadpan expression. The store went silent. People stopped in their tracks. A little girl gasped. A group of teenagers whipped out their phones. One kid whispered, "Mommy, that scary man stole the unicorn." "Hush," the mother hissed, pulling her child away. "He's just helping it." Maybe, but the guard didn't even flinch. He just stood there, holding the fluffy pastel toys like they were tactical weapons. And Elizabeth, floating on a cloud of happiness, was too lost in the moment to notice the crowd of confused stares. She just smiled and thanked him sweetly, her heart feeling impossibly light. Because for the first time in years, she had chosen something just for herself. Lorenzo sat at the head of a long table in a high-rise conference room. The air was heavy, professional, and tense. His top executives lined both sides, delivering a steady stream of updates, financials, and security reports. One of his hands rested on the tablet in front of him, while the other tapped a slow, rhythmic beat against the table's polished surface, a habit he had when he was deep in thought, or slowly losing his patience. Just as his head of international operations was reviewing quarterly profits, his phone buzzed once beside his tablet. He didn't look at it right away. But then it buzzed again, a short, distinct vibration. His fingers paused mid-tap. He picked up the phone and glanced at the screen. It was a transaction alert. The amount was for $1,270. The description read, "Toy and gift store, plush unicorn and strawberry bunny pillow." Lorenzo blinked once. Then slowly, he lowered the phone back to the table. The executives kept talking, completely unaware that their cold, calculating boss had just been notified that a giant, fluffy unicorn had been charged to his account. Lorenzo let out a slow breath through his nose, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temple with 2 fingers. He thought, a strawberry bunny pillow? He didn't need an explanation. He thought, she's in a toy store, buying stuffed animals with my card. His expression didn't change. Not a single muscle twitched. But inside, he was already planning a very serious conversation with a certain little bunny the moment he got home. After leaving the toy store, Elizabeth strolled through the mall with a soft smile playing on her lips. The unicorn and strawberry bunny were now safely bagged and carried by one of her loyal, ever-silent bodyguards, who still looked like a mafia enforcer babysitting magical creatures. She glanced around, wondering if there was anything else she needed. But honestly, she had no idea what to buy. This was her first real day of freedom, her first time shopping like a normal person. But after the laptop and the toys, her heart already felt full. So, she did the next best thing. Ice cream, she whispered to herself, her eyes lighting up. She headed straight for a fancy ice cream counter, her gaze fixed on the colorful tubs lined up behind the glass. Strawberry, mint chocolate chip, pistachio, cookie dough, cotton candy? Her eyes sparkled. Before ordering, she turned to look up at the towering guards behind her. "Do you guys want any?" she asked sweetly, tilting her head. The guards blinked, clearly thrown. One of them gave an awkward shake of his head. "No, thank you, ma'am." The others followed suit, looking as stiff as ever while trying to avoid eye contact. Ice cream? On duty? Unthinkable. Besides, what would they even get? Unicorn sparkle surprise? Okay, Elizabeth said with a little giggle, turning back to the counter. She ordered a double scoop, strawberry and cotton candy, with rainbow sprinkles on top. As she sat on a nearby bench, happily licking her ice cream with her feet swinging just above the floor, she looked like the happiest girl in the world. After a long morning of shopping, ice cream, and pure, simple joy, Elizabeth got home, practically glowing. The afternoon sun cast a golden light across the marble floors as she stepped inside the villa. Her arms were loaded with shopping bags, but the guards politely stepped forward to take them before she even had to ask. She walked on ahead with a little bounce in her step, humming to herself. It felt like the whole world was finally a little brighter. Without a second thought, she headed straight for the third floor. The forbidden floor. According to the marriage contract, she was not supposed to set foot up here. But then again, Lorenzo had brought her to his room just yesterday, hadn't he? So, technically, that rule did not apply anymore. At least, that is what she told herself as she tiptoed up the stairs. The guards, well-trained and accustomed to orders, did not bat an eye. They just followed her up, carrying her new custom laptop and the carefully bagged plushies. Once inside her room, still as silent and elegant as a dark castle, they set the laptop box on her desk and arranged the stuffed animals gently on the soft black sofa. The second the door clicked shut behind them, Elizabeth let out a happy little squeal. She dropped her purse on the floor, her eyes sparkling as she darted toward her new friends. First, she dove right onto the sofa, grabbing the pink strawberry bunny and hugging it tight to her chest. Oh, you are so soft, she giggled, burying her face in its squishy belly. I am gonna name you Barry. Next, she reached for the pastel unicorn, lifting it up like a baby. And you, she whispered with a grin, are Moonbeam. With playful glee, she kissed both of their faces, first the soft strawberry cheeks, and then the unicorn's glittery snout. Her heart felt light, giddy. For the first time in years, she was surrounded by things she had chosen for herself. Not borrowed, not stolen, not hand-me-downs. Hers. She tucked both toys beside her on the sofa, giggling softly as she fluffed their ears and straightened the unicorn's horn. Then her eyes drifted over to the sleek, matte black box on the desk. Her laptop. Her fingers were practically itching with excitement. She floated over to the chair, sitting down and carefully unboxing it like it was the most precious treasure in the world. Her smile widened. Finally. This was not just a laptop. It was her freedom, her weapon, her secret playground. She glanced over at Barry and Moonbeam, who were sitting politely on the sofa.
With excitement bubbling in her chest, she carried the laptop over to the big black sofa where her unicorn and strawberry bunny sat waiting patiently for her. She settled in between them, crossing her legs as she gently lifted the sleek lid. The screen blinked to life, washing her face in a soft, cool glow. Her brown eyes sparkled. There was something magical about the moment. The quiet room, the glow on her face, the pure happiness filling her chest. To most people, it was just a screen. But to her, it was a doorway. A portal to the world where she actually belonged. She quickly set up her local account, Bellatrix_019, the handle she had used ever since she first started dabbling in code. And then, without hesitation, she opened her browser and typed in the familiar URL she knew by heart. The page loaded, and Elizabeth's whole expression shifted. Her smile deepened, her fingers hovering over the keyboard like a pianist right before a performance. Hackerverse, the largest underground hacker community on the web. Secret, encrypted, and heavily protected. It was a place where people created profiles, took on tasks, shared programs, and earned rep like badges of honor. For Elizabeth, it was more than just a site. It was her real home, her escape. She never took payments, even though plenty of people begged her to. Her uncle used to monitor everything: her room, her computer, her bank account. If even a single dollar showed up out of the blue, she would be in deep trouble. So, she offered her skills for free. Debugging servers, patching firewalls, wiping digital footprints. And over time, she built a reputation. Quietly, softly. The helpful girl who fixed code like it was magic. People liked her, not just for her talent, but for her kindness. She did not know their real names, only their usernames. What she did not know was that a lot of those usernames belonged to legends. Hackers with million-dollar bounties on their heads. Coders who could rewrite AI algorithms from scratch. Ghosts in the machine who could make entire systems vanish in a blink. To her, they were just sweet, silly online friends who sent her funny emojis and called her Bellatrix the Gentle. As soon as she logged in, her screen lit up with familiar pings. Syntax Queen typed, "Is that who I think it is? Bellatrix?" Dark Knight added, "No way. She is back? Bless the internet." Fangs wrote, "Yo, our cutie finally returns. Get ready. I saved a job for you." Elizabeth giggled, her cheeks warm, and gave her strawberry bunny another squeeze before typing back, "Missed you guys. New laptop. Time to break it in." And with that, she pulled the laptop closer, legs tucked under her, her fingers already dancing across the keys. For the first time in forever, she was not just Elizabeth. She was Bellatrix_019. Quiet, kind, brilliant, and ready to shake up the digital world. Elizabeth curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees to her chest with the laptop balanced in her lap. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed into the Hackerverse chat. "I need money. I owe the big guy a loan." She tacked on a crying bunny emoji, plus a little joke about crying in binary. Within seconds, the replies flooded in like a wave of digital concern. Dark Knight replied, "How much?" "I will wire it now. Just give me the number." Syntax Queen typed, "Girl, you need crypto or a direct deposit? I got you." Zero Void added, "We do not let our girls starve. Tell us what you need." Another user typed, "Just drop your wallet address. Seriously, I will throw in extra for emotional damage." Elizabeth laughed, her cheeks warming. She had almost forgotten how chaotic and sweet her Hackerverse friends could be. But she did not want a handout. She was free now. She had her own laptop, her own path to forge. She did not want to just take from them. They had already helped her so much. So she typed back, "No, I am gonna earn it myself. Can you guys send some jobs my way?" There was a beat of silence. Then Syntax Queen responded, Okay, fine, but only because you are being so responsible. Dark Knight wrote, "Got some clean gigs. Pay in crypto. Sending now. Just cracked a bank's firewall. Want to help patch it for their new server? It is a legit gig. Good pay." Zero Void chimed in, "You have got options, cutie. Check your inbox." A soft smile touched Elizabeth's lips as she watched her inbox fill up. Her heart felt light, her fingers were itching to move, and her screen glowed like a portal to a life she was finally in control of. Time to get to work. Time to earn her freedom. Elizabeth stared at the screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard as new job offers flooded her inbox. Patch a bug in Bank X's new firewall. We may or may not have created it. Security breach at a major crypto exchange. Totally unrelated to us, but maybe you want to check it out? This company thinks its system is unbreakable. We disagree. Please fix the hole we left. She blinked. Once, twice. Then she sank back into the sofa, hugging her bunny plushie tight as if it held all the answers. They made loopholes? She muttered to herself. Just so I'd have high-paying jobs? One offer after another from big-name banks, international systems, and private security firms, all offering insane money. And every single one was mysteriously broken just enough to need her specific skills. She squinted at the messages again. They'd even left cheerful notes. A message from Syntax Queen read, "I made the firewall cry a little. Go give it a hug." Another from Dark Knight stated, "Think of it this way. We break it, you fix it. Teamwork. It's not sabotage if it's for a good cause. Like, your lunch money." Elizabeth pressed her palm to her forehead. "You guys are ridiculous," she whispered, a small smile playing on her lips. A warmth spread through her chest. This wasn't charity. They were creating opportunities, letting her earn a living her own way. They understood her pride, her love for a challenge, and the thrill of fixing something everyone else thought was broken for good. She pulled up her coding window, cracked her knuckles, and whispered to her laptop. "All right, let's get to work fixing the world. One accidental disaster at a time." And just like that, Elizabeth got to work, amused, grateful, and feeling absolutely unstoppable. The sleek black car glided to a stop outside the private iron gates of Lorenzo Morelli's estate, a place the elite knew as Villa Noctis. The driver was out in a flash, opening the rear door. Lorenzo emerged. He was dressed in a fitted black shirt and matching trousers, his suit jacket slung casually over one arm. He looked calm, but it was a lie. His long strides cut through the silence with an authority that promised trouble. The villa's massive front doors swung open before he even reached them. "Welcome home, sir," the maids murmured, dipping their heads. At the center of the hall stood Claudia, the estate's head housekeeper, a formidable woman with her gray streaked hair pulled into a tight bun. She straightened her uniform and bowed slightly. "Good evening, Mr. Morelli." His gray eyes swept the hall, sharp and assessing. It was too quiet. The corner of his brow twitched. "Where's my mother?" he asked, his voice low and clear. Claudia clasped her hands. "She left this afternoon, sir. There was an urgent call about the estate in Florence. She didn't offer any details." Lorenzo gave a single, sharp nod, already moving past her. "And her?" he asked, his voice dropping a few degrees. Claudia blinked, confused for a second. "Her?" Then it clicked. "Oh, you mean Miss Elizabeth." One of the younger maids stepped forward, anxiously wringing her hands. "Sir, She came back from shopping and went straight to her room. She's been locked in there all day. We knocked at dinner time, but there was no answer." Lorenzo didn't reply. He just turned, his expression unreadable, and started up the grand staircase, his steps silent but heavy enough to hush the entire hall. The staff exchanged worried glances. The moment he disappeared from view, Claudia let out a shaky breath. "Good Lord," she muttered, placing a hand over her heart. "The air gets heavy when he's like that, like right before a lightning strike." Lorenzo took the stairs to the 3rd floor, his steps even and controlled, but his mind was racing. What had she been doing all day? He hadn't seen her, she hadn't answered the staff, and he hadn't gotten a single message from her. 3 transactions had hit his account. 1 for an obscenely expensive laptop, 2 more for stuffed animals. He was going to get some answers. When he reached the bedroom, he saw the door was locked from the inside. He raised a brow, his mouth tightening into a thin line. That, of course, wasn't a problem for him. He placed his thumb on the small fingerprint scanner beside the door. A soft beep, a click, and the lock disengaged. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dim and quiet. He moved toward the black sofa in the center of the room and stopped, his stride slowing. There she was, curled up on the velvet like a sleepy kitten, legs tucked beneath her, arms wrapped tightly around a giant pink unicorn and a strawberry-shaped bunny. Her cheek was nestled against the unicorn's fluffy neck, and her brown hair spilled over her shoulder in soft waves. And she was smiling in her sleep, a peaceful, untroubled smile, as if she hadn't just blown thousands of his dollars. Lorenzo's gaze flicked to the side. There it was, her new laptop, sitting on the coffee table. That laptop, the one with the absolutely obscene price tag. Lorenzo stood there, silent as a statue, just watching this strange little creature curled up on his sofa. Then she shifted, hugging the unicorn tighter, her nose twitching. She mumbled something in her sleep. "I want ice cream. Please don't take my ice cream, you devil." Lorenzo's expression remained like stone, but inside, a single thought echoed. Devil? Was she talking about him? His jaw flexed. He stared at the tiny girl buried in a mountain of pastel plushies, talking nonsense in what sounded like a candy-coated dream. With the quiet menace of a man who never had to ask for anything twice, Lorenzo reached down and slowly, deliberately, plucked the strawberry bunny from her arms. The instant it left her grasp, Elizabeth's eyes snapped open. Wide, alert, defensive. The fog of sleep vanished, her brain rebooting in an instant. She shot up with a gasp, her eyes locking on him, then on the poor bunny held hostage in his hand. Lorenzo loomed over her, holding the plushie between 2 fingers like it was a particularly strange and possibly dangerous specimen. "That's mine," she rasped, her voice thick with sleep, her cheeks flushing with heat. Her hands automatically reached for it. Lorenzo raised an eyebrow, turning the bunny over as if assessing its value. "Bought with my money," he stated, his voice a low, cool rumble. Elizabeth blinked at him, stunned. Then her brows slammed together. She scrambled to her feet, small but suddenly fierce, the fabric of her white dress swirling around her knees. Her hair was a mess, and her cheeks were still pink from sleep, but her eyes were blazing like a cornered kitten's. "I'll pay you back," she snapped, lunging for the plushie. "Give me back my bunny," she demanded, her hand held out, dead serious. Lorenzo just stared. This little slip of a girl, who mumbled about ice cream in her sleep, was now squaring off with him over a stuffed strawberry. And the most ridiculous part? She was completely serious. Lorenzo didn't hand the plushie back. Instead, he just lifted it higher, right out of her reach. The little strawberry bunny dangled from his grasp, swaying over Elizabeth's head like a stolen treasure. Elizabeth froze. Her eyes widened. "You didn't," she whispered, the betrayal sharp in her voice. Lorenzo's expression was as cold and unreadable as ever. But somewhere deep down, he was curious, maybe even a little amused. And then she jumped. Just a tiny hop, her arms stretched as high as they could go. "Give it back," she huffed, trying again. But she was no match for his 6-foot-plus frame. "That's mine!" she shouted, her cheeks puffing out. He just looked down at her, plushie still in hand, watching her struggle with a flicker of interest. Her cheeks were flushed a soft pink from all the hopping. Her brows were knitted together, her lips pushed out in a full-on pout, and her big brown eyes blazed with righteous fury. He didn't know why, but something about her flustered little face, that fiery determination over something so ridiculous, stirred an unfamiliar warmth in his chest. Was he enjoying this? He shouldn't be. It was childish, pointless. And yet, he didn't lower his hand. Instead, the corner of his mouth twitched. "You seem very attached," he said, his voice calm as he tilted his head. "It's just a toy." "It's not just a toy," she snapped, stomping her foot. "It's my bunny, and it makes me happy." Lorenzo raised a brow. "Happiness comes at a high price, then." Elizabeth glared daggers at him. For the first time in a long time, Lorenzo felt something that was dangerously close to amusement. She was small, loud, emotional, and completely unafraid to yell at him over a stuffed animal. Interesting, he thought. Very interesting. Elizabeth stood there with her arms crossed, cheeks flushed, and lower lip trembling with frustration as she stared up at the devil holding her bunny hostage. She was already tired from jumping, and her heart ached seeing her poor plushie dangling so helplessly. Then she whispered, her voice softer and more vulnerable now. "Please, give it back." Lorenzo stared down at her, his expression unreadable. But inside, he didn't know why, but riling her up was surprisingly entertaining. Maybe it was the way her expressions changed so fast, or the stubborn fire in her wide eyes every time she glared at him like a tiny warrior. He looked down at her again. Cute, he thought, a quiet, private amusement flickering within him. Annoying, but kind of cute. He leaned just a little closer, his voice dangerously smooth. "You want it back?" Elizabeth nodded firmly. "Yes." He tilted his head, the corner of his mouth twitching again. Then, one small punishment. Her eyes narrowed instantly. Punishment? A faint smirk touched his lips as he lifted the bunny just an inch higher, making her huff again. "Yes. Say this. From now on, I won't use your black card without permission, and I'll report all future big purchases like a good girl." Her mouth dropped open. "You're evil," she hissed. Lorenzo's smirk deepened. "And I'm patient, which is rare." She glared, puffing her cheeks out. "That's so petty." He shrugged, completely unfazed. "Then no bunny." Elizabeth groaned, clutching her hair for a second before muttering through clenched teeth. "From now on, I won't use your black card without permission, and I'll report all future big purchases like a good girl." Lorenzo raised an eyebrow. Louder. "I said it!" she snapped. Finally, with clear amusement dancing in his eyes, he handed her the bunny. She snatched it like a dragon reclaiming its treasure and hugged it tight to her chest. He turned away then, the ghost of a smirk on his lips as he walked toward the window. Teasing her shouldn't be this fun. But it was. Elizabeth hugged her strawberry bunny like it had just been rescued from a war zone. She glared at Lorenzo's back, her face still burning with the humiliation of repeating that ridiculous line. She puffed out her cheeks, narrowed her eyes, and yelled, "You're so stingy! You gave me the card to shop, and now you're being petty about it? What is wrong with you?" Lorenzo paused mid-step. Very slowly, he turned to look at her over his shoulder. His glare was sharp. A clear warning. Elizabeth's breath hitched. Her gaze shot to the unicorn plushie on the couch. She scrambled to grab it, pressing both plushies tightly to her chest like shields. She let out a small squeak, spinning on her heel and bolting for the door. Her slippers slapped against the marble floor as she fled the room, bunny in one arm, unicorn in the other. "Barry, Moonbeam, retreat!" she whispered urgently to her plushies as she raced down the stairs like she was getting away from the scene of a crime. Lorenzo stood alone, blinking once as silence settled over the room. He exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. There were no words. Downstairs in the elegant dining room, the long table was already set, warm lights glowing on gold-rimmed plates and polished silverware. Elizabeth sat primly in her chair, hands folded in her lap, pretending to be calm while her stomach growled like a tiny, caged beast. She'd hidden Barry and Moonbeam behind the living room curtains before coming down. No way was she letting that tall devil take them hostage again. The scent of food wafted through the air. Spiced vegetables, grilled meats, baked pasta, fresh bread, and the aromas alone made her mouth water. She heard footsteps, and the quiet chatter of the maids faded instantly. Lorenzo entered. He moved like he owned the very air in the room. Tall, sharp, and dressed in a dark shirt that fit his frame a little too perfectly. He took his seat at the head of the table, composed and elegant, giving Elizabeth a brief glance before gesturing to the maid. The food was served in silence. Elizabeth, trying her best to fly under the radar, sat up straight and waited for him to take the first bite. The spread was incredible. She tried a little of everything. She didn't eat a lot, but she made sure not a single spoonful went to waste. She was used to having little, and every bite here felt like a luxury she refused to take for granted. After a sip of orange juice, she glanced at him. "Where's Mom?" she asked softly. Lorenzo's hand paused as he wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. His expression didn't change. "Work," he said simply. Elizabeth nodded slowly. "Oh, okay." Then, as she picked at a piece of lettuce, she started to notice him. Like, really notice him. His jet black hair, slightly messy but still perfect. The clean, sharp line of his jaw as he chewed. The faint blue veins on the back of the hand resting near his glass. And those cold gray eyes, so intense and unreadable. He looked like a villain prince straight out of a fantasy novel. A thought popped into her head, unbidden. He's beautiful. Her cheeks instantly grew hot, and she quickly looked away. No crushing on the ice cube, husband, she scolded herself, stabbing her fork into a cherry tomato. The second Lorenzo got a call and excused himself from the dining table, Elizabeth let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The room just felt lighter without his intense presence. She dabbed her mouth with a napkin, slipped away from the table, and tiptoed back to the living room. There, tucked behind a heavy curtain, her precious plushies were hidden like tiny fugitives. "Safe," she whispered, pulling Barry and Moonbeam into a hug like they were long-lost friends. Just as she was about to head upstairs with them cradled in her arms, a cheerful voice cut through the silence. "Hey, you!" Startled, she spun around. The first thing she saw was a flash of pastel pink hair, bouncing as if it had a life of its own. A tall guy was jogging toward her, with the kind of bright grin and annoyingly confident energy that filled the whole hallway. His jacket was half-zipped over a band tee. His ripped jeans were definitely designer, and silver earrings glinted under the lights. "Hey there, sister-in-law," he said, giving her a wink like they were old pals. "I'm your one and only brother-in-law, Jaden. Full-time heartbreaker, part-time chaos machine, and, as of now, your favorite person in this family." Elizabeth blinked, and blinked again. Her arms tightened around her stuffed bunny instinctively. "Your hair looks like cotton candy," she blurted out, the thought tumbling past the rest of his grand introduction. Jaden paused for a beat. Then he threw his head back and laughed. "I like you already." Just then, Lorenzo stepped back into the hallway, his call finished. His expression was as calm and frosted over as ever while he scrolled through something on his tablet, not bothering to look up until a loud, overly cheerful voice echoed through his house. His eyes lifted just in time to see Jaden, in all his pink-haired glory, leaning way too close to Elizabeth. She was standing there clutching her plushies like they were sacred relics. And then he heard her say it. "Your hair looks like cotton candy." Lorenzo froze mid-step. A muscle in his jaw twitched. His fingers tightened ever so slightly on the edge of his tablet. Without a word, he turned his face away, his expression unreadable, but a strange, cold sharpness had settled in his gaze. He started walking with long, purposeful strides, but paused when he realized Jaden wasn't following. He didn't like being ignored, especially not by his brother, not with that tone in his voice. Lorenzo glanced back over his shoulder, his own voice dropping several degrees. "Jaden?" The temperature in the hallway seemed to plummet. "Sorry, sis. Movie night next time." Jaden grinned, shooting Elizabeth another wink like a thief stealing hearts in broad daylight. Elizabeth, a little shy but sweet, raised a small hand to wave goodbye. "Okay," she said with a soft smile. Jaden gave a lazy salute and sauntered off, hands shoved in his pockets, whistling a tuneless melody. Lorenzo, who had watched the entire exchange from a distance, looked like his very soul had been offended. His jaw was clenched, a nerve in his temple pulsed, and his perfectly composed face had cracked into a look that could make a thunderstorm seem mild. Jaden had crossed a line, and that smile Elizabeth gave him? Unacceptable. As Elizabeth innocently turned and started up the stairs to the 3rd floor, her mind circled back to something. So, this was Jaden's floor? She blinked. But Jaden seemed like the type of person who loved strawberry milk, bright pink, and pure chaos. His room would probably be filled with neon signs and strobe lights. Her steps slowed. Her cheeks puffed out as it dawned on her. Lorenzo had lied to her. That cold-faced man could make jokes? Lame jokes, she muttered, her eyes wide. He told me this was Jaden's floor, but it's really his? She stomped into the bedroom with dramatic flair. Without a word, she marched to the bed, flopped down with her plushies, and snatched one of Lorenzo's enormous pillows. She hugged it tightly at first. It was firm, heavy, and smelled just like him. A clean, crisp scent. She gave it a light kick. Stupid, cold liar. The pillow flopped onto its side. It looked kind of sad. Her expression softened. "Oh no, sorry, Mr. Pillow," she whispered, picking it up gently as if it had feelings. "I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at your scary owner." She gave it a quick kiss on the corner and tucked it beside her plushies, officially making it part of the team. Because in Elizabeth's world, everything had a soul. And Mr. Pillow had just been adopted. Suddenly remembering she had work to do, Elizabeth sat up, leaving her dreamy world of plushies and pillows behind. She grabbed her laptop and opened it, The screen's glow illuminated her delicate features as she sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes sharp and focused, a stark contrast to her usual soft demeanor. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. The more she dug, the angrier she felt. Her so-called mother, Jennifer, was officially married to a man named Sawyer, an underground mafia boss who wore expensive suits by day and ran illegal empires by night. And Jennifer was hardly an innocent bystander. She had her own crew, hidden connections, and people who did her dirty work, no questions asked. She played the part of a high society darling while making sure her enemies simply vanished. And then there was Stacy. Beautiful, sure. But behind that picture-perfect face was a dark, twisted streak. Private forums were filled with stories, anonymous accounts of how Stacy had mistreated or humiliated other girls for being prettier, for wearing something she didn't like, or just for laughing too loud near her. As for the boy she'd run off with, a struggling actor, young, charming, and broke, currently shacked up with Stacy in some hidden apartment, playing house. Elizabeth's fingers slowed to a stop. A soft, shaky sigh escaped her. So, this was her real family? She had always imagined her mother as someone with a gentle smile and a soothing voice, with eyes that held the warmth of spring. Someone whose hair fell in soft waves and whose heart could calm a storm. Instead, she got Jennifer, a woman who had used her like a pawn in a game. Elizabeth sniffled, wiping at her eyes impatiently. "I'm not crying," she muttered, blinking hard against the ache in her chest. "It's just dust from the laptop." Just then, the door swung open. Elizabeth sat up straight, instantly on alert. But she relaxed a little when she saw it was just Lorenzo, radiating his usual icy aura as he walked in. He didn't look at her at first. He placed his phone on the nightstand and rolled his neck as if shaking off a long day. Then his eyes landed on the bed. Specifically, on Barry, Moonbeam, and Mr. Pillow, all lined up neatly on his side as if they owned the place. His expression darkened instantly. A storm cloud gathered over his handsome features. Elizabeth gulped. Lorenzo's cold, gray eyes locked onto the plushie invasion, then drifted slowly to her. She was frozen on the sofa like a guilty squirrel caught hoarding nuts. His gaze was sharp, silent, and very clearly not in the mood for stuffed animals named Barry and Moonbeam. Elizabeth shivered under the weight of that look. Then she remembered. He lied to her. A flash of heat sparked in her eyes. "You lied to me!" she yelled, her voice coming out higher than she expected. Her cheeks puffed out, her eyes glaring like an angry kitten trying to roar at a lion. Lorenzo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his otherwise stoic expression. "You said this was your brother's room," she huffed, "and I believed you. But it's your room. You tricked me. What are you, some kind of mafia boss or just a prankster with a terrible sense of humor?" Lorenzo's jaw tightened. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking weary. He was not used to being yelled at, especially not by the little rabbit of a girl currently perched on his sofa. He crossed his arms slowly. "You believed it. That's on you." "Let's talk," Lorenzo said, his voice deep and controlled. He gestured to the sofa, and Elizabeth, her burst of courage fizzling out, quietly sat back down. She perched on the edge of the cushion, her back ramrod straight. "I've arranged for a guest room for you on the second floor," he began, watching her face, expecting a protest or at least a pout. Instead, her eyes lit up like he'd just handed her a winning lottery ticket. "Really? Thank you," she chirped, a sweet, genuine smile spreading across her face. Lorenzo frowned, thrown off. He continued, his tone firmer this time. "You are not to interfere in my life. What I do, who I meet, none of it is your concern. He said it with a finality that would have crushed most people. But Elizabeth just nodded politely, as if he were going over a syllabus. Okay. And in 1 year, he added, his eyes sharp, trying to get a reaction, we will get a divorce. This time, he expected a flinch, a sad look, maybe even the start of tears. But Elizabeth just blinked, then nodded again. In fact, was that a sparkle of excitement in her eye? Lorenzo's expression curdled with confusion. He leaned back slightly, completely baffled. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was already doing the math. 1 year is 12 months. If she picked up 2 freelance hacking jobs a month, saved all her money, and maybe learned to bake well enough to open an online shop. Yes, by then, she'd be a rich woman. Rich enough, maybe, to buy a small house. A pink one, with a garden and blazing fast Wi-Fi. She glanced at Lorenzo. Of course, she thought with a surge of pride. I'll pay my husband back. He deserves a little something for his trouble. She smiled at the thought. Lorenzo just stared at her. For the first time, he wasn't entirely sure who was divorcing whom. Elizabeth stepped into her new room on the 2nd floor, and the moment her feet sank into the plush white rug, her face lit up. It wasn't as massive as Lorenzo's dark, imposing suite upstairs. But this room, this was all hers. Simple, bright, warm. The walls were a soft cream with a hint of peach. A large window and a small bookshelf stood in the corner next to a cozy desk. Her plushies, Berry and Moonbeam, sat proudly on the bed like tiny, loyal sentinels. Her laptop was waiting on the side table. No more pressure from the 3rd floor. No more walking on eggshells. She did a little twirl, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Then, her eyes landed on the wardrobe. Curious, she pulled it open and gasped. Inside were rows of brand new clothes, all in her size. There were dresses in soft fabrics and pastel colors, cozy pajama sets, and even delicate accessories hanging neatly in the drawers. A small tag on one of the hangers simply read, "From Laura." A warmth bloomed in her chest. She found more clothes, too. These ones Lorenzo must have picked out. She paused, blinking at a few dresses that looked way too expensive for just hanging around the house. She hugged a soft cardigan to her chest and sighed happily. He's really not that bad, she whispered to herself. Strict? For sure. Always frowning? Definitely. And his voice was cold, like some villain from a detective movie. But he didn't kick her out. He gave her food, clothes, a room, a black card. Even if he glared at her like she'd committed a federal crime every time she smiled, deep down, he had to be a good and gentle boy, she concluded, a small smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, far, far away on the 3rd floor, if Lorenzo ever heard himself described as a good and gentle boy, he would probably short-circuit, or maybe sue her for defamation. But for now, Elizabeth was safe in her bright new room, already plotting how to be nice to her scary husband, as if he were a misunderstood stray cat she'd found in the rain. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the white curtains as Elizabeth stretched under her cozy blanket, letting out a contented sigh. It was the first time she'd slept soundly in years. No slamming doors, no listening for angry footsteps, no cold glares from Jennifer or slurred shouting from her uncle. Just silence. Just safety. Just a soft bed with her plushies snuggled up on either side of her. She sat up, rubbed the sleep from her eyes, and whispered with a grin, "Today, I'm going to thank my good husband." She giggled, imagining the awkward look on his face if she said it to him directly. Maybe she'd even bake him cookies later. He deserved it for the room and all the pretty clothes. She changed into a fresh dress, cream-colored with little daisies embroidered on the sleeves, and patted down the stairs with a new spring in her step. In the hallway, she spotted Claudia, the ever-elegant butler who was folding towels into impossibly perfect shapes. "Aunt Claudia," Elizabeth beamed. "Good morning." "Good morning, dear," Claudia smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling at the sight of the cheerful girl. "Did you sleep well?" "Like a princess," Elizabeth chirped. "I was looking for, well, my husband. I want to thank him. Is he still upstairs?" Claudia blinked, her smile softening. "Oh, child, didn't anyone tell you?" "Tell me what?" Elizabeth asked. "Mr. Morelli left early this morning," she said gently. "He's on a business trip. He'll likely be gone for a few weeks." Elizabeth froze. "Weeks?" She blinked, her mind scrambling to catch up. Just like that? She hadn't even gotten to say thank you, or offer him cookies. Her shoulders slumped and her lips formed a small pout. She had so many questions. Like, how was she supposed to pay him back for the card? Or even just say thanks now? Still, a small smile found its way back to her lips. "Okay," she said softly. "I'll just thank him when he gets back, then." She glanced up toward the third floor, hugging her plushie a little tighter. Claudia watched her for a moment, seeing the innocent confusion on her face. The girl really did look like a baby deer, all big brown eyes and gentle spirit, completely oblivious to the vipers that slithered through a place like this. She's too innocent for this world, Claudia thought with a silent sigh. She couldn't fathom why Mr. Morelli would leave a girl like this all alone in the lion's den. He might be powerful, but emotionally, he was as available as a block of ice. Just as the morning calm settled, a voice sliced through the hallway. "Enzo, darling! Where are you?" The sharp click-clack of heels announced the woman's arrival before she even appeared. Elizabeth blinked, confused. A tall woman swept into view like she owned the place. She wore a black designer dress that stopped high on her thighs, showing off long, toned legs. Her makeup was sharp, her lips a slash of deep red, and her dark hair fell like a stormy curtain behind her. She stopped dead the moment her eyes landed on Elizabeth. Her smile was instant, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Oh, a guest?" Claudia's jaw tightened. Elizabeth, however, just tilted her head. "Hello." Alice DiCaprio, the famous actress, queen of the small screen and tabloid headlines. She came from a powerful family, had legions of fans, and was, by her own account, the self-proclaimed fiancé of Lorenzo Morelli. The only problem? Lorenzo had never once acknowledged the claim. But that didn't stop Alice from telling the world she was his future wife, his lover, his everything. And thanks to her family's clout, killer looks, and media-savvy charm, most people bought it. That was just showbiz. Her eyes narrowed, raking over Elizabeth from head to toe. The pastel dress, the scrubbed clean face, the house slippers, and the stuffed animal that looked like it belonged in a nursery. She knew exactly who Elizabeth was. "You must be the new maid," she said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Elizabeth blinked again. "No, I'm Elizabeth, Lorenzo's wife." Alice's face twitched, and for the first time, Elizabeth looked at the glamorous woman and asked, with genuine curiosity, "Are you the chef?" Claudia whipped around, desperately trying to disguise a laugh as a cough. Alice's smile faltered for half a second, just long enough for the crack in her perfect mask to show. She wondered, did she just ask if I'm the chef? She recovered with a low, condescending chuckle. "Oh no, sweetheart," she purred, stalking closer on those impossibly high heels. "I don't do domestic work.
I leave that to people who know how to boil an egg. Elizabeth blinked. Oh, I know how to boil an egg. Of course you do, Alice cooed, the sugar in her voice laced with venom. That's what simple little girls do best, isn't it? Stay home, boil eggs, and cuddle their stuffed animals.
She glanced down at the bunny in Elizabeth's arms with a dramatic sigh. And call that a life. Elizabeth tilted her head. But stuffed animals are soft and loyal. Unlike some people. Alice's eye twitched. Claudia had to turn away again, her shoulders shaking. Oh, honey, Alice said, stepping right into Elizabeth's personal space, towering over her like a predator sizing up its prey. Do you have any idea who I am? No, Elizabeth said honestly, her brows furrowing. But I think I saw your face once. On TV. In the background of something. Alice let out a sharp, offended hiss of air. I am Alice DiCaprio, she seethed, her smile completely gone. And everyone in this city knows I was supposed to marry Lorenzo. This little Cinderella fantasy of yours? It won't last. The second he gets bored of that dumb, doe-eyed look, he'll toss you out on the street. Elizabeth clutched her bunny tighter, but her innocent gaze remained steady. Oh, but if he throws me out, can I keep the room? And the bunny? She asked sweetly. Alice's mouth fell open. You little... She leaned in, her eyes narrowed into slits. Listen to me carefully, you clueless little brat. You might be his wife on paper, but that man is mine. And if you ever try to act like you're more than a temporary charity case, I will make you disappear from this city without a trace. Elizabeth blinked. Oh, that sounds like a lot of effort. Alice froze. What? I mean, Elizabeth tilted her head, looking genuinely puzzled. If you don't like me, you don't have to talk to me. I didn't even know you were mad. Alice stood there for a second, stunned into silence, then scoffed and flipped her hair over her shoulder. Enjoy your fairy tale while it lasts, she snapped, turning on her heel and storming away, her stilettos clacking like angry little gunshots on the marble floor. Elizabeth turned to Claudia, her expression adorably baffled. Why is she so mad at me? Claudia patted her shoulder, a soft, knowing smile on her face. Because, dear, you exist. And some people can't stand it when someone else shines without even trying. Elizabeth nodded slowly, not quite getting it. But she was glad she still had her bunny and her room. Hugging her plushie close like a tiny, fluffy soldier, Elizabeth huffed softly as she climbed the stairs. She didn't fully understand why the tall woman with the scary lipstick hated her so much, but there was one thing she knew how to do: use a laptop. And if this woman wanted to glare and hiss like a cartoon villain, then Elizabeth had every right to do a little digging. Knowledge, after all, was power. And Elizabeth was very good at quietly gathering it. She slipped back into her room, clicked the door shut, and whispered to her stuffed animal. All right, Bunny. Operation Angry Lipstick Lady is a go. Elizabeth sat cross-legged on the bed, her laptop propped in front of her, the screen casting a cool glow on her face. Her expression was calm, but a quiet focus had sharpened her brown eyes. Alice DiCaprio, she typed into the search bar. Instantly, the screen filled with results. Photos, news articles, tabloid gossip, social media profiles, filmographies. Elizabeth's fingers flew across the keyboard as she scrolled, and with every click, her expression shifted from confusion to surprise, then to a flicker of annoyance. Oh, she really was everywhere, she muttered. Drama series, magazine covers, scandals, and the whole time, She was claiming to be dating Lorenzo? She raised an eyebrow. I don't see a single picture of them together where he's even smiling. She paused, then switched over to a private database, tapping into back-end entertainment files and investor listings. And then she saw it. Alice DiCaprio was tied to a media company owned by Lorenzo's aunt. Contracts, promotions, rumors planted to protect the brand. Even staged paparazzi photos. Elizabeth leaned back, folding her arms across her chest. I don't like her, Alice huffed, crossing her long legs as she took a dramatic sip of wine. She was lounging in a private VIP room, all expensive furniture and low golden light. She's rude, popping up everywhere with that innocent little face of hers. Beside her on a deep leather couch, Aaron Benson looked like he just stepped off a runway in dark, tailored slacks and a crisp black shirt, a silver chain peeking from his collar. His dark hair was slicked back, and his expression was a lazy, sharp mask, unreadable, tightening just slightly as he took a slow sip of his whiskey. Some nobody, he said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. She doesn't deserve to be on Enzo's arm. He leaned back, resting one ankle over his knee. Enzo's not the type to bring home some clueless girl unless he has a reason, which makes this whole thing even more suspicious. Across the room, Zane Wang, their calm and observant friend, was lounging on a curved chair. He only wore glasses to read, but his eyes missed nothing. He ran a hand through his soft, ash-blonde hair and tapped his tablet thoughtfully. I checked. No official background. No major family connections. She's young, quiet, almost suspiciously so. He paused. But there's something odd in her records. What kind of odd? Aaron asked, his gaze sharpening. Too clean, Zane said with a faint smile. No social media, no digital footprint. Either she's a ghost, or someone's very good at hiding things. The third man, Christopher Rowan, leaned forward with interest. Dressed casually, with messy hair and a grin that fooled most people, he asked, So you're saying she might be playing us? She might be, Zane replied. Or she might be exactly what she looks like, a simple little wife. Alice scoffed. Please, that girl? She was clutching a stuffed rabbit like it was a designer handbag. She looked at me like I was a crumpled-up receipt. Aaron raised an eyebrow. And yet, Enzo married her. She's temporary, Alice snapped, swirling her wine. Once Stacy is back, I'm sure that little charity case will be kicked to the curb. Zane leaned back with a thoughtful hum. Be careful, Alice. Enzo doesn't make emotional decisions. If he married her, even as part of a deal, he's already 3 steps ahead. Alice's red lips curled into a smirk. Then I'll just have to be 5. She leaned closer to Aaron, her voice dropping to an intimate, bitter whisper. If Lorenzo really wanted to get married, he didn't have to pick her, she said, flicking her dark hair over her shoulder. He knows I've always been ready. Aaron watched her over the rim of his glass. You mean you would have married him? Of course I would have, Alice said with a cold laugh. I've known him for years. I've stood by his side in public. Our social circles, our families, it's a perfect match. And he goes and picks some nobody who probably doesn't even know how to hold a wine glass properly. Christopher, lounging nearby, glanced up with amusement. Maybe that's the charm. Maybe she looks like she wouldn't bite. She wouldn't bite, Alice said through clenched teeth. But she's clinging, pretending to be innocent. But it's an act. I see it. She's trying to trap him. Zane looked up from his tablet. You sound jealous. I'm not jealous, Alice snapped. I'm offended. Then, her voice turning sickly sweet, she added, If Enzo had just said the word, I would have married him that day. Red dress or white, church or courthouse. But he didn't. She swirled her wine, her gaze darkening. He picked her. I don't know why, but I'm going to find out. Sighing, Christopher pulled out his phone and hit Lorenzo's contact. All right, let's just get this over with. I want to know when we get to meet her. He waited. No answer. He hit call again. This time, after 2 rings, Lorenzo picked up. What? Christopher grinned. Finally. So, when are you going to introduce us to your lovely new wife? There was a beat of silence on the other end. Then Lorenzo's voice came through, flat and uninterested. Later. Christopher leaned back. Come on, man. We're your best friends. What's with all the secrecy? She's not ready for you idiots yet. Aaron barked a laugh from the couch. Christopher smirked. Fair enough. Just don't expect us to wait forever. Lorenzo's voice dropped, colder still. Don't expect anything. The call ended. Christopher lowered his phone and looked at the others. He said later. Aaron chuckled. Classic Enzo. Alice said nothing, her jaw tight as she stared into her untouched glass of wine. Lorenzo didn't have time to think about Elizabeth. Right then, he was standing inside a private control room at one of his hidden ports on the southern coast, surrounded by glowing screens, encrypted maps, and his most trusted men. His gray eyes were locked on a digital map where a single dot crept across international waters toward a private, off-the-radar island under his control. Status? He asked, his voice low and sharp. Entering the restricted zone, one of his men reported, fingers flying across a keyboard. Military patrols are 2 knots west. If we stick to the plan, we'll stay off their scope. Lorenzo gave a clipped nod. He didn't flinch. He didn't doubt. This wasn't just another shipment. It was worth millions. But more importantly, it held weapons and prototypes that weren't supposed to exist. The kind of hardware governments only whispered about. Getting caught meant war. But Lorenzo Morelli didn't lose. Activate the blind signal. Kill the satellite sync for the next 7 minutes, he ordered. And if a single patrol boat so much as turns our way, you sink the shipment before they get close. It cannot fall into anyone's hands. Yes, sir. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the dot as it crawled across the digital ocean. The air in the room was thick with tension. His posture was calm, but everyone there knew that one mistake meant heads would roll. The charged silence was broken by a flashing red alert on one of the monitors. Sir? A voice called out, laced with urgency. We have a problem. Patrol drone detected. Government surveillance. Flying closer than projected. It's off its predicted route. Lorenzo's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but his expression remained impassive. How far? 5 kilometers in closing. Shut down all non-essential transmissions. Now. If it picks up a signal, we're exposed. Yes, sir. His second in command, Marco, leaned in. Should we redirect the vessel? Lorenzo's eyes narrowed on the map. No. Redirecting costs us time, and time is a risk. We don't move. Let it come. Marco hesitated. And if they see us? Lorenzo turned his head slowly, and the room seemed to freeze under the weight of his gaze. They won't. He strode to the main console and entered a code, opening a hidden interface only he and a select few could access. With a few swift commands, he initiated a cloaking sequence built into the cargo vessel under the table tech, invisible to conventional radar. The screen flickered. The glowing dot representing his ship vanished. Now we wait, he said calmly. Minutes crawled by. Every eye was glued to the drone's path as it drew closer, closer. And then it passed right over their coordinates without slowing. The room held a collective breath until the surveillance feed confirmed the drone was moving on. Lorenzo hadn't blinked. "Re-engage signal in exactly 90 seconds, he commanded. "Make it look like a fishing trawler." "Understood." He turned from the monitors, already reviewing the final delivery details on his tablet. He spoke without looking up. "Notify the island team. Unload within 10 minutes of arrival. Maintain radio silence until everything is secure. If anything goes wrong, burn it all." He paused, then added coldly, "We don't leave trails." "Yes, boss." As his team scrambled to execute his orders, Lorenzo walked to a small bar in the corner, poured himself a glass of bourbon, and took a single, deliberate sip. Crisis averted, assets protected, reputation intact. But even then, a part of his mind knew this was just one battle. Bigger ones were on the horizon. Rivals were watching. The underworld was shifting. But Lorenzo Morelli was already 10 steps ahead. He always played to win. Elizabeth sat cross-legged on the plush carpet in her new room, her laptop open on the low table in front of her, the screen's soft glow lighting up her excited face. The stuffed strawberry rabbit lay beside her, a loyal, silent cheerleader. Most days, she was bored out of her mind. Lorenzo was always away, and no one in the mansion really talked to her unless they absolutely had to. But Elizabeth wasn't the type to let boredom stick around. She'd already made up her mind. If she was going to be stuck here, she wasn't going to just sit around and do nothing. She wanted her own money, her own freedom, and most importantly, she refused to let anyone control her ever again. Not her uncle, not Jennifer, and definitely not her cold, distant husband. So, she quietly opened a new private digital bank account, one that was encrypted and completely secure, a world away from the joint account her uncle had used to spy on her. She smirked. That old account was basically a trap. If she moved a single dollar, he'd get an alert. Now, she had her own secret vault. But where would the money come from? She couldn't risk revealing her identity as a hacker, and she refused to take any more from Lorenzo's credit card, even though he'd probably forgotten he'd even given it to her. So, she launched something of her own. Beth Zone, her first online shop. It wasn't anything huge, just a clean digital storefront designed in warm peach and beige, her favorite colors. She uploaded the LUTs she designed herself for color grading, a few cute cinematic overlays, and even some of the 3D environmental assets she'd built over the years. They were surprisingly high quality. She'd never planned to sell them, but she figured, why not give it a shot? Within 2 days, sales started rolling in. And not just one or two. One LUT pack sold for $350. A full 3D texture set went for $1,000. Elizabeth just blinked at the payment notifications, her mouth hanging slightly open. "People actually bought it?" she whispered, hugging her bunny plushie to her chest. Beth Zone was working. She was making real money. All in secret. One rainy afternoon, with soft thunder rumbling in the distance and the sky outside her window painted a moody, grayish blue, Elizabeth was curled up in a blanket, her laptop warm on her legs. She was sipping hot chocolate, extra sweet, just how she liked it, and watching the sales on Beth Zone slowly tick upward in a quiet little celebration. She had just sold another LUT pack when a new email popped up. The subject line read, "Inquiry about your LUTs. Urgent collaboration request." Her heart did a little flip. She clicked it open, her curiosity piqued. The email was from Elliot Vargas at elivfx.com, and it was addressed to bethzone@mail.com. It read, "I recently purchased your Autumn Flame LUT pack, and I have to say, it's exceptional. The color grading worked beautifully for our short film, and even my lead editor was blown away. We've tried products from the big names, but yours has a certain soul to it. Are you open to a collaboration? Or perhaps to selling the exclusive rights to a few custom LUTs for our ongoing series? Of course, we're prepared to pay generously. I would love to know who the creative genius behind Bethzone is. Best regards, Elliot Vargas, Creative Director, ELI VFX Studios, LA. Elizabeth stared at the screen, her cheeks slowly flushing as her eyes widened. Creative genius? She whispered, her lips twitching into a stunned smile. She reread the message 3 more times before squeezing her bunny plushie again. This was real. A huge client was noticing her work. She bit her lip, a sudden wave of nerves washing over her. She couldn't let her identity get out. Her name, her face, none of it could be linked to Bethzone. After taking a few deep breaths, she hit reply. She addressed the message to Elliot Vargas at elivvfx.com and wrote, "Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm so glad the LUTs worked well for your project. That means a lot, especially coming from professionals like you. As for custom work, I'd definitely be open to it. We can discuss what you have in mind, and I can put together a few samples. However, I prefer to remain anonymous. I hope that won't be an issue. We can communicate securely through email or encrypted chat, and I always deliver on time. Looking forward to hearing your ideas." She hit send and watched the rain streak down the window pane. In just a few weeks, Elizabeth had unknowingly charmed the entire mansion. It wasn't that she was trying to, it was just who she was. She always greeted the staff with a soft smile and made a point to remember everyone's names. When she started baking in the huge industrial kitchen, her cookies came out shaped like hearts, stars, and bunnies, all decorated with pastel icing and tiny messages like, "Have a sweet day," or "Smile, please." At first, Claudia and the other maids just figured she was being polite. But then she started slipping extra cookies into napkins for the gardeners, leaving slices of cake for the late-night security guards, and even offering warm brownies to the grumpy head chef who never smiled. And now, the chef secretly kept her handwritten recipe card tucked away in his drawer. The bodyguards, usually stiff as statues, would find a quiet corner to awkwardly nibble on her cake during their breaks, never admitting how much they liked it, or how it made them feel like someone actually saw them. To them, Beth wasn't just the boss's wife. She was the sunshine in a house that was often cold and gray. Every evening, about an hour before dinner, she would curl up on the massive living room sofa with her plushies and watch cartoons. Sometimes, she'd laugh out loud, and the maids walking by would find themselves smiling without even realizing it. She had slowly, carefully, built a small world for herself in the cold, intimidating mansion. So much so that she'd kind of forgotten she even had a husband. Lorenzo hadn't been home in nearly 2 months. No texts, no calls, nothing. But Elizabeth didn't mind. Not really. She had her laptop, her tiny business, her daily cartoons, and a newfound sense of peace. Besides, she wasn't entirely alone. Jaden video called at least twice a week, usually to gossip about all the drama at the Mafia meetings. Laura, her impossibly chic mother-in-law, called 5 times a week without fail, always asking if Beth was eating well and taking care of herself. And next week, Laura was visiting again. "I'm bringing you something special, darling," Laura had cooed in her elegant voice over their last call. The thought had Elizabeth buzzing with excitement. She immediately started planning what to bake for Laura's arrival. Pink cupcakes? Or maybe chocolate hearts? She just wanted to make her proud. After all, this mansion was finally starting to feel like home. After dinner, Elizabeth quietly slipped out into the garden, her soft footsteps nearly lost in the cool night breeze. The landscape lighting cast a warm, golden glow along the stone path, painting shadows across the neatly trimmed hedges and flower beds. It was peaceful, a world away from the dark, terrifying nights she used to hide from. Here, she wasn't scared. Guards patrolled at a distance, their presence a quiet assurance rather than a threat. They'd gotten used to seeing her small frame wrapped in a shawl, clutching a cup of warm milk or a cookie, wandering around like a sleepy kitten. She loved the night air, especially the scent of the jasmine that bloomed after dark, so fresh and delicate it made her smile. Her bare feet patted softly on the cool grass as she reached the small lake behind the mansion. Golden koi fish swam in lazy circles, their scales catching the moonlight as they surfaced. She crouched by the water's edge, hugging her knees, and just watched them for a while. "This feels like a dream," she whispered to herself. She didn't miss her past one bit. Not the shouting, not the fear, not the suffocating loneliness. Here, she had her own room, her soft bed, her laptop, her bunny, and her unicorn. She wasn't just surviving anymore. She was slowly starting to live. Later that night, back in her room, Elizabeth changed into a cute pair of pajamas, soft blue with a little cloud print and matching fuzzy socks. She pulled her hair into a messy bun and flopped onto her bed with a contented sigh. Her laptop blinked on the nightstand, but she ignored it. Instead, she picked up her tablet and started scrolling through her favorite tech catalog. "Did I mention I love shopping?" she grinned to herself. Not for clothes, not for makeup, for electronics, gadgets, parts, tools. The thrill of building something from scratch, coding it, and breathing life into it was better than any shopping spree. She found a mini soldering kit she'd been wanting forever and bookmarked it. She didn't even think about using Lorenzo's card. She had her Beth's own income now, and it was more than enough. Elizabeth lay curled under her blanket, her eyes half closed as the soft hum of the AC filled the room. She had no idea when her mysterious, cold husband was planning on coming back. He hadn't called, he hadn't texted, not even a single, "How are you?" Honestly, she wasn't even sure if he remembered he had a wife. "Maybe he's forgotten I exist," she muttered, rolling onto her side and hugging her bunny plushie. Or maybe he's just really, really busy being a mafia boss. She frowned. Even Laura had stopped mentioning when Lorenzo might return. Jaden would just laugh and change the subject whenever she asked, and Claudia would only offer a polite, tight-lipped, "Sir is handling business matters." Was she just supposed to wait around forever? Elizabeth puffed out her cheeks and sat up straight. "Whatever, I'm doing just fine without him," she declared to the stuffed unicorn beside her. "I don't need some grumpy husband to survive. I have cookies, cartoons, and my secret life as a hacker." Laura stepped out of the black luxury car with her usual grace. The staff was already lined up to greet her, but her eyes scanned the front steps, searching, until they landed on Elizabeth. Elizabeth came running down the steps, barefoot and still in a soft house dress, her face lit with a kind of pure joy rarely seen within the mansion's cold walls. "Mom!" she called out, her eyes bright as a kid's. Laura, normally so reserved and unreadable, felt an unfamiliar warmth flicker in her chest, a softness she had not known in years. Her eyes, usually sharp and distant, softened as she opened her arms, and Elizabeth rushed right into them. "Easy there, child," Laura chuckled, brushing a stray piece of hair from Elizabeth's face. "You'll knock me over." Elizabeth just grinned. "I missed you." "I can see that," Laura replied, the corner of her mouth twitching into a smile she could not quite hide. "You've gotten prettier since I last saw you. This place agrees with you." Elizabeth's cheeks flushed pink. "That's all you. You make me feel like family." Laura did not respond to that. Instead, she presented a beautifully wrapped velvet box. "For you." Elizabeth blinked, surprised. "A gift? For me? Of course." "A little something for my daughter-in-law," Laura said smoothly. "Go on, open it." With trembling hands, excitement bubbling up inside her, Elizabeth carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Her eyes went wide. Inside lay a delicate, butterfly-shaped pendant on a pure white gold chain. Its wings were crafted from moonstone and pale blue gems that sparkled like something out of a fairy tale. "It's beautiful," Elizabeth whispered, stunned. "Are you sure this is for me?" Laura nodded, her voice low and fond. "It made me think of you. Gentle and soft, but with wings that can carry you far." Tears welled in Elizabeth's eyes as she threw her arms around Laura again. "I'll treasure it forever," she promised. And for the first time in a very long time, Laura's arms tightened around someone in a genuine embrace. This girl may have been thrown into a world where she did not belong, but she was blooming all the same. And Laura was starting to like her more than she'd ever expected. A car door slamming shut made both women turn their heads. Lorenzo was standing in the doorway, his tall frame leaning against the jamb, one hand shoved in his pocket while the other adjusted the cuff of his suit. His cold gray eyes were fixed on them, specifically on his mother, who was still holding Elizabeth like a long-lost daughter. He looked shocked. More than shocked. He looked betrayed. Because in his entire life, Laura Morelli had never hugged him. Not once. Not since he was a boy. Elizabeth blinked a few times, not sure what was more surprising, Lorenzo's sudden return, or the way the stray strands of his dark hair made him look tired, rugged, and completely undone. His tie was loose, his shirt was wrinkled, and the dark circles under his eyes made him seem dangerously exhausted. And somehow, it only made him more intimidating, and more handsome. "You're back?" Elizabeth stammered, taking an involuntary step back, caught between wanting to smile and wanting to hide. Lorenzo's gaze did not leave his mother as he walked toward them. "I leave for a few months and this is what happens?" Laura raised an eyebrow. "And what, exactly, is happening?" "You, hugging people," he said flatly. "That's new." Elizabeth gave a nervous cough and dropped her gaze, her fingers twisting the ribbon on the gift box. Laura, completely unbothered, gave him a knowing smile. "Maybe you're just not as huggable as your wife." Lorenzo scowled. Elizabeth glanced between them. Should I go?" "No," they both said at once, then shot a look at each other. Laura gently placed a cool, firm hand on Elizabeth's. "Actually, Beth," she began, her tone softer than usual, but with a hint of hesitation. "Next week is the annual meeting. You'll be attending with Enzo." Elizabeth blinked, tilting her head. "A meeting?" she asked innocently. "Like, a business meeting?" She pictured a long table, a projector, people in suits passing around papers and talking about numbers. She gave a quick, bright nod. "Okay, I'll go with him." Lorenzo's fingers froze on his watch clasp. His cold gaze flickered from his mother to his clueless wife. "You don't even know what you're agreeing to," he muttered. Elizabeth frowned. "It's a meeting. How bad can it be?" But this was not just any meeting. It was a gathering of the most powerful players in their hidden world, a mandatory appearance for every boss to project strength and stability. That room would be filled with dangerous families, men and women who had no tolerance for mistakes. He'd hoped to keep her out of it, but now that she was officially tied to his name, she'd have to walk in at his side. And any wrong move could be deadly. After dinner, Lorenzo stood. "I'm going to go freshen up," he told his mother and Elizabeth in his usual flat tone, then headed upstairs. Elizabeth just nodded, figuring he'd lock himself in his room like he always did. But Lorenzo had barely stepped out of the shower, a towel slung around his neck, when his phone buzzed. It was Christopher. He answered with a sigh. "I know you're back," Christopher's voice came through. No preamble. "Don't even think about hiding out." Lorenzo ran a hand through his damp hair. "I'm not in the mood." "Too bad," Christopher shot back, a grin clear in his voice. "The guys are already waiting. You can't keep your wife a secret forever. Bring her to the bar. Tonight." Lorenzo did not answer for a long moment. He caught his own reflection frowning in the mirror. If he did not take her, those idiots would probably just show up at the estate uninvited. "Fine," he bit out. "Attaboy," Christopher laughed. "We'll save you a booth. Time to see what kind of woman you married." Lorenzo ended the call and grabbed a black shirt, already regretting his decision. There was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," Elizabeth called out sleepily, still hugging her rabbit plushie. She always forgot to lock her door. Assuming it was just a maid with her nightly glass of milk, she had not thought twice about it. Lorenzo stepped inside, his hair still damp, sleeves rolled to his elbows. He looked sharp and exhausted all at once. His eyes swept over her cozy room, bright, warm, and the complete opposite of his own dark space. They landed on the fluffy pink unicorn on her chair, the rabbit she was cuddling, and the small pastel blanket covering her legs. "You're coming with me," he stated. "Get dressed. Something decent." Elizabeth blinked up at him. "Where?" "I don't want to go," she mumbled like a tired kid. "I want to sleep." Lorenzo's eyes narrowed, slowly moving to the army of stuffed animals arranged on her bed. He stepped forward with a dangerous calm and plucked her strawberry-patterned rabbit from her arms. "You have 10 minutes, he said, his voice quiet as he dangled it from one hand. "Or I burn it." Elizabeth gasped and sat bolt upright, her eyes wide with horror. "No, not Barry!" she screamed in her head. "You're so mean," she thought, though all that came out was a silent pout. Just like that, she scrambled out of bed, clutching the blanket around her shoulders like a cape and muttering, "Monster, evil villain, bunny burner." Lorenzo turned his back, the ghost of a smirk playing on his lips as he heard her frantically shuffling around, picking out an outfit as if her life depended on it. He'd never say it out loud, but watching her panic over a stuffed animal might just be the highlight of his day. Elizabeth opened her wardrobe and stared. Most of the clothes were new, gifts from Laura, but she had no idea what to wear for a mysterious outing at this hour. She did not feel like dressing up. She was sleepy, annoyed, and deeply offended by the bunny burning threat. So she picked what was most comfortable: a fluffy cream sweater with a sleepy cat on the front, a frilly pink skirt that ended just above her knees, and white ankle socks with little bows. And on her feet, because why not, were a pair of bunny-shaped slippers. They were soft and warm. When she walked out, Lorenzo stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. "That?" he asked, his voice low with disbelief. "What?" she blinked innocently, clutching her tiny purse like a security blanket. "I'm comfortable." Lorenzo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We're going to a bar, not a sleepover." "Then don't take me," she huffed, marching ahead of him, her slippers making soft, slapping sounds against the marble floor. He did not argue, just led her to the car with that unreadable expression back on his face. It was almost 11. The sky was dark, the stars hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. Lorenzo's sleek black car was waiting, gleaming under the soft garden lights. He opened the passenger door for her and waited in silence. Elizabeth muttered as she slid in. He got in beside her, and the car pulled smoothly through the gates of the Morelli estate. The silence in the car stretched on for a full minute before Elizabeth crossed her arms and muttered just loud enough for him to hear. "Cold-hearted jerk." An eyebrow arched on Lorenzo's forehead. "What did you say?" Lorenzo raised an eyebrow. "What was that?" "I said you're like ice cream. Cold, but with none of the sweet parts." she mumbled, staring out the window. Lorenzo just leaned back in his seat. Maybe I should have burned the unicorn instead. You're a monster, she snapped, whipping her head around to glare at him. You kidnapped me right out of my own bed. You were snoring when I got there. I don't snore. Yes, you do. Loudly. You're evil. I'm telling your guards on you. They work for me. Good luck with that. She huffed, puffing out her cheeks before turning to face the window again. As the sleek black car pulled up to Bar 1989, Elizabeth's eyes widened. The building itself was modern and minimalist, but the glowing red sign out front gave the place an intense, almost dangerous vibe. Lorenzo stepped out first, adjusting his watch with an air of effortless authority. The moment his foot hit the pavement, the atmosphere on the street shifted. Guards in black suits seemed to materialize out of the shadows, surrounding him in a silent, practiced formation. Some gave a short, respectful nod. Others lowered their heads slightly in greeting. A group of patrons laughing loudly nearby went quiet, stealing quick glances in his direction before snapping their attention back to their own business. Elizabeth got out after him, her oversized, fluffy sweater and bunny slippers padding softly on the stone steps. She clutched her little purse nervously, her eyes darting around. Everyone's staring at him like he's some kind of mafia king, she thought, blinking at the intensity of it all. It was not awe. It was fear. Lorenzo did not say a word. He just walked forward, and the guards moved with him like a single, dark shadow, carving a clear path straight through the entrance. Elizabeth hurried to keep up, accidentally bumping into one of the guards. Sorry, she whispered. He glanced down, his face a complete blank, and then gave a subtle nod without a word. No one even glanced at her bizarre outfit. Honestly, no one dared to look too long in their direction at all. Surrounded by Lorenzo's men, she could have been wearing a glittering tutu and a dragon costume, and they still would have looked right past her. The sheer power he radiated swallowed everything else whole. They moved past the main crowd and down a side hallway with velvet walls and dim, golden lights, heading for the private section in the back. A large, circular booth sat waiting in the center, flanked by even more men in suits. And there, lounging inside it, were 3 men. Zane, Christopher, and Aaron. Christopher had his feet kicked up on the table, a drink in his hand, his pink hair practically glowing under the soft lights. About time, he grinned. Where's... His words died on his lips the second his eyes landed on Elizabeth. In the next instant, all 3 of them froze. Zane was known for 2 things, his sharp suits and an even sharper mind. Nothing ever surprised him. Until now. Because as Lorenzo arrived with Elizabeth trailing behind him, wearing a fluffy cream sweater with a sleepy cat on it, a soft pink skirt with tiny ribbons, and a pair of bunny slippers, Zane actually froze mid-sip of his aged scotch. His eyes widened just a fraction, which, for Zane Wang, was the equivalent of a full-blown gasp. Christopher's jaw hung open. Aaron's eyebrows shot into his hairline. Elizabeth, completely oblivious to the silent shockwave she'd just created, offered a polite smile and clutched her tiny purse with both hands as she slid into the booth beside Lorenzo. Her legs dangled, too short to reach the floor, and her bunny slippers let out a soft squeak against the leather cushion. For a long moment, nobody said a word. Then, Zane leaned back slowly, crossed one leg over the other, and in the calmest voice imaginable, asked, Bro, whose child did you kidnap? Aaron nearly choked on his whiskey. Christopher, who had just taken a drink, froze, his eyebrows climbing his forehead in slow-motion disbelief. Lorenzo's expression was still cold as stone, but a single vein in his jaw twitched. She's not the child, he said flatly. She's my wife. Zane stared at him, then at Elizabeth, then back at him. Your wife? He said the word like Lorenzo had just brought home a stray kitten and tried to pass it off as a tiger. Lorenzo settled back against the leather, draping one arm casually along the top of the booth as his cold gray eyes swept over his friends' stunned faces. When Zane gave him that questioning look, and Christopher could not hold back a smirk, Lorenzo replied without even a blink. "Is there a problem?" His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, but the weight behind it was a clear warning. "Do not push it." Meanwhile, Elizabeth, blissfully unaware of the tense undercurrent, had already started to doze off. Her head drooped to the side, her long lashes fluttering against her cheeks as her breathing evened out into a slow, sleepy rhythm. It was way past her usual cartoon and cookies bedtime, and nothing was more powerful than that. She even mumbled something under her breath, hugging her tiny purse like it was a teddy bear. "I told you not to eat my cookie, Mr. Unicorn," she muttered dreamily. Christopher was visibly fighting a laugh. Zane just stared, completely baffled. This girl did not fit any possible description of the woman he'd imagined Lorenzo would marry. Christopher leaned closer to Lorenzo, a chuckle in his voice. "You've got some weird hobbies, man. I mean, of all the women in the world, you pick the one in bunny slippers who talks to invisible unicorns in her sleep?" He winked. "Did not know you had a thing for." Before he could finish, Lorenzo's gaze snapped to him, sharp as a freshly honed blade. His gray eyes held zero amusement. That one look was all it took. Christopher's throat went dry. The smirk vanished from his face. Zane leaned back and cleared his throat. "We should order another round." Christopher nodded quickly. "Yeah, great idea." Lorenzo turned his attention back to his sleepy wife, who was now curled slightly to the side, leaning toward him without realizing it, her soft breaths ghosting across his arm. He did not say a word, but in the depths of his cold, unreadable eyes, something else flickered faintly. The bar dimmed, neon lights glowing like lazy fireflies as a heavy bass line began to pulse through the walls. His friends had started talking again, half business, half banter, as a server silently placed fresh drinks in front of them. Lorenzo did not say much. He just sipped his whiskey, his arm resting protectively behind Elizabeth, who was still half asleep, her head tilted toward him. But then, the music changed. The lights shifted again, casting the room in shades of pink and red, making shadows dance along the walls. A stunning woman stepped onto the small stage near their private booth. She wore a shimmering outfit that caught the light, designed to tease the imagination. Her long legs moved with a slow, practiced grace, as her hips swayed in perfect rhythm with the music. Her eyes locked on Lorenzo like he was the only man in the room. The crowd cheered. A few guys whistled. Others just watched in respectful silence. The noise jolted Elizabeth awake. Her sleepy eyes blinked open, pupils adjusting to the bright lights. And then she saw her, the dancer. Beautiful, confident, her skin glowing under the lights, moving like liquid fire. Elizabeth sat up slowly, still clutching her little purse. The sleepy haze had vanished instantly. The dancer sauntered closer to their table, her gaze still fixed on Lorenzo. She offered a coy smile and traced a line down her side with one hand, her body moving with a sensual promise. Lorenzo did not even glance her way, but the dancer clearly was not giving up. Elizabeth felt a strange, tight knot form in her chest. She could not name the feeling. She just knew she hated it. Her soft, brown eyes dropped to the woman's smooth thighs, her toned stomach, her flawless skin. A sharp memory surfaced. Her own back, marred with the faint, silvery lines of old belt marks. Her legs, covered in tiny, faded cigarette burns. Her uncle's cruel signature. She shifted uncomfortably, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt. She tugged it down, an instinctive move to hide scars no one could even see. She was not jealous of the woman dancing. She was ashamed. Ashamed of her body, of what had been done to it. of how impossibly far she felt from the kind of untouchable beauty that commanded a room under red lights. She lowered her eyes, her throat suddenly dry. And in that moment, she forgot she was a wife. She just felt small, broken, and a million miles away from perfect. None of the others noticed the change in Elizabeth. Christopher and Aaron were trading low comments, half smirking as they watched the dancer with casual amusement. Zane remained impassive, sipping his drink and checking something on his phone. But Lorenzo noticed. He had not paid the dancer any mind until Elizabeth sat up ramrod straight beside him. Her face, usually soft and full of sleepy innocence, was now blank. Too blank. Her small shoulders had gone rigid. Her eyes were not curious or surprised. They were distant, sad. His brows drew together slightly. Lorenzo followed her gaze and saw it was locked on the dancer, just as the woman flipped her hair back and began strutting toward them again. Her movements were slow and calculated, designed to seduce, and she was about to lean in, close enough to insert herself between him and Elizabeth. And that's when he finally looked at her. Cold, piercing, utterly ruthless. Lorenzo's eyes darkened into something unreadable, as sharp and unforgiving as a blade soaked in winter frost. The dancer, mid-step, faltered. Her practiced confidence shattered like glass hitting stone. She barely caught herself from stumbling before turning away so fast it was almost a flinch. She did not come near them again. Instead, she moved to the opposite end of the stage, doing her best to pretend she had never even looked in their direction. The dancer faltered mid-step, her confidence shattering like a dropped mirror. She barely caught herself from stumbling before turning away, the message received loud and clear. She sensed the danger. She didn't come near them again. Instead, she drifted to the far side of the dance floor, acting as if she'd never even glanced their way. None of the other dancers noticed the silent warning that had just passed between them. Lorenzo shot a sideways glance at Elizabeth. She was fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, her big brown eyes still distant, lost in whatever had happened earlier. She hadn't said a word since the dancer backed off. He leaned toward her, his voice a low murmur beneath the thumping music. "Want to go home?" he asked. Elizabeth just blinked, tilting her head. Huh? She hadn't heard him. Of course she hadn't. The music was way too loud. And if she was being honest with herself, Elizabeth had a habit of missing whispers the first time. She'd always suspected she might be a little hard of hearing. Soft voices just didn't seem to register. Lorenzo let out a soft sigh. He leaned in closer, bringing his mouth near her ear. "Do you want to go home?" he whispered again. His voice was low and smooth, but the cool brush of his words against her skin sent a warm shiver down her spine. His breath was warm against her cheek, and for the first time all night, Elizabeth felt a blush creep into her face. No one had ever been this close to her, not even by accident. Her heart stumbled over a beat. She clutched her small purse tighter, trying to will the heat in her cheeks to go down. She nodded quickly. Lorenzo stood without another word. Christopher raised an eyebrow. "Leaving already?" "Yeah," Lorenzo said, his flat tone shutting down any further questions. Elizabeth scrambled to her feet, feeling like a flustered kid caught daydreaming in class. The bodyguards immediately closed in, forming that same silent, imposing shield around them. As they walked out of the private section, Elizabeth tried to force her racing heart to calm down. She didn't get it. That whisper, his voice, his breath on her skin. Why did it feel like her entire body had gone weak for just a second? She glanced up at Lorenzo, who walked ahead, his expression as blank as ever. To him, it probably meant nothing. Lorenzo found the car ride unnervingly quiet. The Elizabeth who usually mumbled insults under her breath or pulled dramatic, pouting faces was gone. In her place was a girl who sat perfectly still, her face turned toward the window, her reflection unreadable. She wasn't angry. She wasn't sleepy. She was just gone. It felt strange, unsettling. He didn't say anything, but he found his gaze lingering on her longer than usual. When they reached the mansion, she quietly thanked the driver, climbed out, and walked straight to her room without a backward glance. No complaints, no muttering, not even a good night. She collapsed onto her soft bed, hugged her plushie tight, and was asleep in seconds. But her sleep wasn't peaceful. "Elizabeth, did you make dinner?" That voice, that slurred, rough shout echoed through the hall like thunder. Her heart dropped into her stomach. Her body went rigid. She was burning up with a fever, her limbs feeling like lead. She'd only drifted off for a few minutes, but now her uncle was home, drunk and furious. Panicked, Elizabeth scrambled into the small adjoining bathroom and fumbled with the lock, her fingers trembling. "Elizabeth, if you don't come out, you'll regret it," he bellowed. She flinched, her hands shaking so hard she could barely think. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, part fever, part raw fear. Shivering, she slowly unlocked the door and made her way downstairs, her knees threatening to buckle with every step. "Uncle, I have a fever. I couldn't get up," she whispered, her voice cracking. He whirled around, his eyes bloodshot. "A fever, huh? Your hands still work, don't they, you filthy girl?" The slap sent her stumbling to the floor, her cheeks stinging as hot tears blurred her vision. "I'm sorry," she cried, but her apology only seemed to fuel his rage. He unbuckled his belt. The sharp metallic sound sent her scrambling backward, her pleas already forming on her lips. "You ungrateful brat! Why the hell do I even keep you?" The sting of leather met her skin, and she cried out, curling in on herself, trying to shield her body from the relentless blows. Her soft cries filled the room, the quiet, broken sobs of someone who had long given up on being rescued. And then, it was over. Or so she thought. She tried to push herself up, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her body aching from the ordeal. But then she heard him again. Footsteps, the clink of glass. She looked up. Her blood ran cold. A small, clear glass. She knew instantly what it was, the same acrid concoction he said would purify her of her lies. "No, please, no," she whimpered, shaking her head. "Drink," he growled, "or I'll beat you until you can't walk." Her small hands trembled as she took the glass. The acidic scent alone made her throat clench. Tears spilled down her cheeks. But she knew. She had no choice, so she drank. As the liquid burned its way down, she let out a choked cry before darkness swallowed her whole. Her body moved on instinct. Her strength was long gone. Each step up the creaking stairs felt like a monumental effort. Her legs trembled, every inch of her skin screaming in protest. Her back throbbed. Her stomach churned. Her throat felt raw and scorched. She held onto the wall for support, barefoot and barely breathing. The glass had slipped from her numb fingers and shattered on the floor, but he hadn't even noticed. He'd already stumbled back to the sofa, muttering curses as if nothing had happened. Her small room was dark and quiet, a world away from the chaos she carried inside her. She closed the door softly and leaned against it, her knees finally threatening to give out. Slowly, she dragged herself to the corner cabinet where she kept a tiny pouch of secrets, small comforts no one else knew about. Her fingers pulled out a white tube, the only cream she owned for her injuries. She'd bought it herself with a few dollars saved from helping at a local shop, and she kept it hidden. It was all she had. She sat on her thin mattress, wincing as her back brushed against the wall. With shaking hands, she uncapped the tube and tried to squeeze some onto her fingers. Nothing. She squeezed harder. Still nothing. It was empty. No. Her breath hitched as she desperately folded and rolled the tube, squeezing and pleading with it. A single tiny drop finally emerged. She used it as best she could, gently dabbing it on the angry marks on her ribs, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't even close. Then came the worst part, her throat. It felt like she was swallowing shards of glass. The harsh liquid had left her vocal cords scorched, just like last time. Fresh tears stung her eyes. She opened her mouth to cry for help, to whisper anything at all. But all that came out was a broken gasp, a tiny, powerless whimper. And that was enough to shatter her. No one would hear her. No one ever did. All she wanted in that moment was for someone to come. Just once. To find her and hold her. But the only thing holding her was the pain. Her body finally gave out. She curled up on the thin mattress, folding herself inward, knees drawn to her chest, arms wrapped tightly around her ribs, as if she could physically hold her shattered self together. It didn't work. The pain was everywhere. Her back burned with angry marks, and a deep ache settled in her chest. Her stomach cramped violently, and her voice was gone, stolen by the fire in her throat. All she could do was cry. Not loud, not screaming. It was the kind of crying that came in silent, shuddering sobs. Her breath hitched as she buried her face in her pillow, muffling the whimpers that escaped. Tears soaked the cheap fabric, but she couldn't move. She bit down hard on her lip, trying to stifle the sounds. Her arms tightened around herself as she began to rock back and forth, a tiny, desperate rhythm in the dark, a silent promise that she would survive this, too. She had to. She always did. But this time, she was so tired. Her small fingers twisted in the corner of her blanket like it was a lifeline. Choking sounds clawed their way up her raw throat as she tried to breathe, tried to whisper for help, but no words would ever come. She cried harder, because it hurt, because it always hurt, because no one ever came. She wished her father was still alive. She wished her grandma could wrap her in that soft woolen shawl she used to wear. She wished someone, anyone, would walk through that door, pull her into their arms, and just say, "You're safe now." But no one came. So she cried until her body was numb, and the night swallowed her pain once more. The morning light slipped through the cracks in the curtains, casting soft patterns on the walls of Elizabeth's room. But the warmth that usually made her feel so safe felt distant today, just out of reach. Her eyes fluttered open, but they didn't hold their usual shine. They were dull, heavy, haunted. She hadn't had the nightmares in 1 month, not since she'd come here, not since she'd found warmth in the kitchen, smiles from Claudia, gentle calls from Laura, and laughter with Jaden. Not since she'd started baking, watching cartoons, hugging her plushies, and sleeping in a real bed without the fear of footsteps at midnight. But last night, that woman's perfect skin, the memories, her own scars. It had cracked something open inside her, and it all came rushing back. The shouting, the belt, the broken glass, the fire in her throat. Now, Elizabeth lay curled tightly under the blanket, a trembling cocoon. Her bunny plushie was clutched to her chest, damp with the tears still clinging to her lashes. She didn't move. She didn't dare put a foot on the floor. Her body was stiff, but it wasn't pain that held her still. It was fear. The kind that lingers long after the danger is gone, wrapping itself around your limbs and whispering that if you move, it'll all come crashing back. She stayed like that for a long, long time, eyes open, breathing slow. She had no idea how much time had passed. The house was quiet. Maybe the staff thought she was still sleeping. No one knocked. No one called. And for the first time in a while, Elizabeth felt small again. Just a girl wrapped in warm blankets, hiding from ghosts that had never really left. Laura set her teacup down, the soft clink echoing in the quiet dining hall. Her elegant brows drew together, a rare sight for the always composed woman. "Where's Beth? She hasn't come down?" she asked, her voice calm but with a sharp undercurrent of concern. The maid standing nearby lowered her head respectfully. "No, ma'am," she said carefully. "She hasn't left her room this morning, Perhaps she's still asleep. Asleep? Laura repeated, glancing at the grandfather clock. It was already past 10. Elizabeth was usually up early, either helping in the kitchen or sitting in the garden with a book, her ridiculous bunny slippers on her feet. This was wrong. Very wrong. Laura's eyes narrowed just a fraction. Has anyone checked on her? The maid hesitated. No, ma'am, we didn't want to disturb her. Laura rose slowly, brushing invisible lint from her pale blue dress. Her heels clicked softly against the marble floor as she headed for the staircase. Prepare some warm tea with honey and bring it up. I'll go check on her myself. Something wasn't right, and Laura Morelli always trusted her instincts. Her door was locked. Laura knocked softly, then again, a little louder. No answer. Her brow furrowed. Elizabeth always answered. Even if she was sleepy or upset, she'd at least manage a hum or a groan from under the covers. A knot of unease tightened in her stomach. She quickly called the maid for the spare key. When the door finally swung open, her calm composure cracked. Her eyes widened as she stepped inside. Elizabeth was buried under a pile of blankets, her small body trembling. Her face was chalky white, her lips chapped, and sweat beaded on her forehead like dew on cold glass. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her stomach, as if she was trying to hold herself together. The cheerful young woman who always greeted her with a smile. Laura's heart clenched as she wondered what had happened to her. She immediately motioned the maid forward. Get some water and a cold cloth for her head. Stay with her. Laura stepped closer and gently touched Elizabeth's forehead. She was burning up. In just 2 months, her daughter-in-law had finally started to look healthy, her cheeks filling out, her arms no longer stick-thin. 2 months ago, Elizabeth had been so skinny it was frightening, her wrists so fragile they looked like they could snap. Now, after weeks of good food and care, she had been looking so much better, which made it all the more jarring to see her like this, feverish and shivering. Laura turned on her heel. Call the doctor. Our doctor. The one who works for the family. Tell him it's an emergency. Yes, they were part of the mafia. And yes, they had their own doctor. Some things had to stay in the family. And right now, Elizabeth wasn't just her daughter-in-law. She was family. Soon, the doctor arrived in his usual black coat, his expression calm. He entered the room quietly, carrying his medical bag. Without wasting a moment, he moved to the bed and began checking Elizabeth's pulse and temperature. He looked serious, his brows slightly furrowed as he placed his stethoscope gently on her chest. Laura stood near the bed, watching in silence. Her eyes were fixed on Elizabeth's pale, sweating face, and a strange disquiet settled in her chest. Elizabeth wasn't the type to get sick like this. She was always so resilient, even when she was exhausted. This felt too sudden. She turned to the maid, who was folding a fresh cloth by the bedside. Did she have something cold to eat? Laura asked, her voice low and sharp. Did she go anywhere? A fever this high doesn't just come out of nowhere. The maid looked nervous for a second, then answered honestly, her eyes downcast. Actually, ma'am, Sir took Mrs. Beth to a club late last night. She paused, the silence in the room growing heavier. But she didn't eat anything cold. The words hung in the air. Laura's expression remained smooth, but inside, something tightened into a cold knot as she processed the information. A late night, a club, and Elizabeth had come home like this. Her gaze shifted slowly back to the doctor. What's wrong with her, Dr. Smith? Laura asked, her voice soft with worry as she stood over Elizabeth. The blanket had slipped from her shoulder, and she gently pulled it back up. The doctor, finished with his examination, removed his stethoscope. She has a mild fever, he said, his tone serious. But it's not from an infection. Her body is showing signs of extreme exhaustion and stress.
It seems her blood pressure dropped, triggering this kind of collapse. Laura's brow furrowed. But she was fine yesterday, laughing, walking around. The doctor nodded. Sometimes the body looks fine on the outside, but it's already at its breaking point. Even a small trigger can be enough to knock it down. She needs complete rest. I've given her something to help her sleep and bring the fever down. With any luck, she'll be on her feet by tomorrow. Laura gave a slow nod, her eyes drifting back to Elizabeth. She was curled up so tightly, sweat glistening on her pale skin, her lips slightly parted. Even under the covers, her arms were trembling. Laura stepped closer and gently brushed a damp strand of hair from her forehead. Her skin was still burning. She stood there for a moment, just watching. A sharp ache bloomed in her chest.
This girl, who had arrived so thin and silent, had finally started to open up, her cheeks filling out, her eyes growing brighter. To see her reduced to this, trembling and sick, felt like a betrayal. Laura's hand slowly curled into a fist at her side. She turned to the maid, her voice clear and firm. Stay with her. Keep wiping her sweat. Don't let her get up for any reason, and call me the second her condition changes. The maid nodded quickly, taking her post by the bed. Laura took one last look at the girl in the bed. Then she turned and walked silently from the room. She didn't let it show, but her heart was heavy with a cold fury. She already knew who she had to talk to. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she dialed his number. He didn't even get a chance to say hello. Leave your meeting, she said, her voice calm, cold, and absolute. Come home. Now. She didn't need to give a reason. In the glass-walled conference room of the Morelli Group's downtown skyscraper, Lorenzo sat at the head of the table, his sharp suit immaculate, his fingers tapping a crystal pen against the polished wood. Department heads and board members sat around him, their focus absolute. His eyes were locked on the screen displaying market projections, calm, collected, and in command, as always. Then his phone buzzed silently on the table. He froze for a fraction of a second. His mother never called during work hours. He answered quietly, pressing the phone to his ear. There was no greeting, just 3 words. Come home. Now. Lorenzo's brow furrowed. What? He's something? She'd already hung up. He stared at the blank screen of his phone, blinking. She hadn't sounded panicked. She hadn't sounded angry. But that command and the silence that followed made his heart lurch. He stood up. Continue without me, he said, his voice flat. The room fell silent. His assistant glanced up, surprised. Sir, should I? Clear the rest of my schedule. He buttoned his suit jacket and walked out of the room without another word. Lorenzo walked into the study. Laura was standing by the window, arms crossed, her expression a blank slate. The soft afternoon light caught her face, making her sharp eyes seem even sharper. Lorenzo frowned. He only ever saw that look on her face when something had shaken her to the core. What's going on, Mom? He asked, his voice low and serious. Why the urgent call? Laura turned slowly, her voice calm but edged with steel. Where's your wife? Lorenzo blinked. In her room, I guess. Why? She hasn't been down all morning, hasn't eaten. And when the maid knocked, she didn't even answer. Lorenzo's brows drew together. Maybe she's just tired. She sleeps like a rock. Lorenzo, Laura cut in, her voice dropping. She wasn't sleeping like that before. I know what silent suffering looks like. He let out a slow breath, still confused. What does this have to do with me? Because she's your wife, Laura said simply, her gaze locking with his. Whether it's on paper or just in name, you brought her into this family. If something happened last night, if she was triggered or hurt or reminded of something awful, then you, as her husband, should know about it. Lorenzo's expression hardened. I'm not asking you to love her, Laura said, her tone softening slightly. But don't ignore her. That girl has been through hell, Enzo. You can see it in her eyes. Lorenzo didn't answer right away. His jaw tightened as he glanced down the hallway. The image of Elizabeth sitting silently beside him in the car flashed in his mind, how she'd fallen asleep without another word. She'd been different, and he hadn't cared enough to ask why. Laura watched him, then turned back to the window. I'm not telling you what to do, son. But if she's suffering in silence under your roof, and you let it happen, her voice softened into something dangerous, then I've failed you as a mother. Lorenzo didn't say a word. A second later, he turned to leave. How is this my fault? He muttered as he reached the doorway, his voice barely a whisper. Laura looked at her son's rigid shoulders, the hard line of his jaw, the way his hands were clenched into fists at his sides. He was fighting for control. But she could read him better than anyone. Lorenzo wasn't a boy anymore. He was a man raised in blood and business, groomed to lead an empire that had no room for weakness. He'd built his walls so high, even he forgot how to get over them. Still, he wasn't heartless, just lost. And he had no idea what to do with the feelings stirring inside him right now. He didn't even know if he was supposed to care. Laura sighed and said nothing. This was his battle to fight. Lorenzo, however, just stood there, staring at the floor with a faint frown. He liked women who were fierce, untouchable, ruthless when they had to be. Women who could stand beside him, not behind him. Not someone like Elizabeth. She was the exact opposite of everything he'd ever thought he wanted in a partner. You took her to that bar yesterday, Laura said sharply, and now she has a fever. Lorenzo slowly brought his focus back to her, his expression unreadable. But Laura didn't stop. She hasn't eaten, hasn't said a word. She's curled up in bed like she wants the world to end. And you didn't even notice? Lorenzo's brow furrowed. I didn't know. Because you didn't ask, Lorenzo, Laura snapped. She's a person, not a machine. Not some prop you parade around a bar full of men while she's still trying to feel safe in her own home. He clenched his jaw but didn't speak. Laura's voice softened, but the disappointment in her eyes cut deeper. She was fine for weeks, peaceful, even smiling. Do you have any idea how long it takes for someone who's been broken to learn how to smile again? Lorenzo's throat felt tight. Laura shook her head slowly. She's scared again. And if that fever is from more than just a cold, if I find out you let her fall apart right under your nose, I swear to you, I will never forgive you. She paused, then added quietly, and neither will she. Lorenzo didn't respond, but the weight of her words settled in his chest like a stone. Laura saw something in Elizabeth that no one else did, something even Lorenzo hadn't bothered to look for. At first glance, Elizabeth seemed childish, naive, too soft for the brutal world they lived in. But that was just the surface. Laura was a woman who had grown up around power, betrayal, and masks. She knew how to read people, their lies, their strengths, their weaknesses. But Elizabeth didn't wear a mask. Her innocence wasn't just sweetness, it was survival. The way she'd give a nervous smile when she was overwhelmed, The way she always said thank you, even for the smallest things. The way she clung to her stuffed animals and wore oversized, cute clothes, as if she was building a soft fortress against a world that was too loud for her quiet heart. Lorenzo frowned, arms crossed as he leaned against the study doorframe, his mother's words echoing in his head. Why was she being so dramatic? Why was she acting like Elizabeth was some porcelain doll that needed to be guarded 24/7? He didn't mistreat her. He hadn't laid a hand on her. He gave her a room, clothes, food, her own space. He stayed out of her life. Wasn't that enough? It's not like I've done anything to her, he thought, irritation flickering behind his cold gray eyes. But even as he tried to brush it off, his mother's tone stuck in his chest like a splinter. It hadn't just been protective, it had been personal. Too personal. His mother, a woman who ran estates and navigated the bloody politics of the mafia, was talking about Elizabeth like she was something precious, like she saw right through her. And that confused him more than anything. Why did she care so much? Why had everyone in the house, his mother, his brother, even the maids, started treating Elizabeth like she was both fragile and important? They were all drawn to her, he'd noticed, to her innocence, to her quiet presence, to the parts of her Lorenzo still didn't understand. Maybe that's what frustrated him most. He was a man of logic, power, and control, and nothing about Elizabeth made sense. She wasn't strong. She wasn't clever. She didn't fit into his world. And yet, somehow, she had the entire household wrapped around her finger without even trying. After her son left, Laura stood in silence for a long moment, her arms still crossed as she stared at the closed door. A quiet, heavy sigh escaped her. She didn't know how Lorenzo could lead an empire, manage mob alliances, and control dangerous men, yet be so completely clueless about the person living down the hall. He hadn't even run a proper background check on her before the wedding. That alone unsettled Laura more than she cared to admit. She wasn't the type to welcome strangers into her family's orbit, especially not someone living under her son's roof, carrying his name. So, she had quietly tasked her own team with digging into Elizabeth's past. The report had arrived a few days later. What Laura read left her speechless. It wasn't just a sad story. It was brutal. Elizabeth had lost her father and grandmother at 6 years old. She'd been put in the care of a drunk, abusive uncle who treated her like a burden. Her own mother, Jennifer, had abandoned her, only to reappear years later to sell her off like property. And yet, the girl still smiled. She still offered cookies to everyone. She thanked the staff for everything. She wore those ridiculous bunny slippers and talked to her stuffed animals like they were real. She never raised her voice, never complained. Laura, a woman who dealt with cold-blooded killers and manipulative socialites her whole life, didn't consider herself kind. She was calculating, sharp, and carried her own scars. But even she had to admit, there was something about Elizabeth's softness, the fact that it had survived so much pain, that moved her. It wasn't pity she felt, it was respect. Because the kind of innocence that endures cruelty, that clings to gentleness in a world that demands hardness, was a rare and powerful thing. And Laura decided right then and there, she would protect that girl. No matter what her past looked like, no matter how blind her own son chose to be. Lorenzo walked down the quiet hall, his steps quick but silent. He reached Elizabeth's room and paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob. After a beat, he pushed it open. The room was dim, the curtains drawn, and the air was heavy and still. His eyes landed on the small form curled tightly under the blanket. Elizabeth was on her side, hugging a plush bunny to her chest. She was completely motionless, just silence. His brows drew together. A soft voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned slightly to find one of the maids standing behind him, hands folded, her expression worried. He gave a single nod, then looked back at the bed. "How is she?" he asked. The maid hesitated, then stepped a little closer. "She has a fever, sir. It's not too high, but she hasn't eaten or had anything to drink. We brought her tea and breakfast, but she wouldn't answer." Lorenzo's frown deepened. His gaze stayed fixed on Elizabeth's form. She looked so small, not just in size, but in the way she was curled into herself, as if she were trying to disappear right into the mattress. "How is she?" Lorenzo asked again, his voice a little lower, a little tighter. The maid, who'd been standing nearby, answered quickly. "She's doing okay now, sir. The doctor said it was just a slight fever from being overworked and stressed out. Her temperature's back to normal, but she's still pretty weak. He said she needs to get a lot of rest." Lorenzo gave a small nod, then dismissed her with a flick of his fingers. She bowed her head and slipped out, closing the door quietly behind her. The room fell silent again. Lorenzo walked slowly toward the bed, his footsteps swallowed by the thick carpet. The closer he got, the clearer her face became. It was flushed from the fever, but the heat had broken. Her brows were knitted together, and her lips were parted just enough to let her breath escape. She was still clutching a plush bunny to her chest, like a shield. Just as he reached the side of the bed, her eyes snapped open. They were wide and alert, a little glassy from sleep, but she was definitely awake. She blinked at him, startled, then immediately tightened her grip on the bunny. "Don't take my berry," she blurted out, her voice small but defensive. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion, like a tiny guard dog protecting its turf. Lorenzo just stared at her, speechless. He hadn't even touched the thing. Here she was, pale and stuck in bed, recovering from who knows what, and the first thing she says is a warning not to steal her stuffed animal? Was this girl serious? He narrowed his eyes. He'd come in to check on her, maybe even see if she was okay, but that plan was officially out the window. Well, if she really thought he had nothing better to do than mess with her stuffed bunny, he might as well play along. He reached out, letting 2 fingers slowly and deliberately brush against the bunny's soft ear. "Oh," he said flatly. "So its name is Barry, huh?" Elizabeth's eyes widened in horror. "Don't touch him!" A corner of Lorenzo's mouth twitched. He was, in spite of himself, amused. He raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. His voice dropped, the mock-serious tone making her blink. "You know," he began, his tone low and flat, "I've burned plush toys before." Her eyes went wide. Lorenzo casually rolled up his sleeves. "One time, a guard's kid left a talking teddy bear on my car. It said, 'I love you' 3 times and winked. It didn't survive the next 10 seconds. "You're a monster!" Elizabeth squeaked, pulling Barry all the way under the blanket like she was shielding a child from a bomb. "I haven't even started," Lorenzo said, his voice deadpan. "If Barry ever challenges my authority again, I'll hang him upside down from the chandelier, right over your bed." "You can't!" she shouted, bolting upright in horror. Just as Lorenzo reached the door, his phone buzzed sharply. He paused, frowning as he glanced at the screen. The caller ID flashed in bold letters, one of his most trusted men. A call this late was never just a social call. Instantly, the teasing mood vanished, his expression turning sharp and serious. He stepped out of her room, shutting the door gently behind him. As he pressed the phone to his ear, he gave a curt gesture to a maid waiting in the hall. She froze. "Go inside," he ordered, his voice low and firm. "Stay with her. Don't leave until I get back." The maid nodded quickly, her eyes wide, and hurried into Elizabeth's room as Lorenzo disappeared down the hall, already deep in conversation. As the door closed behind Lorenzo, Elizabeth's shoulders slumped in relief. She fell back onto the bed, clutching Barry to her chest, her cheeks still flushed with anger.
The door creaked open, and the maid stepped back inside, quiet and careful. "Miss Elizabeth," she said softly, walking toward the bed. "Please get some rest. If you need anything, I'll be right outside." Elizabeth managed a small smile and shook her head. "I'm okay now, really. You don't have to stay. I don't want to put anyone out." The maid hesitated, glancing at the door. "But, sir, he told me to stay with you." Elizabeth blinked and let out a tiny sigh. "Of course he did." She sat up a little, her smile kind. "It's all right. If he says anything, tell him I sent you away. I don't want to be the reason anyone's running around." The maid looked uncertain, shifting on her feet. But Elizabeth just smiled brighter, her voice gentle. "Please, I'm used to being alone when I'm sick. I promise I'll call if I need anything." There was no sadness in the way she said it, just sincerity. The maid slowly nodded, still hesitant. "All right, but you have to promise to call me if you feel dizzy again." "I promise," Elizabeth said softly. As the door closed again, Elizabeth leaned back against her pillows, staring at the ceiling with a gentle expression. She wasn't used to being looked after. Feeling a bit stronger, Elizabeth slowly sat up and reached for her laptop. Her body still ached, but the worst of it was over. Her fingers traced the device's cool surface, a small spark of comfort flickering to life inside her. This was her world, her escape. She opened the lid. The screen flickered on, displaying a low battery warning. Of course. The moment her ID, Bellatrix_019, came online, her inbox exploded. Messages flooded in like a tidal wave. One read, "You're back? Finally!" Another popped up. "Bellatrix, thought the feds finally got you or something." A third message shouted, "Girl, where have you been? It was chaos without you." Others followed quickly. "You still owe me a server patch. Got a bank breach for you. Big payout." Elizabeth blinked at the screen, overwhelmed for a second before a smile spread across her face. They missed her. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she started replying, a quiet excitement building in her chest. It felt good to be needed, respected, to be a legend in a world where no one knew her real name. Here, she was a genius. Here, she wasn't just Elizabeth. She was Bellatrix_019, the girl who could crack a firewall with one hand and patch a corporate security breach with the other. And tonight, she was back. Her closest hacker friends were already flooding her chat. A message from Syntax Queen appeared. "Come on, Beth. You totally ghosted us for weeks. Let's at least meet up. Voice call? Or grab a coffee?" Dark Knight added, "I'll bring snacks and a VPN. We won't even talk hacking. Just vibes." Fangs chimed in, "We found a safe spot. A little cafe. No names, no pics, totally chill. You'd love it." Elizabeth smiled softly, her fingers hovering over the keys. They were so kind. She trusted them more than anyone in the real world, but the thought of meeting in person made her chest tighten with anxiety. Her fingers began to type. "You guys are the best, but no, I'm sorry, I can't." The typing indicators popped up immediately. "Aw, why not? You okay?" Syntax Queen asked. "Is someone watching you? Just blink in binary," Dark Knight typed. Fangs added, "Let her breathe, guys." Elizabeth let out a soft laugh at that, then started typing again. "I'm okay. Just not ready. I like talking like this. This is my space. I feel safe here." They didn't push after that. They understood. For Elizabeth, the online world was the only place where no one saw her scars, her past, or her fears. A place where no one questioned why she flinched at a simple touch. New messages scrolled rapidly across her dashboard. Syntax Queen offered a new challenge. "You up for a job?"
The Zerg Game Studio app has this weird bug. It's been crashing for 9 hours straight, and nobody can fix it. Want to give it a shot, Beth? Fangs added, "Yeah, it's seriously cursed. I poked around the back end and tried 5 different patches. Nothing. Maybe your magic touch can figure it out?" Dark Knight followed up. "Here's the access log and a link to the sandbox server. They're practically begging for help at this point." A link to a zip folder popped up in the chat. Elizabeth leaned forward, her brow furrowing. She whispered, her eyes scanning the data as she clicked open the file. A bug no one can fix? A challenge, she smiled, her favorite kind. She cracked her knuckles lightly and typed back, "I'm on it. Let's see what has you all so spooked." And with that, she dove in. She was calm, focused, her fingers finding a steady rhythm on the keyboard. Her brown eyes narrowed, scanning line after line of messy code. Something about it felt off, like a single tangled thread hidden just beneath the surface. She bit her lower lip in concentration, a habit that surfaced whenever something truly intrigued her. There was no hesitation in her posture now, just stillness and focus. That soft, sweet girl who loved plushies? She was still there. But right now, this was Bellatrix_019, calm, confident, and dangerously silent. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she dove deeper, ready to do what no one else could. Find the flaw, break it down, and fix it. Like magic. Elizabeth let out a soft sigh, her eyes scanning the now stable code one last time. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, making the final adjustments with practiced ease. Just a small issue, she thought, watching the simulation run perfectly. A broken loop and a missing variable tag. That's it? They seriously missed this? But as she dug deeper, her expression hardened, her brow furrowed. There were more bugs hidden just beneath the surface. It was nothing but a mess of Band-Aid fixes stacked on top of each other, lazy solutions that just kicked the can down the road. This app wasn't just crashing from one error. It needed a total architectural rewrite. Still, for now, she cleaned up the mess. She packaged the patched file, ran 2 quick tests, and uploaded the fix. A small smirk touched her lips as she dropped the link into their group chat. Under her handle, Bellatrix019, she typed, "Fixed. But you're going to need to rework most of the back end later. Just a heads up." The reply was instantaneous from Syntax Queen. "Girl, are you kidding me?" Far across the city, in a glass-walled luxury apartment, a beautiful woman in her mid-20s stared at her monitor, her lips parted in disbelief. Her long nails hovered over the keyboard as she scrolled through the code Elizabeth had just cleaned up. 8 years, she muttered under her breath, shaking her head. 8 years, and this girl still manages to surprise me. She had been Beth's online friend and teammate for nearly a decade, and not once had Bellatrix failed to fix something. She was always quiet, always polite, and scary efficient. Fangs typed excitedly, "I knew it! Told you she'd solve it! Pay up, Dark Knight!" "I said she'd do it in under 20, Dark Knight replied. "I knew you were good, but damn, Beth, you got me again. You're some kind of digital goddess." Zero Void chimed in, "Cutie, you're a lifesaver. I've been trying to squash this bug for 8 hours straight." Kane404 added, "You are the master. Bless my code with your touch." Elizabeth laughed softly, covering her mouth as her face glowed with a quiet joy. Her fingers danced across the keys as she typed her reply, her smile soft and content. She typed, "It was just a small problem. But hey, can you guys handle a full rewrite later? The whole thing really needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. Looks like someone tampered with it." A second later, messages flooded the chat. Zero Void wrote, "Yeah, you got it, cutie. Already sent the fixed version to the studio. They're stoked, and you're getting the full payment."
he laughed. Elizabeth giggled, her cheeks a little pink as she leaned back and typed again. She wrote, "Thank you. Honestly, I would have done it for free, but I kinda owe the big guy some money right now." Syntax Queen typed back immediately, "Girl, don't you dare. You've been saving people's butts for free for almost a decade." She sent another message, "It's about damn time you got paid what you're worth. And hey, don't worry. We'll help you pay off that big, scary guy loan of yours. Or whatever it is." She laughed. Elizabeth laughed out loud this time, her hand flying to her mouth. If only they knew the big guy was very real, very rich, and currently living under the same roof as her. She smiled to herself, her heart feeling impossibly light.
Even though they didn't know who she was in real life, they always made her feel like she mattered, like she belonged. A soft knock echoed on her door just as Elizabeth was typing out another reply. She snapped the laptop shut, hugging it to her chest for a beat before setting it aside. Her eyes widened, a familiar jolt of nerves hitting her whenever someone showed up at her room unannounced. She opened the door, and the tension immediately drained from her shoulders when she saw Laura standing there. "How are you feeling?" Laura asked, her voice calm. Her eyes were soft as she stepped forward and gently placed the back of her hand against Elizabeth's forehead. After a few seconds, she gave a slight, satisfied nod. "Your fever's gone down." A rare, graceful smile touched her lips. "Dinner's almost ready. Come on, let's go downstairs." Elizabeth nodded quickly, a warmth spreading through her chest as she followed her down the hall. The house was grand and the hallways long, but walking beside Laura made it feel a little less lonely. At the dining table, the spread was simpler than usual, probably a nod to her recovery. Warm soup, soft bread, and a few lightly seasoned dishes filled the table. The moment they sat down, Elizabeth's eyes instinctively scanned the room. But Lorenzo's seat was empty. Laura caught her glance, a small smirk playing on her lips. "Looking for Enzo?" Elizabeth flushed, shaking her head a little too fast. "No, I was just, looking at the table." Laura chuckled softly. "He's busy," she said, resting her elbow on the table like a graceful queen. "Something urgent came up. He won't be back until late." Elizabeth just nodded, trying to ignore the tiny flutter of curiosity she felt. Dinner was quiet, but it was a warm, comfortable silence. Elizabeth found herself eating more than usual, realizing halfway through that for the first time, no one was rushing her, yelling at her, or watching every bite she took with cruel judgment. Even the maid standing near the door offered her a soft smile. After Laura excused herself, saying she was tired and heading to bed early, Elizabeth quietly wandered outside. The night air was cool and clean, brushing against her skin like a soft blanket. She walked barefoot into the garden, where the scent of jasmine lingered in the wind. Moonlight poured over the garden like liquid silver, and as she followed the soft path past the trees, she found herself by the small lake behind the mansion. The water shimmered like stardust. She sat by the edge, legs crossed, chin resting in her palms, her gaze distant but calm. For the first time in years, she wasn't worrying about just surviving. She could breathe. She could think. She could dream. "Now that I'm free," she thought, watching the fish gently ripple the surface, "I want to learn something new." She already knew how to cook, a skill her uncle had forced on her. She knew how to hack, an escape, a lifeline. But now, maybe she wanted to learn something softer. Maybe a guitar, she whispered to herself, her cheeks puffing out slightly in thought. Or singing? She'd never even touched an instrument before, never dared to. But now, she finally had the chance. The next morning, the villa felt quieter, emptier. Elizabeth stood near the front entrance, her hands clasped in front of her as Laura adjusted the strap on her elegant handbag. Her face was as composed and graceful as ever, but Elizabeth couldn't help the pang of sadness in her chest.
"You're leaving already?" she asked softly. Laura gave her a small smile and gently touched her shoulder. "I have some things to take care of at the main estate, dear, but I'll be back soon, and you can call me anytime." Elizabeth nodded, forcing a smile, but her eyes were a little shimmery. Laura leaned in, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "Be good, and don't skip meals." With that, she turned and walked out, flanked by guards, a car already waiting to whisk her away. As the door shut behind her, Elizabeth stood still for a moment. She hadn't realized just how much warmth Laura's presence brought to the villa. With her gone, it suddenly felt too big, too quiet. She wandered to the kitchen, where Aunt Claudia was arranging fresh fruit, and stood nearby, fidgeting with the sleeves of her dress. "Aunt Claudia," she said shyly. Claudia looked up and smiled warmly. "Yes?" "I'm getting a little bored," Elizabeth admitted, her voice small. "And I was thinking maybe I could learn something new?" Claudia's brows rose in curiosity. "Like what, dear?" "A guitar," Elizabeth said quickly, her cheeks tinting pink. "I've never played, but I want to try." Claudia's eyes softened. She knew how rare it was for Elizabeth to ask for anything. "Well, Mr. Morelli left very clear instructions," she said gently, setting a pear down and dusting off her hands. "If you want something, we're to make sure you get it." "Really?" Elizabeth's eyes lit up. Claudia chuckled. "Of course, sweetheart. Would you like me to hire a teacher for you, too?" Elizabeth nodded eagerly, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Yes, please." "Then consider it done," Claudia said with a wink. "You'll have the best teacher in the city here by tomorrow." Elizabeth practically bounced on her heels. For the first time, she was learning something not to survive or escape, but just for the sheer joy of it. And it felt wonderful. All day, a secret excitement bubbled up inside her. She kept thinking about the guitar, what it would feel like to hold, how her fingers would stumble over the strings. Would it hurt at first? Would she be any good? Even if she wasn't, she didn't care. She just wanted to try. As the household staff bustled quietly around her, Elizabeth practically skipped up to the third floor, humming under her breath. She settled down with Barry and Moonbeam, her laptop already glowing beside them. After logging in, she opened the dashboard for Beth Zone, her own little digital shop. She watched as sales notifications rolled in. "You've made a sale! New download completed! Customer left a 5-star review." Elizabeth practically hugged her laptop screen, her cheeks glowing. She opened a new product draft and started designing. Maybe a dreamy mountain preset? Or a fantasy-themed animation starter kit? She wasn't sure yet, but she was so excited to find out. The next day, Elizabeth woke up buzzing, her heart feeling so light it could float right out of her chest. She flew through her morning routine, brushing her hair twice before slipping into her favorite soft pink dress. When she came downstairs, her steps light and quick, she was met with the very sight she'd been dreaming of. A beautiful guitar, perfectly her size, was resting on the living room sofa. Her eyes went wide, practically sparkling. "Aunt Claudia, is this really mine?" she asked, her voice a breathless whisper, as if it might all vanish if she made a sound. Aunt Claudia smiled warmly from across the room. "Yes, dear. Someone had it delivered this morning, and your tutor will be here every day at noon. Today's your first lesson." Elizabeth pressed her hands to her chest. "Really?" Aunt Claudia chuckled. "Really?" She practically skipped over to the sofa and sat, her fingers hovering excitedly above the strings. Slowly, carefully, she picked it up, resting its smooth body against her knees. She adjusted it the way she'd seen musicians do in videos and gave it a strum.
The notes were wild, a jumbled mess that was a little painful on the ears, but she grinned from ear to ear. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Her fingers tried again. Another broken chord. The strings vibrated in protest, but she didn't care. It was hers. And for the first time, her world felt like it was finally becoming something soft, creative, and completely her own. She leaned back into the sofa, cradling the guitar like a priceless treasure. "I'm going to master you," she whispered. "Just you wait." Everyone in the mansion couldn't help but smile that morning. Elizabeth's joy was so bright and pure, it filled the air like sunshine. The way she held the guitar, the way her eyes lit up when she strummed, even if the notes were all wrong, it was impossible not to feel the warmth radiating from her. For so long, the house had been quiet, cold, and far too serious. Now, it was as if someone had finally thrown open a window and let the light pour in. When Aunt Claudia called her for breakfast, Elizabeth clutched the guitar like she was being separated from her best friend. "Come on now," Aunt Claudia said, chuckling as she set the table. "It'll still be here when you're done." Reluctantly, Elizabeth nodded and placed the guitar on the couch with the care of a surgeon, as if it might get bruised. She took her seat and ate quickly, cheeks puffed out as she chewed, her eyes flicking to the clock every few seconds. She could hardly sit still. Her fork tapped against her plate. Her legs swung under the chair. Her heart thumped louder as noon crept closer. Finally, as the sun hung high in the sky, Aunt Claudia came back into the room with a pleased smile. "Miss Elizabeth," she said, stepping aside, "this is your guitar tutor." Elizabeth turned, and her eyes widened. Standing beside Aunt Claudia was a guy who looked no older than 21. He had soft brown hair that curled a little at the ends, warm, honey-colored eyes, and a grin so bright he could have walked straight out of a romance novel. He wore a light sweater, slim jeans, and had a guitar case strapped to his back. "Hi," he said, waving cheerfully. "You must be Elizabeth. I'm Terry, your teacher, your friend, and your future #1 fan." Elizabeth just blinked, a little stunned. He was so cheerful, and really cute. Then his smile got even bigger. "Don't worry if you sound like a dying robot at first. We're going to make some music together, I promise." She let out a small giggle, her nervousness slowly melting away. Maybe learning guitar was going to be even more fun than she'd thought. Terry turned out to be even funnier than he looked. As soon as they sat down, he started cracking jokes, telling her stories about his overly dramatic sister, his dog who once chewed through a ukulele, and how he was supposed to take over his father's art dealership but chose music instead. "I told my mom I'd rather teach one person how to strum a G chord than sell a painting I don't even like," he said with a dramatic sigh that made Elizabeth giggle. He smiled, proud of her laughter. "So when I got the call to come here, I grabbed my guitar and ran before my dad could chase me down with a contract." But the moment the lesson actually started, Terry's whole vibe shifted. His easy grin was replaced by a focused, serious expression as he corrected her hand placement, made her repeat one chord at least 15 times, and refused to let her skip tuning. Her fingers were already sore when she finally groaned, "Can you lighten up a little, brother?" Terry blinked, caught off guard. "Brother?" She looked up at him with a playful pout and pointed. "Well, we have the same hair color and eyes, right? Anyone would think we're brother and sister." A giggle bubbled out before she could stop it. Terry raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "So I've been downgraded to brother? I thought I was your handsome tutor 5 minutes ago." "You're still cute, just cutely strict," she shot back, flashing a grin. He shook his head, pretending to be offended, but his smile won out. "All right, little sister. One more chord, and then you can have a 5-minute break." deal," she chirped, her fingers already finding the strings again. And just like that, the lesson flew by, filled with music, laughter, and the beginning of a strange little bond that felt surprisingly easy. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow through the windows, Terry packed up his guitar and slung the strap over his shoulder. Elizabeth followed him to the door with a small pout, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her dress. "Leaving already?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with disappointment. Terry glanced back and grinned. "I've got another lesson with a grumpy old man who thinks guitars should only be used for jazz." Elizabeth chuckled, but her expression didn't quite brighten. Seeing that, Terry leaned in a little. "Hey, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time. And next time, we're doing finger-picking. So you better practice." Elizabeth gave him a playful salute. "Yes, sir." "Good girl," he said with a wink, then waved as he disappeared down the hall, humming something upbeat. Once he was gone, Elizabeth stood there for a moment before turning back toward her room. The second the door shut behind her, she flopped onto her bed dramatically. "Barry, Moonbeam," she whispered, reaching for her plush strawberry bunny and unicorn. She pulled them close, resting her chin on their soft heads. "He's really funny, isn't he?" She stared at their stitched smiles, as if they were nodding in agreement. "And strict. But not in a scary way. More like a helpful kind of scary," she mumbled, hugging them tighter. "I think I really like learning guitar." After a minute, she sat up, set her plushies beside her, and reached for her laptop. The screen came to life with a soft chime. She cracked her knuckles, a tiny grin forming on her lips. Time to switch from strings to code. She opened her browser, typed in a familiar link, and logged in to HackerV's. The moment she was in, the familiar blue and black interface lit up her screen, and her inbox exploded. Pings, messages, all from the people who mattered most in her digital world. A message from Syntax Queen read, "Beth, I left 2 jobs in your inbox. You better take them before I cry from excitement." Fongs wrote, "They're high-paying and clean. Prep a setup for you. Just slide in and work your magic." Dark Knight added, "Don't say I never do anything for you. These clients are desperate, and I told them they were lucky I even knew you." Zero Void chimed in, told everyone, "She's back, she's brilliant, and she's broke. Now earn that coin, cutie." And a message from Kane404 said, "I swear I'll fight anyone who says you can't do this. Let's go, Master Beth." Elizabeth stared at the screen, completely still. Her vision blurred as the messages kept pouring in, a flood of teasing, love, and quiet support. No one had to help her. No one had to remember. But they did. Tears welled up and spilled over before she could stop them. A soft sniffle escaped as she hugged her plushie close, her voice cracking. "They remembered I needed money," she whispered. "They didn't even ask why." Her heart ached in the best possible way. She wiped her cheeks, smiling through the tears. "I'll pay him back soon. Every single cent." Elizabeth wiped her tears away with the back of her hand, sniffled once, and leaned forward, her eyes locked on the glowing screen. "Focus," she told herself. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, solving one problem after another, lines of code flowing through her mind like a river. She didn't notice her hands starting to ache, didn't notice the sting in her fingertips or the way the constant pressure was turning her skin red. She was too focused, too driven. By the time she finally looked up, The sky outside her window was completely dark. A quiet knock came at her door. "Miss Elizabeth, dinner is ready," a maid called from the hallway. Elizabeth blinked, pulling herself out of the digital world like she was waking from a dream. Her whole body ached from sitting for so long, but she smiled. She gently pushed her laptop aside, stretched, and only then looked down at her hands. Her breath caught in her throat. She slid her laptop aside, arching her back with a soft groan before glancing down at her hands. Her breath hitched. Her small, usually pale hands were flushed a raw, angry red. The tips of her fingers were puffy and pink from hours of nonstop typing. She winced. "Oh no," she whispered. Gently, she laid her hands on Barry and Moonbeam, letting them rest for a moment in the soft plush. "Good job," she told herself quietly, trying to force a smile. She pushed herself up slowly and headed for the dining room, her steps heavy with exhaustion, but her spirit feeling strangely light. Yeah, she'd definitely overdone it. Lorenzo still wasn't home. His dinner plate sat untouched, and the chair at the head of the table was cold and empty, just like always. Elizabeth poked at her food, her cheek resting in her palm. She wondered why he works so much. He already has a huge house, maids, fancy cars, and his intimidating, elegant mom. Her gaze drifted to the open window, where the garden lights cast a soft glow. She thought that if she had that kind of money, she wouldn't be caught dead running around in suits and going to meetings. Her lips formed a soft pout as she pictured a different life entirely, one where if she ever got to be a real grown-up, she would build a tiny cottage in the mountains or somewhere green with lots of trees. She would have flowers in the windows, a little herb garden, and cats curled up on sunny cushions. Maybe even a lazy dog with fluffy ears who followed her everywhere. A small smile touched her lips, her eyes distant. She pictured getting strong enough to adopt some kids, maybe just one or two, the ones who really need love. She would be the kind of mom she always dreamed of having, the soft kind, the kind who bakes cookies with them and reads stories until they fall asleep. The thought wrapped around her heart like a warm blanket. She reminded herself that she was free now. She could do all of this, one step at a time. After dinner, she wandered out into the garden. The breeze was cool against her cheeks, and flowers bloomed under the silvery moonlight. She paused to smell a white rose, her fingers gently brushing its velvet petals. Later, changed into her favorite cozy pajamas, she settled onto the huge living room couch with Barry and Moonbeam tucked beside her. Cartoons played quietly on the widescreen TV. It felt familiar, safe. An elderly maid walked by, pausing with a kind, curious smile. "Miss Elizabeth," she asked gently, "don't you ever watch movies?" Elizabeth turned to look at her, blinking. She hesitated for a beat before offering a small smile. "I haven't really watched any," she admitted, her fingers fiddling with the corner of a soft blanket. The real reason? That her uncle hated them, said they were too long, and that he could come home at any time, so she never dared risk it, stayed locked away. Instead, she just said, "Cartoons were easier, safer. I guess I just stuck with them." The maid's expression softened with understanding. Elizabeth tilted her head. "But I kind of want to try one. Do you know any good movies I should watch?" The maid's face lit up. "Of course, miss. I'll find something sweet, something light." Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the maid stood beside her, remote in hand, scrolling through the movie options, Elizabeth sat cross-legged on the couch, hugging a pillow with wide, curious eyes. The screen filled with rows of colorful movie posters, most of them featuring couples hugging, gazing into each other's eyes, or kissing. Color instantly flooded Elizabeth's cheeks. Thinking she might like something romantic, the maid hovered over a popular love story and clicked to play the trailer. The very first scene was a couple kissing passionately in the rain. Elizabeth's entire face turned beet red. Her eyes went wide. "No, I don't want to watch adult movies," she blurted out, shaking her head so furiously her hair flew around her face. "No kissing! It's too much kissing!" The maid blinked at her, speechless for a second. Elizabeth covered her burning cheeks with her hands. "I've never seen that much touching in cartoons." The maid fought back a laugh. "Miss, this is just a romance movie." "But it's so adult," Elizabeth whispered, looking horrified. "I'm not ready for that kind of story. What if someone comes in while I'm watching and thinks I watch weird things?" The maid finally broke into a soft chuckle. "All right, no kissing. Got it." She quickly scrolled to a more wholesome category. "Let's find something with animals and magic instead, shall we?" Elizabeth nodded quickly, still hiding half her face behind the pillow. The maid couldn't help but smile, watching her sit there like a flustered cartoon character herself, with eyes wide, cheeks puffed out and red, clutching her pillow like a shield against the scandalous world of romance movies. She gently scrolled through more titles, but her fingers, maybe on purpose, maybe not, accidentally clicked on another romantic movie. Just like that, another poster of a couple kissing under twinkling fairy lights filled the screen. Elizabeth gasped. "Again?" Her cheeks somehow got even redder, her eyes darting around as if someone might catch her. "Why are they always kissing?" she mumbled, burying her face deeper into the pillow. "Can't people just talk and drink tea or something?" The maid bit her lip, trying desperately not to laugh. The maid thought the girl was too precious. She looked at Elizabeth's glowing pink cheeks and had the sudden urge to squeeze them. Out loud, she said gently, "Oops, I clicked the wrong one." But inside, she was cackling. She wondered what would happen when Mr. Morelli finally kissed her for real, considering a movie kiss made her turn so red. The thought made her giggle silently. The poor girl didn't even know she was married to the coldest, most dangerously handsome man in the city. The maid thought this was going to be fun to watch. Finally, after thoroughly enjoying Elizabeth's adorable meltdown, the maid decided to stop teasing her. "All right, I've had my fun," she thought, her lips twitching as she glanced at the girl still peeking at the screen from behind her pillow as if it were cursed. With a small chuckle, the maid scrolled away from the sea of romantic posters and carefully selected a light-hearted animated movie full of adventure, talking animals, and absolutely zero kissing. "There," she said gently. "This one's safe. No romance, just fun and magic." Elizabeth slowly peeked out, her red cheeks still glowing, but her eyes full of cautious hope. "Really? No kissing? No sudden hugs?" "Promise," the maid nodded, smiling warmly. Relieved, Elizabeth let out a soft breath. She settled into the couch with her plushie on one side and a bowl of warm popcorn, brought by another maid, on the other. As the opening scene played, her lips curved into a small, peaceful smile. By the time the movie neared its end, the cozy living room had fallen completely silent. The soft glow from the screen cast a warm light on Elizabeth's face, her long lashes resting gently against her cheeks. Her head had tilted to the side, cushioned by her strawberry bunny plushie. One hand still loosely held the half-empty popcorn bowl resting on her lap. The movie's gentle score played as the credits began to roll, but Elizabeth was fast asleep. Her small frame was curled into the corner of the couch, a blanket draped over her legs, her breathing soft and even. The excitement of the day, the guitar lesson, working on her shop, chatting with online friends, and watching her very first movie had finally caught up with her. The maid peeked in from the hallway to clean up, but paused at the sight. A warm smile spread across her face. She tiptoed in, carefully took the popcorn bowl from Elizabeth's lap, and gently pulled the blanket up to her shoulders. "Sweet dreams, little miss," she whispered, brushing a few strands of hair from Elizabeth's forehead. It was 2 a.m. when Lorenzo finally walked through the doors of the mansion. The house was steeped in the kind of heavy silence that only comes in the dead of night. Outside, guards stood their posts, alert but still. Inside, not a soul stirred, save for the low hum of the air conditioning. Lorenzo ran a hand through his dark, messy hair, pushing it back from a sharp, exhausted face. His black shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, clung to his frame, outlining the hard lines of his chest and shoulders. It fit like a second skin, and paired with matching dark pants and the pistol tucked casually at the small of his back, he looked less like he'd come from a boardroom and more like a storm that had yet to break. He walked into the kitchen without a word. With a practiced move, he opened the fridge, grabbed a cold can of beer, and popped it open. The sharp hiss of carbonation tore through the silence. He raised it to his lips, his Adam's apple moving as he drank deeply, his other hand resting flat on the cool marble of the counter, the veins in his forearm standing out. His eyes were heavy with exhaustion from meetings, threats, late-night deals, and too many miles on the road. But his mind, as always, was wide awake, buzzing and sharp. He downed half the can in one go, leaning against the counter and tilting his head back with a slow exhale, his jaw tight.